Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is to be the one to hold the dawn in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 6, The Weather Vane. 12th of Great Tree Moon, 1180 Nighttime. The environment that Edelgard was in made her feel like she was at home. She was at a loss for words to adequately express how protected she felt in this enchanting bathroom. Her heart was pounding at what exquisite craftsmanship the statues displayed, and now that Ria was gone, she gave the sculptures a closer look. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. Each and every one of the artist's meticulously rendered details was utterly stunning. Edelgard did not want to go into detail since the statues were all naked, and the pairs were always depicted as lovers in intimate positions. To avoid the dirty thoughts that slowly invaded Edelgard's mind, she focused on Ignatz. I am sure Ignatz could paint something of similar beauty. So much art and beauty has been lost to the Empire and the entirety of Fodlan. I doubt there are many artisans left that could create such wonders. Thinking about her home diverted her mind to the current state of Adrestia. The Empire has fallen through tough times in the last couple of centuries. Many talented craftsmen and merchants left the Empire to live in Brigid, Dada, the Alliance, or find their luck in the distant lands of Almira. As heir to the throne, I need to do something about this. I need to convince Ignatz that the path to knighthood is his most foolish option. Why could someone be so insistent on throwing their life away when there are better options? Edelgard touched one of the granite statues. The stone reminded her of the times when the Imperial Palace still felt like home. She lingered there for a while, breathing in the lovely scent of the candles, then she walked over to the water and touched it. It was the right amount of heat. Warmth like that, which Edelgard always cherished. Prior to taking a bath, Edelgard decided to do some exploring. Near the wardrobe, that Ria had pointed her to, were a table and 4 cozy leather seats. And right next to the wardrobe was a sideboard. A pair of fresh flowers and multiple illustrious bottles of some of the finest wine Edelgard had ever seen was placed on top of the sideboard. The year each bottle was made was inscribed on the cover. Imperial Year 120, Imperial Year 134, Imperial Year 694. Every single bottle was some of the most expensive wine to ever grace Fodlan. You could make a fortune selling these. As Edelgard searched the closet compartments, she also found bottles of water and other refreshments. I should ask Ria for permission before I take anything. I know she wants to win my favor so that Adrestia's people will continue to be devout to the church, but I am still extremely thankful for the gesture on Ria's part. It would have been an extra complication if Hubert and I had to arrange something. Oh, I don't want to think of the alternatives. The thought of having Hubert fetch a bathtub every time I need to take care of my hygiene is amusing, but it would totally derail our plans. In one of the compartments, Edelgard found a dusty letter. With one wind blow from her lips, she removed the dust. What do we have here? With great care, Edelgard peeled open the letter in an attempt to read its contents. Edelgard was unable to understand the text because it was not written in a language that she was familiar with. She did not know very many languages, although she did speak Fodlanes, an ancient form of Adrestian, and a little bit of Brigidan. Some of the words sounded familiar, like they were from a bygone Adrestian era, but the rest of the language was a complete mystery to her. Several of the symbols were more like pictures than letters. This role appears to be tailor-made for someone with Linhardt's level of intelligence. But I shouldn't steal this letter, and likewise, I can't just invite Linhardt to come here. As his house leader, it's my duty to keep him out of trouble, and someone like him is bound to get lost underground. After some consideration, Edelgard decided to send the letter back where it belonged. When she turned around, she noticed a beautiful mirror propped up next to Ria's closet. Edelgard examined her own likeness in the mirror. Though she appeared worn out and sleepy, her hair and appearance were otherwise unimpaired. Edelgard double-checked to her left and right to see if anyone was there before she undressed. Edelgard, seeing that nobody was around, disrobed and headed toward the bathroom so that she could take a bath. However, not before giving herself a thorough examination in the mirror. Will people still love me even after they see this? Her thoughts drifted to the statues. One day, she wanted to be loved and happy like the pairs portrayed on them. But for now, she had a task and her mind focused solely on that. Leaving the mirror behind, Edelgard cautiously stepped into the pool. Due to her lack of knowledge as to how to swim, she decided to stand at the bath corners. The depth of the center of the bath was quite impressive. She was fortunate in that there was a spot near the edge where she could wash herself while sitting in comfort. The water was still perfect, and a smile curved Edelgard's lips as her entire body slowly relaxed. A thought crept into her head about something that had happened today. I wonder how the other students bathe. It's probably for the best if I keep this place a secret. I wouldn't want Dorothea to get jealous. The poor thing, I see why Hubert seemed to like her and they worked together. They really make for a great team. If she hadn't come there in time. Edelgard paused. The thought of Sylvain exploiting her emotions or betraying her trust was too unbearable to bear. After a moment passed, Edelgard reminded herself that she had been through much worse than dealing with just one abusive student. And yet his pickup line hit exactly Edelgard's weak point. Do you believe in love at first sight or should I walk by again? Sylvain's voice echoed in her head. The words dug themselves deep into her subconscious. They were the perfect description of how Edelgard imagined her parents meeting. I'm thankful to Dorothea and Ingrid, but I'm sure I would have seen through Sylvain's act once I had a better understanding of him. He, Dimitri and Claude cannot be trusted. This is a stunningly beautiful yet perilous place. All it takes is one slip-up to send me tumbling to my doom. Then Edelgard's mind started to turn to Dimitri. He claims to be the boy I played with in the kingdom, but nothing about him resembles the boy in my memories. The memory I have is of a good person who made me feel protected. But when I looked into Dimitri's eyes, I saw nothing but gloom and hatred. The kind of darkness that took my brothers and sisters. All the rage and animosity of tormentors was in his eyes. This whole acting like a knight thing is just an act for him. What did his friend call him? Edelgard's fingers brushed against her chin. Bor, after learning the truth behind the curtain, I find this to be appropriate. As Edelgard reflected further on the day, the curved smile Claude gave her popped up. Claude von Regan. How strange that suddenly this mysterious heir appears out of nowhere and saves the alliance from certain collapse. A shame, since Gloucester's good relations with Adrestia would have resulted in the alliance's peaceful merger with the Empire. Under Claude, seeing the alliance surrender peacefully no longer sounds like an option. Suddenly, Edelgard heard Claude's voice in her head. You are the ambitious one, aren't you, princess? After only a few sentences, Claude had learned this about me. I need to keep my guard up when I am around him. Although I have to admit, I find any intellectual sparring partner that isn't Hubert to be a welcoming change of pace. That said, much like Dimitri, his eyes remind me of the monster that stole my uncle from me. Yet whereas Dimitri has his hatred, Claude's eyes burn with the same monstrous ambition. Lastly, Edelgard's mind focused on her classmates. Caspar was a valiant fighter, but he lacked experience. Ferdinand was too arrogant and prideful, but unlike his father, he showed courage and valor. And Linhard can be quite industrious when he has made up his mind. I've got my work cut out with them. Their parents betrayed my father when he needed them, yet I won't judge my classmates for their parents' actions. I hope that no matter what Lord Arundel has planned for me, they will accept me and stay with me through what's to come. And I promise them to become the emperor they deserve. Edelgard now decided to submerge her head into the lovely water. Given the depth of the bath, she decided to first hold on to the edges while her head went underwater. She peeked into the massive bath and saw that it was way too deep for her liking. It's probably for the best when I decide to stay at the edges. Her fear of the sea kicked in, and Edelgard quickly moved her head out of the water. All of her senses told her to leave the bath, as when she moved deep inside it, she may never return. I am no longer a child. Edelgard thought, but there were things even the future emperor was afraid of. After 10 more minutes, she decided that she was sufficiently cleaned. She walked to the wardrobe, and on her way, she took a long look inside the mirror. Now that the water droplets covered some of the scars, she looked like a passable beauty. Could I be happy if it weren't for the scars? After some time had passed, a dreamlike vision of a romantic moment came into her head. She was being held in a position reminiscent of the statues in the room. She was pure in these images, just like the statues. Pure and forever happy. Edelgard held on to the thought as she opened up the wardrobe to put on a fresh pair of clothes. To her surprise, there was a letter addressed to her in the closet. Dearest Edelgard, I have taken the liberty of leaving an additional pair of clothes for you. Originally, this pair of nightclothes belonged to House Arundel. It's an extraordinarily beautiful nightgown, and I am sure your mother wanted you to have it. Rhea. Edelgard tried to find it, and she did. It was a stunning night dress in a pure white color. Excellent for taking strolls through the night or for falling asleep. Nearby was Edelgard's spare set of academy garb. Without a second's hesitation, Edelgard changed into her nightgown. Afterwards, she looked at herself in the mirror, and as she did so, she noticed that her reflection was smiling back at her. This caused her to shed the tiniest of tears. Or was it merely a drop of water that had fallen from her damp hair? Edelgard's next assignment was obvious. She preoccupied herself for a few minutes by fixing her hair. In the end, she was able to recreate her look with the help of the ribbons her father had given her, and she left this lovely room feeling satisfied. Elle took Rhea's advice and began to open her heart, all the while keeping her thoughts on her father. The door unlocked as the magnificent Ceros flower bloomed. Once more, the stone started to move, and Edelgard was simply in awe at the enormous mechanism behind it. Moments later, Edelgard found herself back in the underground passage. 30 seconds after Edelgard left, the door started to close on its own, leaving the princess speechless. The hidden palace entrances my father mentioned. I wonder if they function in the same way. When Edelgard finally reached the surface again, she was greeted by a friendly voice. Her retainer yelled at her, "Lady Edelgard, are you here?" and she turned to face him. "Yes, Hubert, I am right here. Did you have a pleasant day?" Hubert cast a disappointed glance her way. "There's something we need to discuss right away. Unfortunately for us, Juritsa was not chosen to be our next professor. Instead, a noble of the Alliance by the name of Akiran, who has shown great interest in taking charge of our house, will fill that role. I presume it's because he is secretly looking for a bride." Fists formed on Edelgard's hands. "He is the one the Alliance calls the Weather Vane. I read about him in one of your reports." "Your recollection is impeccable, Lady Edelgard. Akiran cares only about himself. He is a massive thorn for both us and the Alliance. He believes himself to be the greatest lord in existence, and I am confident that he is after his prize. From what I can gather, he paid an impressive sum of money to be accepted as a professor and even more to become our teacher and get close to the heiresses of 2 nations. There is zero chance that Petra or I would ever date him. Exactly what is he trying to accomplish with this? Do you think my uncle might be involved in this?" Hubert was deep in thought. "Let's see. With Akiran as our professor, we don't stand a chance at the Battle of the Eagle and Lion, which could cost us Count Bergli's support. And without him, winning over Count Hevering would be nearly impossible. Akiran will publicly shift the blame for his failures onto you as house leader, and given how many people he bought, your reputation will be destroyed. In other words, he's playing a shady game and he has made the first move. It's to our benefit that we're more adept at the dirty game than he is." Hubert wore a malicious grin on his lips. "In that vein, allow me to offer some recommendations. Your name must remain pure, Lady Edelgard. We have enough money to hire a few bandits who will take care of our dear professor. Are you saying that you think it's a good idea for me to wear the mask that they gave me? I know how much pain it brings you to wear this dark mask, but it's the best choice for this mission. No one can be allowed to blackmail the Imperial Princess. That includes the Iron King's thieves." "The what now?" "The Iron King's thieves. They named themselves after their leader, Costas, the Iron King. He looks down on the nobles for what they did to his home. From what my source told me, he comes from former Hyrm territory. You don't think?" Edelgard's eyes shot wide open as she put 2 and 2 together. "That Lord Arundel turned his home to ash? Perhaps, it doesn't excuse his banditry. You are right, Hubert. So we rid ourselves of 2 snakes with 1 stone." "Yes, Lady Edelgard, and we will succeed." Hubert had accompanied Edelgard to her room, and now that they've had this massive conversation inside it, Edelgard felt the need to get outside one final time before falling asleep. Night strolls around the palace garden were among her favorite pastimes. But with those people around, Edelgard always felt imprisoned. A beautiful bird locked inside its cage. If there is nothing else, Hubert, then I wish you good night. With one final commanding gesture, she bid Hubert farewell. Hubert turned around and excused himself. A few minutes later, Edelgard was on her way outside to see the stars. She silently tiptoed out of the nobles' dormitories and into the massive monastery grounds. Outside of a few lights, there was nobody left awake. She heard footsteps. Could it be the Knights of Syros? Lady Edelgard, I needn't remind you that strolling around the monastery at this hour without the professor's allowance is forbidden. Edelgard giggled. You didn't need to come all this way to. Hubert silenced her by putting his hand over her mouth. The two of them heard footsteps. How do I get back to my room? Ugh, it's so dark out here and all I wanted to do was get some late-night cookies. Edelgard put Hubert's fingers away. It's just another student. I am sure she wouldn't mind receiving aid from me. Without verbally saying it, Hubert requested that she would stop her late-night escapade and return to her quarters. I will follow you from a distance. It might be better if you. Arg, ghost. The girl shrieked. Please take a deep breath and relax. Edelgard raised both of her hands. I can assure you that I am not a ghost. The girl conjured a small magic spell to see better in the darkness. The light of the spell was purple, the same color of the magic Lord Arundel and his ilk used and the same color of the magic Hubert learned from them. An expression of mild discomfort appeared on Edelgard's face. Please don't look at me that way. The girl begged. Edelgard saw the snow-white hair drained of all pigments. Her grimace quickly changed into a look of genuine affection. You are, Lysithea von Ordelia. Yes, that I am. Who wishes to know? My name is Edelgard von Hresvelg. I am the future house leader of the Black Eagles. Edelgard? I have heard of you. You are the last remaining heir to House Hresvelg. I am sorry for your loss. Lysithea showed respect to Edelgard by bowing slightly. Your fate wasn't any better. You are also the last daughter of your house. Edelgard put her hand on Lysithea's shoulder. The two of them shared a look that described how much agony they went through. Lysithea, what were you doing at this late hour? I won't tell anyone. Here. I am buying your silence. Lysithea, this is unnecessary. I already told you that I won't tell a soul. This will remain a secret. In that case, accept 2 of my cookies as a gift. Lysithea suppressed the joy she experienced by interacting with Edelgard. Do you mind walking back together? It would be my pleasure. The two of them took their time getting it. On the way they continued to talk. So for how long have you been here? Edelgard inquired. 2 weeks. Lysithea raised her arm and showed her the number. I was the first to arrive when the Officers' Academy finally opened its doors. I am disappointed we can't start sooner. Our lectures begin in 2 days on Monday. Yes, and I feel pity for you and your class. Lysithea avoided eye contact with Edelgard. You mean because of the weather vane? Precisely. Lysithea's eyes lit up as they locked on with Edelgard. Akiran is a coward and a traitor. Yet through his businesses on the black market, he's become filthy rich. That end. Lysithea took a small, significant break. He sells slaves on the black market. Edelgard looked surprised. How do you know all of this? There were multiple round-table discussions about whether or not to exile him. The old Duke Regan was always against Akiran, but surprisingly, Duke Goneril and Count Gloucester defended him. And with Margrave Edmund in his pockets, he escaped banishment every time. Lysithea sounded truly worried. Why would 2 lords as respected as Duke Goneril and Count Gloucester defend him? Something didn't end up for Edelgard, as every report she read about them portrayed them in a favorable light. Count Gloucester's reputation is only rivaled by that of the Shield of Faerghus in terms of popularity and skill. And the old Duke Goneril is a war hero who defended the throne countless times. That's all true. But did you know that the Duke lost his wife and many limbs to the Elimrian attacks? He now harbors a deep resentment towards the people of Almira. You can talk with Hilda about it. Suddenly, images of how Hilda got Lysithea to hand her sweets crawled up in her mind. On second thought, never mind. You don't need to ask Hilda. Lysithea. Edelgard looked at her with a puzzled expression. They were now in the process of standing at the doorway leading into the noble dormitory. Come on up to my room, where we can talk more about this. Lysithea commanded. That's fine with me. Show me the way. Now that Edelgard had spent a little more time in the dormitory, she was surprised to find out the doors were almost identical. Although there was one key difference between them. Depending on the student's class, the corresponding house animal would be engraved on the door. Edelgard had to admit that the doors themselves were the result of excellent wooden craftsmanship. They entered a door with a massive deer attached to it. On the deer were the words Ordelia engraved on it. Lysithea opened the door with her key. You may enter. Thank you, Lysithea. Lysithea's room was a bit smaller than Edelgard's, but the layout was identical. One wooden bed. A table and one oversized sideboard. On the sideboard were quite a few books. Lysithea non-verbally offered Edelgard her seat, and she went to sit on the bed. So the last thing we talked about was Duke Goneril, and you first advised me to go to Hilda until you took back your proposal. Does this summarize everything? Yes, it does. Lysithea gave Edelgard a serious look, but then as she was only met with even more bewilderment in Edelgard's eyes than before, she relented and gave in. Fine, Hilda is the reason why I was out looking for new cookies. She took mine for a date or whatever, and I haven't gotten them back. Edelgard was trying her hardest not to grin. Fortunately for her, Lysithea was too hurt by Hilda's betrayal. She is a shrewd manipulator that got me to give her all the cookies I had in my pockets. How did she do that? Edelgard put her hands on her chin. If Claude has someone by his side that is skilled in manipulation, then I need to watch out. She used my guilt against me. I was so happy to taste the cookies Mercedes made, and then I ate too many, and she got me to give the last ones to her. But then I got hungry again and I had no more sweets. Leaving me with no other option but to go back to the kitchen in the hopes of procuring more sweets. I need to contain my laughter. So she is upset about losing a few sweets? She couldn't be serious. Only because Hilda borrowed a few sweets from her doesn't make her a shrewd manipulator. Should you ever need sweets, my door is always open to you. Thank you. Quite frankly, that is only one instance of Hilda's lazy antics. In order to not do anything, she uses all her skills to get you to do things for her. I think I get the memo now. So the daughter of House Goneril is simply lazy, and that is why she manipulates others to do her dirty work. I can't see myself getting along with her if she were in my house. Not unless she is willing to change. Let us get back to Duke Goneril. While Edelgard enjoyed talking with Lysithea, especially since she felt a certain kinship with the girl, she had to consider that it was probably past midnight by now. And yet she needed to prepare to face her new professor, Akiran, in the morning. She counted herself lucky that tomorrow was still a free day, reflected by how some students, Petra among them, still hadn't arrived yet. Fine. Lysithea sighed. He hates the Amirians for what they did to him and uses the captured prisoners as his slaves. Hilda's brother, Holst, is against the practice, but Hilda herself was raised to hate the Elimrians, although I suppose she could have turned out much worse. The reason why I'm mentioning this is that Akiran is the one who buys the slaves from the Duke and resells them at the black market for even more coins. I can see why Duke Goneril supports him, but why doesn't Count Gloucester help bring him to justice? Due to Akiran's wealth, he has become insanely influential among the nobles. And until recently, the Count's goal was to replace Duke Regan as leader of the Round Table. To become the next leader, you need popularity, and speaking against Akiran would have made the Count quite unpopular. Everything clicked for Edelgard. Lysithea, thank you so much for your help. Allow me to treat you to a cup of tea one of these days. I promise you I got sweets for you there. That sounds lovely. Then I will look forward to it. And just like that, Edelgard departed from Lysithea's room and she went toward her own. On her way out, Edelgard made a small humble bow, and after a few seconds on the corridor she stood before her own door. Atop the eagle there rested a crown, and underneath were letters Hresvelg engraved upon it. Edelgard did not remember getting a key. Before Edelgard could react, she heard the door of her retainer's room open and Hubert stood there and handed her the key. Lady Edelgard, apologies for not mentioning that you need a key to open your door. Here is the key. I now bid you good night. Thank you, Hubert. I hope I won't fall victim to my nightmares. 13th of Great Tree Moon, 1180. The morning sun rose, and Edelgard woke up from one of her nightmares. She refused to give them more thought than necessary. And yet her scream seemed to have worried her retainer. A look into the mirror showed how tired she truly was. Her black eyelids needed more sleep to recover. Lady Edelgard, I must insist that you open your room. Her retainer had knocked on her door. And Edelgard opened her room while she was still wearing her nightgown. I am fine, Hubert. She couldn't suppress a yawn. The sun has just risen. I merely need a bit of sleep. Apologies, Lady Edelgard, but the Archbishop herself has requested to speak with you about our future professor. Why would Rhea want to speak with me after she went against our suggestion to make Juritsá professor? That's what you have to find out, Your Highness. Yesterday I protested heavily against the new professor, so perhaps she has reconsidered. Perhaps, at any rate, you are correct that I should talk to her. After their conversation, Edelgard went ahead and changed into her academy clothes. Even she could not deny that the nightgown Rhea had given her was a thoughtful gift. A gesture she felt very grateful for. It's common courtesy to thank someone for a gift, even when that someone is my enemy. I should go and speak with Rhea. When Edelgard made her way through the dormitory, she decided to first check by the little lake when she heard a commotion going on at the monastery entrance. From a distance, she saw a beautiful carriage similar to her own arrive. This must be Petra. Edelgard's heart began to race. Of all the people Edelgard had left from her childhood, Petra was one of her few friends that stayed with her. She was a resourceful little warrior queen who, even when Edelgard first met her as a child, was able to pick up many and understand the meaning of many words foreign to her. A school year with my old friend sounds lovely. Welcome Petra McNeary, granddaughter of the King of Brigid and heir to the throne of Brigid. Edelgard saw how Seath greeted her. It's an honor to meet you. Just Petra will suffice. How very modest of you, my child. Rhea stepped closer and embraced her. May the relationship between Brigid and Fodlan blossom with your presence. And may the goddess shine above us all. After finishing their embrace, Petra looked around, and among the crowd, she spotted Edelgard. Your Highness. Petra called out to Edelgard. And a small grin formed on Edelgard's face. Her senses are extraordinary to spot me among this large crowd. So typical of her to show off her skills. Everyone was in awe of both Edelgard's presence and Petra's skill in finding her in the impressive crowd. Rhea moved to greet Edelgard. Edelgard, how was the rest of the night? You look like you had a terrible sleep. I have been better. Thank you for your concern, Lady Rhea. Edelgard made a small, humble bow before receiving a deep hug from Petra. I see that Duke Girth has been treating you well. You have knowing of Duke Girth. He always treated me with great care. I am feeling blessed of having such a great second father. Petra exclaimed. Yes, the Duke most certainly is a gentle soul. If the other heads of the 7 noble houses were as gentle, caring and kind as him then, Edelgard took a small moment until she finished the sentence. Then the whole of Fodlan would be better for it. Another emperor that values kindness. The more I learn of you, my child, the more I am confident that you will make a great ruler one day. Edelgard put on a mask of happiness and pretended to care about her words. Deep down, she knew that once people knew her true intention, the people of this generation would never see her as kind, caring, and gentle. At least not if she lost. A scenario Edelgard had no intention of allowing to happen. She moved closer to Rhea and asked, Lady Rhea, can we speak somewhere privately? Follow me after the welcoming ceremony is concluded. Without saying a word, Edelgard's eyes asked, when is that? Now, Scion of Hresvelg. Rhea made a subtle wink toward Edelgard. Believers of the faith. We have welcomed the final heir to our wonderful school. May she find much happiness on the holy grounds and may we help her mature into a fine leader for her people. Rhea's speech went on for about 5 more minutes, during which Edelgard was forced to stand beside her. However, during that time, she had a lot of fun whispering and bantering with her friend, Petra. I am glad it will be you who is leading us. While I was staying with Duke Girth, I was visited by Ferdinand. He, much like my second father, is gentle, but unlike him and you, Lady Edelgard, he lacks the wisdom to be a skilled leader. It seems we have made the same observation. Ferdinand is different from his father. One day he could be a great asset to Fodlan, but that day is not today. Also, Petra, it's impressive how you spot me from amongst the crowd. I was trying to merely observe the scene. I am a hunter, and I improved my senses. Finding you wasn't too difficult. You stand out. She inspected Edelgard's uniform. You are like a rose among so many same-colored flowers. Edelgard flustered a bit after hearing Petra compliment her in such a beautiful way. Thank you, Petra. Petra looked at her in bewilderment. What for? She asked in her usual innocent voice. For always being my friend. I do not have many childhood friends and even fewer whom I consider my equal. Now it was Petra's turn to blush a little. For the crowd that had gathered, it looked like Fodlan was the start of the Golden Age. And yet Edelgard knew that their coming to the monastery was of little insignificance. The problems that plagued Fodlan were too deeply rooted, and at the heart of them was the Church of Syros. Until Edelgard had ascended the throne, all she could do was fight what had sprouted from those roots. And one such sprout was the newest professor, Akiran. Thank you all for coming here, and may the goddess shine upon the faithful. With these closing words, Rhea concluded her speech and moved on. Scion of Hresvelg, would you kindly follow me? Can Petra come with us? Rhea looked surprised at the question. I suppose it can't hurt to have the future Queen of Brigid present. Please Petra, feel welcome to join us. Rhea bowed slightly out of modesty. The three of them went on their way into the reception hall, and past there, they took the staircase. After overcoming way too many steps for both Edelgard's and Petra's liking, they arrived at the last floor. This is the Archbishop's floor. Allow me to welcome you two as my guests. I am feeling honored, Petra thanked her. I feel the same way. Edelgard lied. Please have a seat on the balcony while I prepare tea. Edelgard agreed, saying, that sounds lovely. In the meantime, both she and Petra were too busy looking around the massive balcony. The balcony was impressive, it was almost a small garden. There were tiny rivers and streams of water on the ground, and there were ancient runes engraved upon them. The runes reminded Edelgard of the ladder, which she tried to decipher yesterday. It was a magical place, and Edelgard felt instantly drawn to the sense of freedom this place gave her. You seem impressed, Lady Hresvelg. Rhea noticed as she walked towards them with a big tablet of sweets and tea. Can I be of assistance, Your Grace the Lady Archbishop? Petra offered to help her. The Lady Hresvelg bit is just a different way for me to address sweet Edelgard. Petra, Edelgard, you don't need to call me Lady Archbishop, when we are alone, just call me Rhea. Rhea responded softly to Petra, gently stroking her on the head. So before we break this major discussion topic, are you alright with the Hresvelg blend? I imported the tea from Adrestia and it has become quite expensive. I hope this is not a sign that things have taken a bad turn under your uncle's term as regent. If you knew. Luckily, Edelgard overheard the conversation while she was pressing her body against the balcony's castle battlements. From the battlements, she overviewed the entirety of Garrick Mach. Rhea moved closer to her until she stood next to Edelgard. It's a breathtaking view, isn't it? Whenever I feel too cupped up from my duties as Archbishop, I take a stroll here and relax in the open air of this lovely balcony. Edelgard found herself relating to her comment. The underground halls of the palace dungeons became the source of Edelgard's nightmares. Ever since, she has struggled with the underground. Well, there were tiny exceptions to this rule, such as the bath Rhea had shown yesterday, and the monastery, in general, felt quite safe, but the rest. There wasn't a day when Edelgard's guard wasn't up while she lived with her tormentors. Rhea and Edelgard remained silent for a while, gazing off into the far horizon. Neither of them said a word, but they could hear Petra's joy as she sipped the wonderful but incredibly pricey Hresvelg blend behind them. This tea is giving me great joy. Both Edelgard and Rhea smiled upon hearing of Petra's happiness. Subsequently, they both went back to her and sat at the table. Rhea prepared 2 cups while Edelgard rehearsed her strategy in regard to the coming topic. After taking a sip, Rhea breached the topic. The weather vane, or rather the church's choice of a new professor for this year, was met with quite a resistance by the young Vestra. Yes, Hubert, Lord Arundel and I believe Juritsov on Hrym to be the more qualified and suitable candidate for this position. Your retainer was quite vehement about how Akiran only wished to profit from his new position. Rhea took another sip before continuing. What makes you so sure of this? He may be a minor lord of the Alliance now, but his power is far greater than you may realize. He has made a fortune reselling slaves he received from House Goneril, and he used this fortune to buy himself into this position. Rhea let out a deep sigh. She looked unsure whether or not to crush Edelgard's insolence or to agree with her. As Archbishop, I am the figurehead, but I do not control everything. In my position as Archbishop, I should tell you that your statements right now are blasphemy. But as Rhea, I tell you that I found the decision to name Akiran as the next professor to be, she struggled to find the right word. Perplexing. It was perplexing that the majority of cardinals had such an overwhelmingly positive opinion of him despite the rumors about him you mentioned. This warrants further investigation, but for now, I can't veto the decision the cardinals and I made. Rumors, investigations. Lady Rhea, why is someone allowed to participate in the selection process to become a professor when their reputation is as shady as his? They dub him Akiran, the weather vane, for concrete reasons. Edelgard protested. Innocent until proven guilty. That's our law, young Lady Hresvelg. We cannot punish him by excluding him based on a few baseless rumors. Baseless rumors. There were 2 round-table conferences about whether or not to banish him from the Alliance. And yet the Alliance's round table spoke him free of the charges every time. My own eyes within the Eastern Church told me he isn't a problem. Lady Hresvelg, you need to hand me more than just this. And I intend to. Edelgard glanced at her with passionate, resolute eyes. Actually, I do have proof. Petra chimed into their conversation. Duke Girth was upset when Akiran visited us. Apparently, he wanted to expand his slave trade further into the Empire. He also threatened the Duke, saying he had powerful friends both at the capital and Garreg Mach. Petra's eyes burned with the same passion as Edelgard's. Petra, you little genius. That's precisely what we need to get him. The Duke himself isn't a noteworthy witness. Does Duke Girth possess written evidence against Akiran? He is having such letters signed with the seal of House Phlegethon. This warrants further investigation. Rhea was brooding. Do you have the letters with you? Not every letter. There is only a single one that Duke Girth gave to me. But this should be quite damaging. From the pockets of her uniform, Petra handed Lady Rhea a letter. Its seal was shattered, but nonetheless, the seal on it belonged to House Phlegethon. Rhea began to read the content out aloud. Dear Duke Girth. As the industrious leader of House Phlegethon, my trading business wishes to extend to the Western Empire. My astute business idea will make both of our homes famous and rich beyond measure. I am sure you are aware of what kind of delicate wares I am dealing with. Cheap workforces, laborers, and so on are always needed. And if you accept now, you will receive special conditions. I'd like to meet you face to face and speak more about our future business. Akiran. If you have doubts about my proposal, ask my friends in the capital and Garreg Mach. Cheap workforces, laborers, Rhea started to think. He has carefully chosen his words. But as Archbishop, that should be sufficient to support an official investigation. Thank you, Lady Rhea. Edelgard made a small nod of appreciation as she slipped her tea. The tea's calming aroma was perfect. This tea truly merited the name Hresvelg blend. What happens next to Akiran? Petra questioned. As I was stating, my adoptive father has 4 more letters like this one and he is willing to testify against him. Rhea had an ambivalent and painful expression on her face. And yet this is probably not enough. How so? Edelgard was holding back her frustration. How familiar are you with Fodlan's laws regarding slavery? Rhea addressed both Edelgard and Petra with her counter-question. There was a brief pause. And eventually, Rhea answered her own question to break the silence. Firgus has made slavery illegal in regards to the people of Duskur and Sreng after the tragedy of Duskur. The Alliance always traded with prisoners of war with Elimra, and until a decade ago, the Empire used to trade with Brigidian slaves. Since Brigid has become a vassal state, all the people of Brigid are classified as second-class citizens of the Empire. Hence why poor Petra's quarters are in the commoner dormitories despite her being royalty. They are not equal, but at least they are protected from slavery, unlike the Dodons who are persecuted around the continent. Petra nodded. Duke Girth had been telling me everything in regards to Fodlan law. I am afraid my uncle was a poor teacher. Why weren't there any books in the palace library about slavery? It was probably my uncle doing it. Well, Miss Hresvleg, now you know. But there might be one crucial aspect of which neither of you is aware. As soon as slaves convert to the Holy Church, they are to be freed and given the status of second-class citizens. No believer of Syros on Fodlan grounds should be shackled. My predecessors fought for this achievement. And that's why there are illegal slave businesses on the black market where this rule goes unnoticed. So if you have proof that we are dealing here with a black market operation, then it is enough to condemn him. Edelgard finished for Rhea. Precisely, although given the illegal almost untraceable nature of such operations and how easily he could have brought witnesses. Means we are having difficulties bringing him to justice. Rhea's sentence ended with Petra's words. Rhea continued, if I believe your words over those of my cardinals, then Akiran must have become influential enough to buy at least half of the church's council. So catching him at an event where he refused to give the people he sold the chance to convert will be difficult. But it's not impossible. House Regan had their own investigations in regards to Akiran operations. We could request the old Duke's help in addition to Duke Girth's testimony and the letters, it should be enough to warrant. No, Lady Hresvelg, it won't stop him from being your professor. At least for the moment. He remains innocent until proven guilty. Yet, to our advantage, this allows me to keep more of an eye on him and the rumors around him will hurt his reputation. However, if we don't find anything on him, that would reflect very poorly on the two of you and Duke Girth. A public apology would be the least of your problems. Edelgard suppressed the urge to curl her fingers into a fist. Petra saw the subtle expression on Edelgard's face and gently took her hand. If that's all, Archbishop, then we will be leaving. Petra said. There is one more thing, if Akiran is the kind of person we suspect him to be, then it is best not to antagonize him. I promise the two of you that I will try what I can in my position as Archbishop to help you. Rhea made a humble bow, and the two girls returned the bow as they left. What do you think? Petra asked Edelgard once they were out of reach. I don't know. Claude's grandfather has been the one to lead countless investigations against House Phlegathon. Yet, despite his best efforts, the late Duke Regan remained unable to banish Akiran for his deeds. I wonder what kind of character Claude is. Will he help us accomplish what his grandfather failed to do? I can't speak for Claude, but at least we are pressuring the weather vane with the investigations. You heard Rhea, should the investigations be fruitless, then we are in deep trouble. Fruitless? Petra gave Edelgard an innocent look. It means we need results. Edelgard explained. In our case, it's damning evidence that shows him breaking the law. Somehow I believe he will give us more than enough evidence depending on how he treats us. He is our professor for now. Should he abuse us, that could suffice for an official complaint to the Archbishop. Edelgard said nothing. That would be nice if Akiran publicly overstepped and made a huge blunder, but why would someone who went to such great troubles to establish himself as a professor do such blunders that will cost him everything? Edelgard. Petra asked. You look like you are having a thought. Yes, it's just I doubt Akiran will make any major blunders. This entire thing is too well planned. Oh, if it is not my two favorite new students. From the large hallway, they heard an unfamiliar voice approach. A man wearing a large yellow robe, a sign of the Alliance, golden hair, and a twirling mustache, slowly walked toward them. Once he reached them, he whispered, "How was your meeting with the Archbishop?" Edelgard and Petra responded with cold, icy silence. I am not knowing how this is of any relevance to you, Professor. Petra said. Your well-being is always relevant to me, Petra. Enough, Professor, tell us why you are here or else we will be going. Academy starts tomorrow, meaning today Petra and I are free to do what we please. So upfront and rude, aren't you, Miss Hresvelg? Edelgard sighed as she clutched Petra's arm and they were about to leave. The lecture starts tomorrow morning at the first ray of sunshine, Akirin cautioned them. Don't be late. Edelgard and Petra both glanced at him with contempt. How are we supposed to arrive this early in the morning? Edelgard asked. This I cannot tell you. You are the clever students, figure it out for yourself. Upon hearing his disgusting retort, both girls wandered away from him. He is giving me, Petra hunted for the word. The creeps. Edelgard finished for her. Edelgard's thoughts gradually shifted away from Akirin and toward her classmates. How do we get Bernadetta or Linhard to come this early to the lecture? She asked Petra. I can handle Linhard. I have met him quite a few times when he came by to visit with his father. Petra offered. And I will handle Bernadetta. This does sound like a plan. Well then, now that this is concluded, shall I be your guide around the monastery? I would be liking that greatly. Petra nearly made a jump of joy. First, allow me to start by explaining where we are. We are on the first floor of the monastery's main building. The Archbishop's office is right ahead past the massive wooden and iron door. On this floor are Professor Hanneman's, Manuela's, and I assume Akirin's quarters. But the captain of the Knight of Ceros should also be here. Although, Hubert's reports indicate the last captain passed away recently, so the office is empty. Petra looked around in amazement. This place is quite to my liking. That's nice to hear, Petra. I hear the library is also here on this floor, but I haven't gotten around to visiting it yet. Edelgard's mind dozed off until, wait, Petra, her young companion stepped inside Professor Hanneman's room. A contraption on the entrance door started to click and a purple light emerged showing absolutely nothing. What kind of room is this? This, my child, is the birthplace of crestology. I am a crest researcher, my name is Hanneman. I am also tasked with teaching the Blue Lions for the upcoming year. Hanneman looked at the purple light. My child, it appears you are born without a crest. If our world wouldn't place such significance on them then I'd say you were born lucky. Yet, due to your gender, you avoided the worst kind of exploitation, so in this you are truly fortunate. Professor Hanneman, we must leave. I bid you a wonderful day. Edelgard stood at the edge of the room with no intention of coming in, and letting the church know about her two crests. Please, Petra, would you kindly come this way? Hanneman turned away from his books to face them. Petra, as in Petra McNeary. And you? Ashen hair and lavender eyes? You must be Edelgard von Hresvelg. Hanneman performed a deep bow. I am honored to meet you two highnesses. Edelgard barely paid him any attention, her primary anxiety was entering his room. All the while, Petra searched through his laboratory with the innocent eyes of a puppy. Please Petra, just follow my command and leave. Are you perhaps interested in the power of your crest? Edelgard's mind screamed in agony, no I am not. I know all too well how ugly my power is. As a response, Edelgard stared at him incomprehensibly. I suppose you are not interested then. You can meet me whenever you change your mind. A few seconds passed, and Petra was finished with her inspection. With a bright smile on her face, she left Hanneman's office, while Edelgard felt a bit empty inside. We can continue our tour. Let us go outside. Edelgard longed for some fresh air. After 5 more minutes, they reached the courtyard where the classes are located. It was the same courtyard Ignatz was painting in. Just like yesterday, he was there trying to complete his masterpiece. However, unlike yesterday, Ignatz's eyes shot wide upon seeing her approach. In just a few seconds, he gathered his things and ran off. Words could not describe the pain Edelgard experienced at seeing him do so. Why is he afraid of me? All I said was that I don't want him to throw his life away when he has a far better career ahead of him. Once she looked at the place Ignatz used to be a moment ago, she saw that he had left his paintbrush behind. I will return this later to him. And so Edelgard found a new resolve. In the meantime, Petra seemed to be scouting the area. She looked behind the bushes. at the windows and even made small steps inside the different classrooms. I can see the classrooms aren't that much different from one another. The color and banner are different, but aside from having details be different. You are correct, Petra. From a distance, they overheard a conversation. So Lawrence, now it's your turn to try and charm a girl. Just watch, Sylvain, Lawrence Hellman Gloucester won't fail at this task. Petra, on the count of 3, we run. Edelgard took her hand and started to count down. 1. 2. Wait, Lady Edelgard, what did he mean by charm? In Brigid, we use good luck charms to wish someone fortune in battle. 3. Petra followed closely behind Edelgard as they ran. Nonetheless, they ran into Lawrence on the way. Upon impact, all 3 of them ended up on the ground. Ah, that hurt, Lawrence groused. Wait, you 2 are from Akiran's class. What about it? Edelgard asked. The tension was as sharp as a blade. One wrong remark and she would go. I can't believe that Akiran would be accepted as a teacher after the countless problems he caused for my family. Lawrence schemed at them with sadness in his eyes. Wait, Edelgard was perplexed at this revelation. But why did Count Gloucester protect him when Akiran caused him so much trouble? Lawrence went closer and whispered in her ear. Power and influence, despite, no, because of his shady dealings, he has become quite popular within the Alliance. And because Father was next to replace Lord Reagan as leader of the Round Table. He looked the other way and protected Akiran. Edelgard whispered back. Petra nodded, giving a sign that she heard everything between them. I apologize on his behalf. Had my father agreed with Duke Regan, then Akiran wouldn't have been able to plague you now. Lawrence kneeled his head deeply before the 2. After a moment of silence, he went back to Edelgard's ear and whispered. As Akiran's name suggests, he is a coward, and if he abandons your class, which he will doubtless do when he is forced into a for him hopeless situation, then the church will likely fire him. So we will be exposing him. Petra had moved into ear range. Yes, but I am afraid you need to witness. Should a knight like Alois report Akiran's cowardice to the Archbishop, then this would be a reason for her to fire him. Lawrence, you are brilliant. Edelgard genuinely compliments Lawrence. If I combine this with my initial strategy to use the Iron King bandits to kill Akiran. Yes, I will destroy his reputation instead. A coward that was cast out of the officers' academy. He will become a laughingstock among both the people and the nobility. Petra, being the kind-hearted person that she is, gave Lawrence a hug. From the corner, they saw Sylvain's perplexed amazement at the scene. Knowing that Sylvain wanted to show off against him, Edelgard added insult to injury and made a long formal bow to not only spite Sylvain but also genuinely thank Lawrence. Thank you, Lawrence. Just like that, Edelgard took Petra's hand and the 2 of them departed in the direction of the dining hall. It took them less than 2 minutes to arrive. In the dining hall, Caspar and Ferdinand were locked in a conversation, while Linhard slept, his head lying buried in his food. By the looks of the sweat all over their clothes and faces, they had all trained together. That was a fine training session, Caspar. Dare I say worthy of the noblest of nobles. Yes, it was. We really did well. My old man would be proud. Although I still don't get what this has to do with the noblest of all nobles, but whatever. Caspar gave his opinion. He didn't look nearly as exhausted as Ferdinand, but his clothes were also full of sweat. I know, even I feel exhausted. Ferdinand moved forward and caught his breath. Here. Professor Akiran appeared from the entrance floor and clapped his hands. Since you boys outdid yourselves so marvelously, the lectures for you will begin in the afternoon. However, this is only true for the boys. The girls are dismissed by then since I am going to only teach them in the early morning hours. Before Edelgard could say anything, Ferdinand already protested for her. Professor Akiran, is that really wise? Why do you object? You are clearly fatigued, Ferdinand. You need to rest. Akiran spoke to Ferdinand in an unnaturally warm tone. He obviously sought to win Ferdinand's approval. That won't do at all. I need to surpass Edelgard and have everyone witness my achievement. To their amusement, Edelgard and Petra witnessed that Akiran was struggling to keep his facade intact. He was merely at a loss for words. He cautiously asked. "What do you want, Ferdinand?" "To be lectured at the same time as Edelgard and to show everyone my superiority." "I can offer you a way to show your superiority. At the start of each lecture, you will get the chance to challenge Edelgard to a duel. And she will have to accept it, or else she will be forced to participate in the man's lecture course as well." Ferdinand shook his head. "This still is not enough, Professor. It is my final offer." The fake warmth left Acheron's eyes. Ferdinand looked hesitant. "I accept only if you guarantee that the duels will be fair." "They will be, Ferdinand. They will be fair." Acheron once again put on a fake smile. As Edelgard's gaze pierced into his eyes, she saw bottomless darkness inside of them. "The duels won't be fair, that much is certain. Petra, I have lost my appetite. Let us go somewhere else." "Yes, Lady Edelgard." Edelgard wasn't thinking about where to go, just a nice place where she was free of torment. Even when Acheron will be professor for only a week, it's painful enough. He is not my uncle, that's for sure, and yet another important place in my heart is sullied with the presence of someone like him. "Oh, hello, twin princesses." Claude waved his hand. "Hello, heir to House Regan." Edelgard greeted him in the same casual manner he greeted her. "This is new. Are you sure you're all right, princess?" "Yes, I am, future duke." Claude was trying to hide his annoyance. "So in that case, you won't be able to play this board game with me, your loss." "Listen to him, Petra. He is upset that I won't play his board game with him. I have to admit that the board game does look interesting, but I can't let Claude know that." "Petra." Her companion's curiosity once again took over, and she went to see what the board game was all about. "The Olimrians call it Satrank, but here you know the game is chess. This game is played universally by all strategists." "Oh, so it's just chess." The box for the game did look foreign. "Petra, what color will you take?" Claude asked. "I will take black," she answered. "Fine by me." Edelgard followed the match closely. At first, it looked like Claude had made quite a few mistakes. He lost pawns left and right to Petra. Yet once his field was clear, he checkmated Petra in 12 turns. "You are quite an impressive tactician," Petra praised Claude. "You flatter me, princess. How did you pull that off?" "I was nearly having you." "This is my secret." Claude's eyes winked at her. He is impressive, allowing Petra to take his pawns and then using his towers to finish the job. Once Petra's king was in check, the game was practically over. Claude had aligned his path in such a way that he took out Petra's king with minimal effort. His poor beginnings were all a facade to throw you off balance. Just by watching one game, I feel like I have learned so much about him. "Do you want to meddle in your muscle memory against mine, princess?" Edelgard only responded with silence. "I want to, but at the same time, I can't let him know too much about me. I don't trust him. Not these eyes that burn with too much ambition." So all Edelgard did was decline his offer and move away from him. Edelgard felt hungry and tired. The rest of her day went by without incident. She met with Hubert and told him everything, and then she went to bed early to prepare for the coming week. Chapter 7, Discreet Evil. 13th of Great Tree Moon, 1180 night. Edelgard readied herself to go to bed. She was well aware that tomorrow would be extremely significant, and that in her role as house leader, she would need to be at her physical and mental peak in order to combat Professor Acheron's antics. Around an hour ago, she had visited the underground chamber Rhea showed her and taken a bath. But even at a place like that, where she felt protected, she had to admit that she couldn't stop thinking about what was to come in regard to Acheron. As an influential noble, he likely has access to all kinds of hidden information. His wealth must rival that of one of the 7 great houses, or else the monster masquerading as my uncle wouldn't sit idly by. What is Acheron playing at? Hubert guesses that he wants nothing more than a trophy wife, which seems to be his aim, or else he wouldn't have antagonized Petra and me. His thought process eludes me. Does he think Duke Aegir, Count Hevering, and Count Berglis will be proud of his performances? I am the heir to the throne, but there is a limit as to how much he can reasonably blame me unless he truly has brought most of the church officials. This scenario was something Edelgard did not want to think about. Is Rhea that weak to allow corruption in her organization to go rampant? Regardless of the fact that I start to respect her a bit, she also is incompetent when the people truly need her. If what my father and the Hresvelg records told me are true, then Rhea is thousands of years old. She does strike me as someone experienced, but even the best craftsmen and politicians become worse when they rest on laurels. I just hope Rhea manages to lead a fruitful investigation. Petra made sure that this procedure is finally on its way. If the system can't deal with someone like Akiran, then it's time to make a new system, but for now, we all have to endure the pain that it brings. At least he doesn't have any dirt on me or Petra. As much as Lord Arundel hates me, he sees the value of having me around. But for poor Bernadetta and Dorothea things might be different. Whatever Akiran might try, I need to be a pillar of strength to them and protect them from his abuse. I already know what it is like to suffer every day for someone's sick, twisted amusement, but Dorothea and Bernadetta should never have to experience the horrors I have experienced. Edelgard's mind turned to Dorothea and Bernadetta. Both of them went through tough horrors on their own. Dorothea's small outburst flashed before Edelgard's eyes. For the Academy's sake, it better stay that way. I worked to the bone to get here. This one sentence Dorothea said stuck in Edelgard's mind. There was so much anger in them. Dorothea had accepted work for Hubert, but even a noble such as him is unable to pay the required fortune that is needed to study here as a commoner. I hope Dorothea didn't do anything too dangerous or stupid. As much as I wish I could protect everyone under my care, the cold, harsh reality is that I can't. Regardless, I need to be prepared for any eventuality. I will do my best to shield my fellow classmates until the very end. And this will only end in one way, with Akiran being dismissed as our professor, and later I will deal with him on a more personal level by taking away everything he stole from others. And with that, Edelgard went to bed. She slowly calmed her thoughts. She was more than ready to fight monsters like her uncle and Akiran until the very end. Imperial Year 117. After a long journey, Edelgard and her uncle have reached their destination. Their carriage arrived at the magnificent entrance gates of the capital. Lord Arundel. The carriage came to a halt when the city guards intervened. What is it? Why are we stopping? Her uncle had closed his eyes for the rest of the journey. He still looked quite tired and bored as he woke up and exited the carriage to speak with the guardsman. Meanwhile, Edelgard was overjoyed to return after everything he had promised her. Finally, I get to see my mother and father. Little Elle's heart was pounding with excitement. Her eyes were fixated on the guards. She couldn't wait to be allowed past them and to be reunited with her family and to be held by her parents' warm embrace. I'm curious about what my mother looks like. Edelgard envisioned a stunning woman who was both gentle and powerful. Someone whom she wanted to be with for her whole life. A strong guardian and role model like her father and uncle. A mother that would show her the beauty of the world. What is taking us so long, uncle? Edelgard inquired. Wait in the carriage, Edelgard, her uncle commanded. His tone was akin to a venomous viper. It shocked Edelgard, and so she listened to his command. All Edelgard could see from the carriage window were the terrified faces of the guards. They looked like death itself had come to their doorstep. Her uncle only grinned at the scene before he entered the carriage again, and the driver continued to ride in the direction of the palace. What was this about? Uncle, was it necessary to scare them like the guards like that? Edelgard carefully posed the question to him. Her uncle looked absent as he responded to her. They were making you late to your big reunion, so I had to frighten them a little. There was no warmth when her uncle spoke. Did they make you this angry? Yes, he only said one word to her. As Edelgard leaned out of the carriage, she saw the terrified eyes of the people. They looked uneasy. Among the people, there were strange figures wearing black robes. These people all wore masks to conceal their identities. In the meantime, Edelgard's uncle looked deep in thought. The people all ran inside once they saw the carriage approach, and the black-robed people slowly gathered around the carriage. Run. It's dangerous outside. Edelgard saw how a mother grabbed her child and ran inside the building. Edelgard turned to her uncle. Why is everyone afraid of us? Uncle, what is the meaning of this? Edelgard had mustered all her strength to ask these questions. She gazed at her uncle, expecting an answer. Dear Edelgard, everything is in order, her uncle absent-mindedly answered. His hand waved her question away, while his mind was occupied with something else. Every fiber of Edelgard's being was not satisfied with the answer. In defiance, her hand pulled at her uncle's clothes. She yelled uncle. What Edelgard received from her uncle is a response she never expected. He slapped her with full force, leaving behind a red mark on her pale skin. Edelgard was in pure shock, trying to suppress the inevitable tears. Don't do that ever again, he scolded her. In this brief moment, he looked like a monster of pure unfathomable hatred. She tried to speak, but her voice would not come out and her body began to shake. For the first time in her life, she was terrified of her uncle. Good, you should know where you belong, animal. The voice of her uncle was almost unrecognizable to her. His demeanor reeked entirely of malevolence. In her fear, Edelgard did not utter a sound for the duration of the trip as she leaned out the window. Regardless of which direction she tried to look in, she was met with the same depressing scene. Every person she saw belonged to masked people or was terrified of what was happening right in front of their eyes. When the carriage stopped, Edelgard's uncle grabbed her hand and forced her to keep pace with him. You will see your family again, I promise, he said, an evil grin on his face. No, stop. Edelgard attempted to cry out for help, but her uncle took a bit of cloth and wrapped it around her mouth. I need you to be quiet for now. Let the grown-ups handle things for you. He looked proud of himself when he was finished silencing her. So now it's time to meet this useless Prime Minister and the rest of our allies. Edelgard tried to hatch a plan to escape from her uncle. She knew that she could outrun him when it was necessary. If she tried, her legs would carry her wherever she needed to go. She could disappear. Her mind was overwhelmed with so many different thoughts at once. Who were the guys in the black robes? Why did they wear masks? What has her uncle done? What is happening? From around the corner, Edelgard saw a group of soldiers patrolling around. They looked like they belonged to her father. She waited for the perfect opportunity. Her uncle was focused on getting near the palace as fast as possible. Once collision course with the guards seemed unavoidable, Edelgard took her 2 feet and ran. She ran toward the palace. Her uncle was furious and the guards looked confused. As part of her plan, Edelgard had slowly worked on removing the cloth her uncle had placed around her mouth. While she ran towards the guards, she cried out for help. Please, somebody needs to protect me from this man. She looked back at her uncle, who had a look of mild annoyance on his face as the guards started to corner him. One of the guards recognized Edelgard by her looks. It can't be. Your Highness, is it really you? In the meantime, the other guards had Lord Arundel cornered. You can't run. One of the guards spoke out, but Lord Arundel merely laughed at the scene. His mind was going over how to teach Edelgard a lesson. Everyone stand down, a voice in the distance commanded. And a man the same age as her father approached. He had natural red hair, he was small, and he had gained a lot of weight since Edelgard last saw him around 5 years ago. How good of you to join us, Ludwig. Her uncle smiled. Instantly after, black balls of magic appeared out of nowhere and slammed into all of the guardsmen, punching gaping holes in their flesh. With haste, Edelgard averted her gaze away from the horrific situation. In her shock, she hugged the Duke. She was afraid and needed to feel safe. Please, Duke Aegir, bring me to the palace. Bring me somewhere safe. Protect me. Edelgard pleaded, with tears streaming down her face, to be taken to a safe place. But the Duke seemed as shocked as she was at the brutal scene. He also froze in terror of her uncle. Lord Arundel slowly walked towards them. Duke, may I? He took Edelgard, kneeled before her, and turned her whole body around to take in the brutal scene. I want you to look at this. Edelgard wanted to close her eyes. But when she closed her eyes, she received another slap from him. The pain forced her to open her eyes again. There was blood everywhere, and the soldiers were missing many limbs. It was a pool of blood and gore. The sight was too much for Edelgard, she passed out. 14th of Great Tree Moon, 1180. The first ray of sunshine. Edelgard's eyes opened to the sun's first rays. Her entire body was shaking with fear. In addition to the overwhelming fear she experienced, she also felt physical pain in her chest once she reminded herself of what was to come. A feeling of pure dread overcame Edelgard on facing Akiran. It wasn't as bad as her fear of her uncle, but now she felt like she had more to lose. She was someone now, the leader of the Black Eagles. Someone her peers should look up to, yet Akiran seemed obsessed with taking that away from her. He would do anything he could to destroy Edelgard's reputation. Someone like him would have never made it this far, but he had so much help. Doubtless, Lord Arundel and Duke Aegir helped him get this position, and now they dare feign ignorance about the whole ordeal. What am I to them if not another pawn on the chessboard? All of the other girls from her class slept in the commoner dormitory. Edelgard quickly changed out of her now sweaty night dress and promptly changed into her fresh, spare uniform. Whenever she looked into the mirror and examined her scars, she felt like an object. One marked by her tormentors. Edelgard made her way toward the outside and was rewarded with a breathtaking view of the dawn. The cold morning breeze mixed with the red sky was a lovely moment to take in. Though stunning to behold, the scene gave her no comfort in light of what lay ahead. I have to find Bernadetta and wake her up. Poor kid, she deserves so much better than to be dragged out of her room at this inhumanely early hour. Soon, Edelgard reached Bernadetta's room. The door was heavily fortified, like a fortress. Bernadetta? Are you there? Not a single sound was to be heard coming from Bernie's room. Edelgard used her hand and gently knocked on the door. Please, Bernadetta. The lecture will begin soon. More silence. Edelgard now knocked on the door even harder. Go away. Bernadetta had finally answered Edelgard's plea. But there was still no reaction from her in regard to opening the door. Please, Bernadetta, this is the first day of school. I am certain you will do wonderfully. Why am I lying to her? Edelgard wondered. She wouldn't come out when I told her the truth, and I didn't want to test what a corrupt swine like Akiran would do to punish her. Lady Edelgard? Bernadetta asked. Yes. Can we go together to the classroom? Her voice was almost a whisper. But Edelgard heard her. Of course, that is why I am here. She heard a sigh of relief coming from Bernadetta. If that is so, then please wait a small moment. I need to get dressed. I will wait for you, Edelgard affirmed. After around 10 minutes, Bernadetta was finished. She carefully opened the door to receive a gentle smile from Edelgard. You look great, Bernadetta. Edelgard complimented her. Your Highness thinks I look great. Yes, I do. In truth, her hair is quite messy, but for someone with a father like hers, it is more than understandable why she looks this way. It can't be helped, but for now, she is ready to participate in the classes, and that is all that counts. With Bernadetta following close behind, Edelgard met up with Petra and Dorothea at the classroom entrance. Lady Edelgard, said Petra, bowing before Edelgard. I am afraid the room class will be locked. It's called classroom, Petra. Dorothea corrected her. It's nice to see you and Bern in good health and spirits. Dorothea slowly moved to greet Bernadetta, but she was too frightened and hid behind Edelgard's red cape. Please stay away. Bernadetta cried out. While Edelgard gave Dorothea a telling look to back off for now. All right. Dorothea responded as she took a few steps back. What are we supposed to do next? Petra was curious. We are here at the precise time our professor gave us, but he is nowhere to be found, Edelgard stated. She was unsure what to make of this. I'm tired. Bernadetta stated while she plummeted to the ground. She sat on the green grass, trying to relax. The other three girls felt it too, the tiring feeling of waking up at this extremely early hour. We wait for a few more minutes, Dorothea suggested. And when he doesn't show up? Edelgard cut her off and asked. We will look for him. Petra answered. All three nodded while they sat on the ground, a little bit of distance away from Bernadetta so as not to frighten her. The girls were all smiling. From afar, they saw knights of Syros and various priests walking past them. It was a lovely scene. The knights and priests looked at them with complete confusion on their faces. "Why are all four of you awake at this early hour?" "Our professor has summoned us to attend our lectures," Edelgard responded while she got up from the ground. "I see," the knight answered. "Has your professor forgotten that at this early hour, lectures are prohibited?" Dorothea gave the knight a shocked expression as she questioned, "They are?" "Yes, the times for lectures are set in stone. Only on missions and expeditions is your professor allowed to vary from the times laid out by the academy headmaster, who is currently the archbishop. So our professor has tricked us." Petra put the two and two together. "What has your professor told you exactly?" The knight gave them a confused look. "To stay up at the first ray of sunshine and to wait for him here." Edelgard recalled word to the knight. "This is a clear violation of academy policies. You need to rest, and this is why lectures take place 2 or 3 hours later. Have you visited the dining hall yet?" "No, we have not," Dorothea told him. The knight removed his helmet, and they witnessed a puzzled expression. "Lady Rhea will hear about this. But for now, please grab something to eat at the dining hall." Before walking away in the direction of Rhea's office, he bowed before the girls. "We will be doing that." Petra mimicked him and bowed respectfully. This was strange. Why would Akiran place himself in such a horrible position by lying? Edelgard asked the group while they were on their way to the dining hall. "Edie, let us grab a bite and then obsess over it." Edelgard received a small, comforting smile from Dorothea. "Right, you are Dorothea. The dining hall, we are there. I am going to get us a table." Petra commanded the girls to select their meals from the massive buffet while she looked for an unoccupied, inconspicuous, and secure table that wouldn't frighten Bernadetta. Because Petra had made such a good decision, Edelgard's face lit up with a broad grin. Her choice fell on one charming little table tucked away in one of the corners of the room. Petra received some meat and vegetables from Edelgard, along with a sliver of bread so that she could make some sandwiches with the ingredients. "Thank you, Lady Edelgard. Simply call me Edelgard. You have chosen a fantastic table, Petra." The three of them started to get a few bites in, and they were all pleased with the exquisite taste of the dining hall's ingredients. "It's been a while since I tasted something like this. Ever since Lord Arundel fired all the good cooks from the palace, my food lacked the exquisite taste I had been treated to as a child. This is a wonderful breakfast." A tiny tear left Dorothea's eyes. "So this is the food they are serving us now when the academy has officially started. It's a significant improvement over the previous food we ate here." Edelgard slowly redirected the conversation in the direction of their teacher. "What do you all think about our professor? He lied to us in regards to when his lectures begin. I am still tired. Bernie wants to go back to her room and sleep." Everyone made an effort to put on a happy face for Bernadetta, yet the fatigue among them was plain for all to see. I suppose there's no way of denying it. We all haven't been able to get a good night's sleep because of our so-called professor. Edelgard was the first to breach the subject. "Yes, Edie, you don't beat around the bush. Everyone from the opera company warned me about Akiran, and even here, the rumors that you hear about him around town paint a very grim picture. What is Professor Akiran thinking?" Petra looked tense. "By lying to us and not showing his face to us." A group of knights in polished white armor approached. Among them, there was an important-looking man in a white robe. "As you might see by my rank within the church, I am a cardinal. The church has decided to allow Professor Akiran the early lectures." The man spoke in a condescending tone to them. "Did the archbishop agree to this?" Edelgard kept her cool despite being clearly upset about the news. "Where is our professor?" The stern expression on Edelgard's face demanded an answer. There were some complications that needed ironing out. The archbishop tried to protest against one of our decisions and now things can proceed. Your teacher waits in the classroom. He is disappointed none of you waited for him. You should prepare yourselves for a not-so-warm welcome." All the girls looked at the man with disgust. "Why have you brought the knights with you?" Dorothea asked. "They are supposed to accompany you. Would you please follow them?" The man made a hand gesture and the knights began to surround them. "I am sure that won't be necessary." The voice of an older man was heard. "As a professor, I will accompany them to their room." "Professor Hanneman." Edelgard and the rest of the girls were surprised but then quickly overjoyed to see him. "Yes, child, it's me, and I am quite surprised to see you all awake at this early hour. Manuela and I have only just risen from our slumber. And the lions and deer will start their lectures in 2 hours' time." Hanuman looked around, his gaze eventually landing on the half-eaten plates. Neither of the four had managed to finish their breakfast in time. "Were you intending to take the 4 girls to their teacher without allowing them to finish their breakfast?" The frustration and resentment in his voice were evident. "It's an honor, Professor Hanuman." The cardinal gave Hanuman a fake smile. "Due to my position within the Holy Church, you are unable to question my methods. These girls are to be taken immediately to their professor for their lectures. It doesn't matter whether or not they have finished eating." The man's eyes were those of a viper, and his breath was pure venom directed at intimidating Hanuman. But Hanuman only yawned at him. In defiance, Hanuman gestured to the girls to sit down. "You are aware that the Archbishop and her brother Seeth outrank you. This letter is from Seeth, and it says that our guests, referring to the young Edelgard and Petra, are to be treated with the utmost respect. Do you think it is respectful to not let them finish their meals?" The cardinal's eyes burned with hatred as he stumbled across his words. After what felt like a small eternity, he let out a sigh and commanded, "Fine, finish your meals then." Edelgard realized that for Bernie, the entire conversation was a gigantic roller coaster. She looked afraid, and for the duration of the conversation, she once more tried to hide under Edgard's cape. The knights stood there in defiance while Edelgard and the girls slowly ate their meals. "What is the meaning of this?" Seeth stormed into the dining hall as soon as he laid eyes on the group of knights. He looked at the knights, "Go report to Alois." His demeanor and tone showed how obviously upset he was. "What are the knights doing swarming around the students in the dining hall?" "I gave them the order to escort the students to their professor," the cardinal answered. "When Professor Akiran insists on having his lectures at the first ray of sunshine, then he is supposed to gather his students himself. I don't see how the knights, let alone a cardinal of the church, are supposed to be involved in this matter." Seeth's green eyes were shining with rage. He was on the brink of slapping the cardinal. His hand seemed at the ready. The cardinal turned his back on Seeth without uttering a word. Seeth, however, wasn't satisfied. He grabbed the man and slapped him. Afterward, he took the man outside and further questioned him. In response to Seeth's shout, the girls' expressions brightened. They all smiled at each other, and even Bernadetta continued to eat her food as if nothing had transpired. Hanuman sat next to the girls. The food he selected for his meal was rather plain. Eventually his eyes locked to Edelgard and Petra. "Please keep in mind that you can always come to me for help in the event that Professor Akiran engages in behavior that causes you concern. In addition, I want you all to take your time. Once you are finished, I will accompany you to your professor and see to it that everything is in order." "Thank you, Professor Hanuman, for everything." Edelgard gave him the brightest smile she had given anyone in a long time. "It's nice to have such an upstanding man be a professor at this school. Although this makes me curious about why he left the empire behind. If it was because of the corruption dwelling within, then I might find a long-lasting ally in him." Roughly half an hour passed, and the girls' stomachs were full, and they were ready to slowly make their way to the classroom. On their way, Professor Hanuman shared with them stories about Crestology and history. After 2 minutes, they arrived in the classroom. Professor Akiran looked dumbfounded. "Surprised to not see the knights with your students?" Hanuman questioned Akiran. Akiran did not say a word. He instead turned around to face Bernadetta. "You there, Bernadetta, tell me where the knights have gone that I sent your way." The shy girl shrieked and hid behind Edelgard's cape again. "Please. Don't ask me. Miss Varley here is a bit shy. Let me answer your question on her behalf." Hanuman looked Akiran in the eyes. He spoke with him while the latter was desperately trying to avoid eye contact. "The knights have been sent away by Seeth, and the cardinal is currently being reprimanded by him. As professors, it's our duty to gather our students ourselves should they not attend our lectures." Akiran finally spoke. He begrudgingly bowed before Hanuman. "I wasn't aware of this. The dear Cardinal Mendoza offered his help to me, and whom was I to refuse such a man? Such a coward. Now he blames the cardinal to save his own skin. When Edelgard looked around, she saw that Dorothea and Petra shared her opinion without voicing it. Hanneman continued. Now you know, and it would behoove you to treat your students properly in the future. His tone was threatening. Akiran looked around frantically. After seeing a few nights pass by, he gradually regained his confidence. Thank you, Hanneman. This will be all. Hanneman gave the girls a reassuring look as he went closer to Edelgard's ears. Don't forget what I told you. Should he try anything, just shout out, child, and Manuela and I will come. Edelgard nodded as she noticed the blank stare she received from Akiran. Moments later, Hanneman shut the door behind him. No one dared to speak up, so the room fell silent. 10 minutes passed until Edelgard spoke up. Professor, I will try to ignore today's events. Can we begin with the lecture? Yes, of course, Miss Hresvelg. I had a lot of things planned. I am afraid that for today I don't feel nearly as well. So we will postpone them until tomorrow. If I may ask what you have planned, Professor? Dorothea tried to pierce through Akiran. This will be a secret. For now we are going to improvise a bit. Who among you knows a bit of Adrestian history? All of the girls raised their hands. What followed was a long and tedious lecture about Wilhelm Paul Hresvelg, Edelgard's first ancestor. Akiran rarely spoke freely. Instead, he mostly read word for word from a massive, dusty old book. By the way he carried himself, he was completely disinterested in teaching them, and he gave occasional looks left and right to check on whether or not someone approached. Is he waiting for his cardinal friends? Edelgard wondered. The rest of the lecture was a pure slog. Edelgard corrected Akiran, or rather the book, at almost every turn. The number of inaccuracies made Edelgard's blood boil. How is such an incomplete and false book allowed to be used as proper material? Every time Edelgard interrupted or corrected Akiran, he got more and more annoyed. Phrases such as, "What is it, Miss Hresvelg?" or the "Praise Edelgard, the all-knowing," he uttered. Edelgard, however, didn't care whatsoever about what he thought about her. Halfway through the lecture, an old man appeared. He used a small wooden staff to support his back. Greetings, I hear your students are unsatisfied. The man quietly looked at Akiran's book, then back to him and to Edelgard. Ah, the young Miss Hresvelg has every reason to be disappointed at your material. You see, the author lived in what would later be known as the Holy Kingdom of Faerghus. His work was written during Lug's rebellion, so it's understandable that the Hresvelgs are not seen in a favorable light. The old man pointed his walking staff at Akiran. May I recommend these books to you? From his mantle he took a bunch of smaller books. I also have the tome you ordered in this package. Ah yes, the tome. Thank you, Dimash. Akiran paid the librarian no mind once he placed the books on the table. Edelgard recognized one of them as the Historical Chronicles of Adrestia, a book she adored reading. The rest of the lecture went by with no problems. Akiran made no attempt to threaten the girls. Due to him reading out of one of her favorite books, Edelgard was less hard on correcting Akiran. All of them pictured the first day with him as far worse. After the lecture, Akiran approached Edelgard. Miss Hresvelg, I promised Ferdinand a duel and he will get it. Edelgard looked confused. She remembered his threat from yesterday. Have you grown tired of me correcting your mistakes, Professor? Akiran was clearly furious. Just wait until tomorrow. He warned her. Trust me, you will regret refusing Ferdinand's challenge. His gaze pierced through Edelgard. By locking eyes, Edelgard saw Akiran for who he is, a coward that got into a position of power by abusing the people around him. Fine, I accept the challenge, but not because you told me to. I'm doing this for Ferdinand. Edelgard marched to the training grounds on her own. There she saw the boys of her class all had gathered. Her retainer went to greet her, but Edelgard ignored him for now. She wanted to get the duel over with as quickly as possible. She grabbed Ferdinand's hand and dragged him to the arena. His expression was one of pure surprise. Edelgard, what are you doing? Grab your weapon, Ferdinand, let's get this over with. Akiran just arrived, and there was sweat on his forehead. You are too fast, Edelgard. The tome Acheron ordered from Tamash was strapped to his belt. When both parties are ready, we will begin. Ferdinand took a wooden training spear, while Edelgard readied her axe. Everyone around them looked in anticipation. Edelgard was thinking of ending their fight in a single decisive strike. It was a bit risky and so she decided against it. Ferdinand was supposed to feel safe and make mistakes. This is how Edelgard managed to leave small and rare scars on the monster that stole her siblings from her. Edelgard took an offensive body stance to throw Ferdinand off guard. Once Acheron gave the signal, Ferdinand rushed at her. His spear was aimed like a magical projectile, directly at her. Edelgard reflected blow for blow, but she refused to counter. She waited for Ferdinand to feel overconfident. Eventually, Edelgard found herself with her back against the corner. And there it was, the opening. She struck Ferdinand with full force. The blow knocked his weapon right out of hand. Ferdinand looked confused and embarrassed, but Professor Acheron merely handed him another spear. Yet before he could catch the spear, Edelgard pushed Ferdinand to the ground and held her wooden axe against his throat. "You have lost, Ferdinand. I suppose this time you bested me, Edelgard, but wait until tomorrow. I won't allow you to disarm me so easily next time." Edelgard sighed in relief. The first day wasn't the nightmare she expected. She looked at Hubert and went over to him. "Be warned, his lectures will bore you. Boredom I can deal with. Are you unharmed, Lady Edelgard? After everything we heard about him, I am relieved and surprised to see you in such good health." "I am fine, Hubert. We will talk about it later." Acheron then gave them their marching orders, telling the boys, "Come with me to your classroom." Edelgard had a trouble-free afternoon and evening after that. Her servant came back to her after a few hours, and in the meantime, she spent a lot of time with Dorothea and Petra. They socialized with one another by drinking tea and eating lunch in the dining hall. The trio was braced for much worse. If only the students knew what their professor had in store for them. 15th of Great Tree Moon, 1180. Edelgard was in high spirits as she marched to her classroom. She had almost gotten used to the early hours of the morning. Seeing the dawn was a lovely experience. Like yesterday, there was a bit of force necessary to wake up Bernadetta. But soon, even Bernie was ready to depart for her lectures. On their way to the classroom, they ran into Dorothea and Petra. Both of them looked tired but much less than yesterday. On their way to the classroom, there was nothing but silence. After all, it was early morning. Only the most devout monks and nuns were awake. Once they reached their classroom, they stared at a group of fully armed knights, standing inside the room as living statues. "Don't feel frightened. Please come inside. Are these the same knights you sent after us yesterday?" Edelgard demanded to know. "Some of them are," Acheron answered. "Would you please come inside? We don't have all day," he commanded. Bernadetta was visibly struggling to get inside. But Edelgard patted her on the head, reassuring her, "I am here for you." Bernadetta made small steps inside. She decided to sit right next to Edelgard this time in the place Dorothea had occupied yesterday. "So there is an important topic I wish to discuss today." Acheron gestured to one of the knights to close the door. The knight did so and locked the door with a key. "What is the meaning of this?" Dorothea jumped out of her seat. "You will learn about this soon enough. Now sit, street urchin." Acheron's expression twisted to an evil smirk. "You all think yourselves so clever. Tell me, Miss Hresvelg, what topic do we have today?" Edelgard refused to answer his question. In defiance, she shook her head. Acheron went over to the board and he drew a single word on its sins. "You all have sinned on this, the majority of cardinals, and I agree." "You mean those you paid to serve you?" Dorothea chimed at him. "Shut up, whore." Acheron took out his tome, it glowed purple and the knights drew their swords and aimed them directly at the students. "There isn't a kind of magic I am not familiar with." Edelgard went closer to Acheron. "Regardless of what you plan to unleash here, you won't get away with it." For a small moment, Acheron hesitated. But then he went closer and whispered into her ears. "Lord Arundel is an excellent business partner, he told me everything about you, princess. Will you risk blowing your cover?" Edelgard kept her cool, but internally, she was shaken by this development. He had just confirmed her worst fears. You can probably take me in a fight, but can you take these full armored knights as well without a weapon? And he once again went closer to her ear. And can you live with your secret becoming public? The look on your patron's face once she discovers how you were planning on using her will be priceless. Lady Rhea forgives nobody. Not even members of House Hresvelg. Edelgard went for the dagger in her pockets. She aimed for his devilish tongue. Do it. Acheron looked at her. Should I die today, my associates will release all the dirt I found on you and the other girls into the world. He walked past Edelgard to approach Dorothea. On the topic of sins, yours is lust. You lusted for money and slept with some of the wealthiest nobles to get here. How much coin does a single night with you cost? Edelgard looked at Dorothea. She was trying to hide the shame she felt. Dorothea, look at me. Once her friend looked at Edelgard, she told her without words to stay strong and not give in. Did I tell you to look away? Acheron slapped Dorothea. Petra and Edelgard readied themselves to murder Acheron. Don't dare of striking my friend again. Petra warned him. From her wrist, she aimed for her dagger. I am advising you to not antagonize the Princess of Brigid. Acheron walked over to her. Right, you are a princess. He paused and made a little bow. Afterwards, he spits on Petra's feet. You are the princess of a vassal state. And let me tell you something, we Faudlanes despise you and your kind. Stupid invaders. His arm went to strike at Petra, but Edelgard grabbed his arm before it touched her. Say one more word and I will break your arm. The knights moved closer. A fight looked as it was about to start. But to Edelgard's surprise, it was Acheron who ordered his men to stand down. I know what you are. He whispered his poison into Edelgard's ears. In response, she pushed him away. Let us talk about your sins, Miss Varley. He turned to face Bernadetta. You are a coward that is even too bad to be married off. I could arrange a marriage for you. After a few drinks with your father, I am sure that we will find a suitable partner for you. Every word Acheron spoke pushed Edelgard and Petra further and further into doing something they would later regret. Acheron had made sure that nobody would be here at this hour. It was a trap and Edelgard just walked into it after his pathetic display yesterday. Everyone gazed at Acheron. But he seemed to relish what he was about to say next. The people you slept with, dear Dorothea, are all willing to testify and ruin your sweet precious reputation and that of your precious Middle Frank Opera House. Unless you behave. Dorothea tried her best not to keep her composure but she struggled quite heavily. She plumbed to her seat and she was silent. Edelgard whispered into Acheron's ears. Your death will be a painful one. Acheron tried to look unfazed but for a brief moment, he stopped with the torture. The guards all looked in confusion. And from the outside they heard sounds. They were footsteps. Acheron's face twisted to the shy and annoyed teacher they had seen yesterday. Someone knocked on the door. Dear Edelgard, are you all right? Can you tell Professor Acheron to open the door? It was Professor Hanneman's voice. He sounded worried. With a small wave of hand, Acheron gestured his men to return to their guard positions as he took his keys and unlocked the door to the classroom. Acheron was annoyed by Hanneman. What is it? Can't you see I am lecturing them? Hanneman inspected the room. His eyes wandered around. Eventually they rested on the board and he read the words sins and lust out aloud. May I ask what subject you have taught them? Religion, the tenets of the Syros faith, Acheron answered in a monotone voice. But from his expression, it was clear to Edelgard that he had prepared for such an eventuality. I see. Hanneman turned around to Dorothea. And may I inquire why she has a scarlet bruise on her face? You haven't done any physical activities, so why does she look like this? Acheron turned to Bernadetta. She cowered behind Dorothea and was still processing what had transpired in the last hour ever since they entered the classroom. Acheron looked back and forth to the girls and then to Hanneman when he spoke. I am afraid poor Dorothea frightened Bernadetta and in her self-defense she struck back. Hanneman ignored Acheron's lies as he inspected both girls. The two of them were frightened, and Hanneman recognized this. The room went dead silent. I will speak with Seath about this later. For now, I want you to know why you need so many knights guarding the classroom. Akiran yawned at the question. I am an important man and I require protection. I have already gotten the allowance from the cardinals to bring my personal guard wherever I need them. You must have many enemies if you need so many guardsmen. Hanuman shot at Akiran. All Akiran did in response was a smirk. What can I say? I am rather famous. Edelgard wanted to vomit at Akiran's reaction. So what now, Hanuman? May I continue my lectures? Akiran asked in an arrogant manner. Not so fast, Hanuman gestured. I'm also here for another purpose. Lady Rhea requests a conversation with your students. What could the Archbishop want? Akiran inquired. This is not for your ears. So will you allow them all to leave? Hanuman now smirked at Akiran, who looked furious but was ultimately too craven to do anything against Hanuman. Fine, you all are dismissed. Akiran made a dismissive gesture to get them to leave. Bernadetta was the first to run outside, and Hanuman quickly went to look after her. From the inside, Edelgard heard Hanuman consoling her. Just a moment. Akiran once more moved to Edelgard's ear and whispered his poison. One wrong word to the Archbishop and your secrets will be revealed. Edelgard was done with his threats. She pretended she didn't hear him and moved on as if he was a pebble on the wayside. Rhea's office door suddenly appeared before them. They weren't in a hurry to get to her. Once they were there they smelled the delicious smell of fresh cake, cookies, and newly brewed tea. Wonderful to meet you all in person. For those whom I haven't had the chance to meet, my name is Rhea. She gestured for them all to take place on the large terrace. Edelgard and the rest of the girls made a humble bow, the exception was Bernadetta who looked both in awe and confusion. You must be the young Miss Varley. I must say you are nothing like the reports mentioned. Bernadetta kept her calm at the smell of the tea and fresh cookies. Lady Rhea, why have you called for us? Is there a reason for this meeting? Edelgard was curious. Are you eager to return to Professor Akiran's lectures? Rhea asked innocently, but the girls all displayed disgust at the prospect of returning to his lecture. Rhea quickly caught wind of their expressions, but she remained silent until she asked. Who wants some tea? And please eat from the cake as well. Edelgard and Bernadetta refused to take their eyes off Rhea. Thoughts were racing through her head. Do I tell her the truth? What if Akiran merely bluffs? Would someone like him bluff? What should I tell Rhea? Edelgard, are you feeling all right? Rhea gently touched her forehead. Is there something you want to talk about with me? When all eyes turned to Edelgard, the once lively room fell silent. After a minute of silence, Rhea continued, well, the reason why I want to talk is a letter from the old Duke Regan. In it, he advised using caution when dealing with Akiran. He also told me that Akiran's wealth comes from the slave trade and that the round table meeting in the coming 4 months will once more be about him and the prospect of his banishment from Alliance lands. So he is wishing Akiran gone from the Alliance. Petra joined in the conversation. Yes, young Miss McNeary. Rhea responded with the usual softness of her voice. But this is still 4 months away. Dorothea faltered her hands into a small prayer. I don't know if I can take 4 months with someone like him as our professor. Rhea was silent, she saw the troubled expression on Dorothea's face. If it's too much for you I will allow you to transfer classes. No, I can't do that to my classmates. Dorothea refused vehemently. Edelgard was proud of her. Just hold on for a week, by the time of the first mission I will expose him as the coward he is. Edelgard focused on the first mission. Lady Rhea, is it true that each month we will participate on missions with our professor? What would happen if our professor were to abandon his students in the midst of a mission? Rhea gave Edelgard a bright smile as she enjoyed the idea. If Akiran were to run away and abandon you, then I would have to punish him. Depending on the severity, throwing him out might be among the appropriate punishments. Dorothea's eyes lit up. So I don't have to wait 4 months. If Professor Akiran abandons his students in the middle of a fight, then this is reason enough for me to replace him, Rhea repeated. Be warned, if you abandon him, you'll get punished instead by him. The girls nodded. On that note, I want to talk about the first assignment. Since Edelgard is the house leader, I feel confident that I can all give you this information. There is a band of thieves called the Iron King's Thieves. This band pillages certain villages within the Ogmaha Mountains. Count Hevering asked the knights for support on this matter. He fears the Empire's military would be too ineffective in dealing with the bandits. So he requests a small squad of elite fighters. And I will send you, my students and their professors, alongside Eloise, and a handful of knights. For this month every class will participate in the same mission. This is the perfect opportunity. Just like Hubert predicted, I will direct the Iron King bandits to attack Akiran, and he will run away like the coward he is and lose his precious position. With that, he should lose my uncle's favor. How are you going to tell whether or not we ran away or it was our professor? Dorothea asked, her voice almost a small whisper. Eloise and the knights I selected for this mission are fiercely loyal to me. They will tell the truth. Rhea gave them a reassuring look that these knights were to be trusted. There were so many topics Edelgard wanted to talk about. But she decided it was best to leave as soon as possible. She didn't want Akiran to reveal any secrets that may have hurt her classmates. And telling Rhea would most certainly result in Akiran running off his mouth. Petra looked at Edelgard and she felt the same way about this. She didn't want Akiran to run off his mouth and hurt her fellow peers. They nodded at each other. In the meantime, Bernadetta was speechless and unable to say anything. She was nervous and seemed too afraid to reveal anything to Rhea. Lady Rhea, thank you for the hospitality, but we need to go. Edelgard bowed before Rhea as she prepared herself to leave. The other girls referred to her as they prepared themselves to leave alongside her. Wait a second, Edelgard. I promise we won't discuss Akiran unless one of you specifically requests it. Rhea's voice was sincere. Please, you all just stay here and spend the rest of your lecture with me. I can see from the looks of it that this is what you all prefer. This is quite generous of you, Lady Rhea. Edelgard and the others bowed before her, and then they took their seats again. Time just flew by as they tasted the delicious tea and ate a bit of the cake and cookies. They talked about a lot of things, and Akiran was the only thing they didn't talk about. Once they departed, Akiran stood at the entrance to the Archbishop's chambers. His body language betrayed his anger and frustration at the Archbishop's action. Why did you all take so long? Oh, it's you, Akiran. The girls and I had a little talk. Rhea slowly approached Akiran. There was a twitch in her mouth, and her otherwise relaxed motion began to take on the savagery of a predator stalking its prey. Akiran's expression changed to one of terror as she whispered into his ears. Edelgard had tried to eavesdrop on what Rhea was saying to him, but she ended up just staring in awe at how effective Rhea's threats had been. I assume this will be all? Rhea questioned. No, there is still one more thing. And I require Edelgard's attention for it. For her own sake as house leader, I set up duels between her and Ferdinand to keep her skills sharp. Would you kindly come along with me? Akiran knelt in front of them in respect. Without speaking a word, Rhea conveyed to Edelgard that she did not have to leave if she did not wish to. It's all right, Lady Rhea. So, whenever Akiran fears someone, he will treat them with the appropriate respect, but he will secretly plot behind their back. What a disgusting parasite. 10 minutes had passed until Edelgard stood once more at the training grounds, ready to face Ferdinand. He already had his spear in hand, and he appeared to have practiced before her arrival. You won't disarm me so easily again, Edelgard, his eyes burned with passion. I admire your spirit, Ferdinand. Once you are ready, feel free to come at me. The fight started when Akiran waved his hand. The focus of Ferdinand's attention was on her. Edelgard fought valiantly and deflected his blows as he attempted to disorient her with his spear, which he had aimed at her legs in an effort to knock her off balance. In order to throw her off guard, Ferdinand would occasionally and purposefully pause to look for gaps in Edelgard's defense. All the while, his guard was up as he expected a counter-attack from Edelgard. Unlike last time, Ferdinand didn't underestimate his opponent, and so Edelgard was also prepared for him. Suddenly, Edelgard saw an ominous, almost invisible, dark orb appear right before her eyes. The orb was aimed at her back. Only my uncle and his ilk employ these kinds of spells. It appeared as though Ferdinand and the other spectators are unable to see the orb that is coming closer to Edelgard. I need to evade the spell at any cost. Ferdinand saw Edelgard's distress, and therein he saw his opening. His attacks grew more and more relentless, backing Edelgard into a corner. A corner with no escape, or so he had hoped. Edelgard had been pushed with her back against the wall so many times. For the past couple of years, this has been her day-to-day experience. Once her head touched the cold stone of one of the corner pillars, her Flame Emperor self took over and she treated Ferdinand no differently than Lord Arundel. Her crest of Ceros materialized and put him on the defensive. Edelgard grabbed Ferdinand when she saw the ball coming and thought about using him as a shield. But at the last opportunity, she realized what she was about to do, and she pushed herself and him to the ground. They dodged the purple orb at the last second. Once on the ground, Edelgard placed her axe at Ferdinand's throat in the same manner she did yesterday. "I've won again, Ferdinand." As a result of their fight, she was drenched in sweat. "I hope you take pride in the fact that you put up a good fight." Ferdinand said nothing as he looked at her in shame and anger. "I almost had you." "Almost, Ferdinand. Now let me help you get up." Edelgard extended her hand to him, and he reluctantly took it. "I can't wait for tomorrow." "Thank you, Edelgard, for indulging me." Ferdinand made a slight bow and disappeared into the group. Edelgard looked at the group. Linhard was sleeping, and Caspar was all fired up by the duel. This was amazing. "You are crazy strong, Edelgard." Caspar complimented her. "Thank you, Caspar." In the meantime, Hubert went to her ear and whispered, "Lady Edelgard, we need to talk after the lecture." After noticing that Akiran was watching them, Edelgard nodded her retainer in agreement. Chapter 8, To Survive the Darkness. 15th of Great Tree Moon, 1180 afternoon. Edelgard was out shopping with Dorothea and Petra in tow. Following the dreadful lecture that the girls were forced to sit through, they broke into a smile. They stood at the marketplace, and Petra went on ahead to check on the market while Dorothea turned to Edelgard. "Say, Edie, is Hubie always like this?" "Like what?" "You know." Edelgard's eyes revealed that she fully understood what Dorothea was referring to. Ultimately, it was Edelgard who posed the question. "Cold and distant." Dorothea confirmed her answer with an affirmative nod. "He is a big softy on the inside, but he has a hard shell to crack. You can't exactly chat with him about feelings." There was a lack of focus in Edelgard's gaze as she continued. "He pushes everyone who even dares speak about the subject away. I can't fathom how you deal with him every single day. He is sometimes nice to talk to when I need his help or sound advice, but he is not the kind of guy you ask on a date. From the time he was a young boy, he had trouble letting his guard down around new people. He was beaten as a child and then trained to be my bodyguard. It is in his psyche. No matter how hard I try to get him to see us as equals, he always refers to his instincts. Without a heartbeat, Hubert would perish for me." This all sounds rather dramatic. But I get where you are coming from. You are the next emperor. There are few people that are as important to the future as you. Edelgard was trying to meet Dorothea's gaze, but she flinched away. The burden of an emperor is to stand alone and lead the entire empire. Chronicles of Adrestia. The words started to hollow in Edelgard's mind. There aren't many people in the world who can look me straight in the eyes outside of Petra. Because of my position, I will always alienate the people whose support I require the most. Dorothea whispered, "I understand now why Hubert is the way he is. Anyone who harbors romantic feelings for you, well, they're in for a pretty complicated life." Dorothea's words plunged a knife into her heart. "Did I upset you, Edie?" "No, you did not." Edelgard lied. "It's just that Hubert isn't the kind of guy whom I am romantically interested in." She paused, contemplating whether or not to tell Dorothea. "And I want to be loved." "Everyone wants to be loved, Edie. There isn't a single person who doesn't." Dorothea gave Edelgard a warm smile. "So, did you find anything you like?" "Honestly, Dorothea, although I have known Hubert since I was a child, I don't know what he wants for a birthday present." "Does he have any preferences?" Dorothea asked. "I cannot recall him ever relaxing at the palace. He was always there for me, but he rarely talked about hobbies or smiled. Not that there was anything we could smile about." "Well then, Edie, We will just have to look around and see whether or not we find anything. 7 feet away from Petra, who was looking at the local weapons. She held a dagger whilst she chatted with the weaponsmith. "This is excellent craftsmanship," Petra complimented the merchant. "It's a dagger from Dada, a special delivery for one of the knights." From among the shadows, a darker-haired archer appeared. She wore an elegant outfit resembling that of a mercenary. Petra's reaction to the mercenary's sudden appearance was to grip the dagger she had just drawn. "You've got fine instincts," the mercenary complimented her. "Could you please hand over the dagger? It's a special order made for me." Petra nodded and handed her the dagger. The dark-haired mercenary looked around, aimed at a straw puppet 10 feet away, and threw the dagger. The dagger landed right between the eyes. "Bullseye," the mercenary commented. "You have incredibleness." "I am incredible," the female mercenary corrected her. To everyone's surprise, she made a respectful bow before Petra. "It's an honor to meet you, princess." When she noticed Edelgard coming closer, she quickly corrected herself and added the word princesses. Her gaze wandered from Petra to Dorothea and then to Edelgard before she introduced herself. "My name is Shamir. I work for Lady Rhea. We are honored to meet you. Are you interested in one day lending your strength to the Empire?" "No thanks, I still have my debt to pay and then I am free, yet somehow I doubt I will be accepted with open arms in the Empire." Edelgard's eyes widened. "And why should that be?" "She is coming from Dada," Petra answered for Shamir. Shamir nodded at Petra. "You are correct, princess. I'm from Dada, and the Adrestians have every reason to be wary of my kind after the Dada/Brigid War. I'll have you know that I am not like the other Adrestians." Edelgard spoke confidently to Shamir. "I don't care where you come from, but only about what you are going to do. Should you find yourself without an employer, know that in my empire, those with talent will always have a place there." Shamir gave Edelgard a slight smile as she moved on to discuss the price of the dagger with the weaponsmith. "Do you want to look for a weapon as well?" Petra asked Edelgard. "I do not intend to." At that moment, Edelgard's eye was drawn to a shattered, corroded silver blade. She felt as though she had stepped out onto a battlefield after touching it. A young mercenary with violet hair materialized before her and charged headfirst toward her with all her strength. "Where am I?" From Edelgard's perspective, she no longer stood at the marketplace but instead participated in a battle between two experienced mercs. The sword from before was in her hand. To her surprise, the sword was intact and without rust. It felt like Edelgard was within the body of someone else. Without doing anything, she struck at her assailant and disarmed her with ease. The girl was soon out of breath. Edelgard's body went for the killing blow. "Edelgard! Lady Edelgard, 80. She heard the voice of her friends echoing in the distance. She grabbed her head as she experienced the worst headache she ever felt. The scenery before her eyes vanished, and she once again stood in the marketplace. Her friends shook her whole body. Even Shamir looked nervous, and the blacksmith eyed Edelgard. "Kid, are you feeling well?" "I am all right," Edelgard insisted. "Edie," Dorothea hugged her, "you looked like you've seen a ghost, and your eyes were suddenly so empty and lifeless. Are you sure you don't want to take a break?" "I'm fine," Edelgard said, scratching her chin. "I don't know what happened. The last thing I remember was that I touched this broken sword." And suddenly, Edelgard looked for words. "I stood on a battlefield locked in combat with it." "You all right, miss?" the blacksmith asked. Edelgard looked around. Everything was normal again. "I suppose I am. Regardless of how you feel now, princess, Lady Rhea will want to hear about this." Edelgard cast his eyes on Shamir. There was a plea in her eyes. "Could you look past this, Shamir? I'm perfectly fine, honest. To see is to believe, my dear princess. Whatever happened to you cannot be considered normal." When asked to choose a side, Petra and Dorothea were at a loss. Petra was visibly worried, but she also trusted Edelgard enough to support her regardless of what decision she made. Dorothea, on the other hand, remained uncertain. "Professor Manuela is head of the infirmary. I'll gladly take you to her, and if she doesn't find anything, then we will pretend this never happened. Dorothea suggested. Petra smiled at Dorothea. This proposal is full of cleverness. And should Edelgard be fine, then you don't need to report to Lady Rhea. Fine, we can do that. Until then I will keep an eye on you. The girls nodded at Shamir as she disappeared into the shadows again. So what is the deal with this sword? Dorothea asked the shopkeeper. I don't know. Roughly a month ago a weird mercenary sold it to me. He told me with a straight face that it broke and moved on. Strange how? Edelgard chimed into the conversation. For starters, his mantle covered his face, so I couldn't see much. But he had the courage to tell me in the face that my steel isn't any good. What a spoiled brat. That much I tell you. Edelgard felt pressured into touching the sword again. But Petra hit her hand, and she snapped back. Can I buy the broken sword? Edelgard asked. Are you insane, Edie? After the whole hallucinating thing, you want to do it again. Hubert likes to analyze things, and perhaps he can do something with the sword. I am certain this broken sword is the perfect gift for him. Edelgard avoided eye contact with Dorothea. Yes, Dorothea, I am lying a bit. I am too curious about what just happened, but that doesn't mean that Hubert isn't the perfect man for the job when I want to learn more. I'll tell you something. That broken sword right there was my masterpiece. And I sold it to a former captain of the Knights of Syros for old time's sake, and 1 year later, this broken relic suddenly finds itself back in my possession. He let out an exhausted sigh. I worked for 2 whole years on that sword, and the captain just broke it after less than a year. And then the captain himself avoids me and lets one of his men sell it back to me. Who is this captain you are speaking of? Petra inquired. The blacksmith responded with a single word. Geralt. The blade breaker, Edelgard added. Hubert told me that Geralt triumphed in a battle in which he was outnumbered 100 to 1. And that is just one of the least impossible things he accomplished. Serving under him in the Knights was an honor. A shame he left 20 years ago. The blacksmith looked again at the broken silver sword. Working with silver and metal was a huge pain. There aren't any silver weaponsmiths around anymore. Ferdiad has one such smith, yet he only works for the nobility, Inver used to have one, and Deirdre is busy trading good wares instead of producing them. And no offense to you, princess. He looked at Petra. But I doubt Bridget has a smith capable of producing a fine silver sword like that. Petra brushed her eyebrows. No offensive taken. Dorothea heaved a sigh as she fought off the urge to correct Petra. Edelgard was less focused on the sword itself, and instead, she focused all her questions on its former wielder. Do you know where Geralt is now? The blacksmith gave Edelgard a weird look. Would you like to hire him? Almost before she could think, the word yes had escaped her lips. The blacksmith stared at her for a second before responding with, No, I don't know where he currently is. The last time I saw his company was 3 months ago when, his gaze shifted to the sword. When one of his men sold you this sword back. Edelgard finished for him. Now she was eyeing the sword. How much? What do you mean, how much? Can you tell me how much the sword costs? Edelgard's eyes were like those of an eagle that spotted the object of her desire. This sword is not for. Petra intervened. Would you like to be friends with the future queen of Bridget and the Adrestian emperor? There was a nod from the blacksmith. Then you will be selling the sword to her. 1,000 gold coin. That's absurd. Dorothea chimed at him. She was clearly upset by the ludicrous price. You know what the Syros believers say about greed. This is not greed. The blacksmith vehemently shook his head. Missy, have you spent 2 years of your life perfecting a single sword? I could attempt to restore the sword for you if you double the price. But that would mean it's off the table as a gift anytime soon. A tantalizing offer. Edelgard's hands moved to her chin. Edelgard's hesitation was reflected in her eyes, and the blacksmith noticed it. You don't have to choose now. You can pay for the broken sword now and later have it repaired for the 1,000 gold coins we discussed. In that case, Edelgard handed him her massive coin pocket. This is precisely 1,000 gold coins. Ah, how do you carry such a large purse on your person? The blacksmith asked. I Dorothea chimed in with the answer, "Our Edie here is not an ordinary girl." "Yes, I am not an ordinary girl. You can't call me that anymore. Not after I received my second crest and I saw my family die right in front of me." 10 minutes passed, and Edelgard and the girls finished up the trade. Petra offered to carry the sword as the trio made their way to the infirmary as they promised. The only sound they heard was that of a woman moaning. "Manuela!" Dorothea cried out for her. Manuela let out a loud scream. "Ugh, no. Please don't dump me." "Oh," Dorothea gestured, for the group to let her go inside first. "I'll be right back." Petra and Edelgard leaned their ears against the infirmary walls. Petra. Edelgard was upset that her friend would try to listen to Manuela's bad habits. Petra looked at Edelgard with the eyes of a newborn kitten. "Never change, Petra." "Why shouldn't I be changing?" she asked Edelgard with her kitten eyes. Edelgard tried to respond before she was interrupted by Dorothea. "Manuela will see us now. Just be careful. The place is a mess right now. And don't speak to her about the lover that dumped her. It's a very touchy subject for her. Just like the bottles that float around here. My, look at you, Edelgard. You are such a beautiful crimson carnation. How did you become such a gorgeous little flower?" "Professor Manuela," Edelgard said, making a long and respectful bow. "We actually met briefly when I was still a child." The sad look on Manuela's face quickly turned into excitement. "The Imperial Princess saw one of my performances. Then it turned back to sadness. I was the Manuela Casagrande and now look at me. Dumped by such an ignorant, rash, stupid knight." Dorothea finished for her. "No, handsome, attractive, good-looking young feller." Manuela grabbed for another bottle of alcohol. "No, you've had enough." Dorothea swiped the bottle. It was then that Manuela's eyes widened. "Dorothea. Manuela, you are clearly a bit drunk. But my friend here needs your help." Manuela went over to a fresh barrel of water and dumped her head inside. After adjusting her hair, she faced Edelgard. "So darling, how may I help you?" Edelgard didn't know where to start. "I had strange visions once I started to pick up this broken sword." Petra showed the broken blade to Manuela. My, this is a sharp sword. And is this silver?" To which Edelgard responded, "Yes. A silver sword." Manuela was amazed by the sword. "These cost a fortune. I paid 1,000 gold coins to purchase the broken sword." That is still quite cheap if you ask me, even if the sword is broken. The blacksmith must like you. But then again, how could he not if 3 flowers stood before him?" Manuela started to drift off. "Such strong arms, perhaps I should ask him out on a date. But then again he is a few years older than Manuela." Dorothea snapped at her. Yes, so are you certain, child, that you experienced visions and weren't hallucinating?" Edelgard paused. "I cannot speak with absolute certainty, but after I touched the sword, I stood in a battle wielding it. And I nearly killed a young mercenary." Her eyes, she looked like someone used a powerful spell on her. "I am not the biggest expert on magic, but this is the closest thing I can describe. I don't know whether or not such spells exist outside of the opera, but..." "You think they do exist?" Manuela cut her off. "To my knowledge, there isn't a spell in existence that can mess with a person's mind. Magic doesn't work like that. It's something you harness and unleash into the environment. Not something you can use to manipulate the body. I remember what you taught me well, Manuela." Yet Edelgard re-entered the conversation. "Is it possible this has to do with my crest? Look at the emblem engraved on the sword. It's the Ciro's crest. Edie, I thought you weren't religious. This has actually little to do with someone's religious views. Crests are crests. Hanneman will know more about the subject than I do. You are forced to listen to one of his boring lectures." Manuela yawned. In the meantime, Petra held the sword close to her while her eyes followed the conversation where her ears were unable to follow everything. Petra offered her thoughts on the matter. "We could try replicating what happened to Edelgard. This is risky. But I also need to check whether or not you are telling me a bunch of gibberish. Manuela's hand went to touch her chin. Fine, Petra unpacks the broken blade and Edelgard, you will touch the blade. The two girls did as Manuela commanded. Edelgard carefully touched the blade with her gloves, and just like before, the view around her changed. The infirmary vanished and was replaced by an open field. A bearded man towered above her while she lay on the ground. Don't make yourself too comfortable. We have a new contract. To kill some incompetent noble that increased the taxes again. The locals aren't paying us much, but they are offering for us to stay in their village. Given our numbers and that our home, Remire, is still 2 days away from here. Well, I prefer to sleep for free. And killing a tyrant for that doesn't sound so bad. Edelgard couldn't describe how she felt. Lifeless. Her body barely moved as the giant spoke. The next moment, she got up from her sleeping position and followed the man. We are up against Berling's mercenaries. They are our biggest rival. However, I don't wish to crush them. That would be bad for business if we ran out of rivals. I merely want you to buy us some time until the reserve troops murder the noble. Afterwards, we retreat. Edelgard sensed a smile forming on her lips. Additionally, she made a small bowing motion with her head. I won't disappoint you, father. Edelgard heard the sound of her own voice. But she knew it wasn't her who was speaking. I know, kid. The giant went to her and patted her on the head. Here, you will need this blade. It's from a friend of mine. Silver? Isn't this a bad metal to mow down enemies? You remember when I said that? The father looked surprised. Well, there are some smiths that know their craft, and the man who made this beauty knew his craft. He told me that it was lighter and faster than any normal blade. I have another sword like that, but this is beside the point. I want you to have it. Thank you, father. I won't disappoint you. Let's go, kid. Edelgard. My, this is scary. Look at her eyes. Edie. This is what we have been meaning. I won't disappoint you, father. Edelgard sounded like a broken girl. Her voice was monotonous and her eyes flickered around. Manuela, we need to do something. Do you see the symbol in her eyes? What are you? Petra and Dorothea moved closer to the absent-minded Edelgard. What kind of symbol is this? I don't know. It doesn't look like the Ciro's crest. Edelgard's body started to shake as she once again spoke. Silver? Isn't this a bad metal to mow down enemies? Look at her eyes shift. They now resemble the Ciro's crest. This is clearly weird. I don't recognize the crest she had in her eyes before. Manuela, we should clearly wake Edelgard now. Dorothea dozed off. I am worried about my friend. Yes, we will wake her. Before they could move in to wake her, she spoke again. Thank you, father. I won't disappoint you. And this time she moved her head slightly and bowed. Manuela, Petra, on my signal. We shake her at 1, 2, 3. Ugh, Dorothea. The girls stopped before they could start the motion. Yes, Edie. I am here for you. What happened on your end? It took a few minutes until everyone at the infirmary caught their breath. Edelgard sat down on one of the tables as she recalled what happened to her. So you are telling us you talked to a tall man who was also your father? The father of the man you had visions of? To which Edelgard responded with a yes. Edie, you looked like a doll. And your eyes, they flickered like crazy. You were like a fallen spirit, Petra explained. Edelgard tried to hide her confusion. A fallen spirit. In Brigid, we say that to someone whose will to live or to fight has fallen. You were like a doll, Manuela emphasized. A doll? A fallen spirit. Edelgard started to scratch her hand. Manuela saw that and started to go over the facts. In any event, the effect that this broken blade has had on you is similar to dream walking, but they are not the same. How so? Your eyes. They were glistening with different symbols. One was the Ciro's crest and the other we have never seen before. Edelgard started to sweat a bit. What are you going to say to Lady Rhea? That we shouldn't give you any cursed weapons to wield. Her hand pointed at the blade. And that this thing belongs in a dumpster. There was a sigh of relief coming from Edelgard. I can't tell anyone about my second crest. But in all seriousness, I can't help further. My expertise has reached its limits. I see that you don't want to research this topic further, but asking Hanuman might be the best course of action. Just don't tell Hanuman that I sent you to him. She hissed at them. Thank you, Manuela. For everything. Edelgard kneeled before her. Dorothea smiled at Manuela. You will always be the Manuela for me. Petra also kneeled before Manuela. After that, she picked up the blade. Covered it with a thick layer of cloth and picked it up. 15th of Great Tree Moon, 1180 night time. Edelgard submerged her head completely into the soothing water of the tub. She had been contemplating the day's events for quite some time. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't stop thinking about Akiran. About the dark tome he wielded, how the magic she saw in her duel with Ferdinand was the exact same magic that the monster used against her. Then her mind lingered on the threats he spouted. Dorothea, a whore? As much as it hurt Edelgard to think of her friend being forced to sleep with someone she didn't love, it wasn't out of the question. But the more pressing question in her mind was why her uncle would jeopardize her cover by informing Akiran of who she is. If I don't take my first chance to rid myself of Akiran, then I rather not think about it. Today was hell for my classmates. I might prevail, but they shouldn't need to suffer under such an egotistical asshole. He and his ilk think they can get away with anything. Only because he has the coin. While she relaxed in the warm water, her mind slowly drifted away to the battle she saw once she touched the mysterious silver blade. Is this another effect of my twin crests? Who or what was it that I saw? And my eyes, it was like I was dream-walking. Another hour passed until Edelgard left her bath. She was none the wiser and had so many questions on her mind. So many unsolved mysteries. Once she turned to the wardrobe, she remembered that the night dress Rhea had gifted to her was now in the laundry as she had soaked it with sweat after her nightmare. What a shame. I have to wait a day until it's cleaned. Well. She took another spare academy uniform and moved forward. Just as she was used to, the door to the hidden underground bath sealed itself once she left. On her way to her room, she felt her retainer watching over her. As soon as she entered her room she saw him standing at the door expecting her to let him inside. Edelgard sighed as she let Hubert inside. So, Hubert, how was your day? Quite boring, but I hear you had an exciting day. His eyes betrayed an unfathomable fury. When I get this rotten noble. Trust me, Lady Edelgard, his death will be painful. I actually promised Akiran the same thing. So it would be only befitting if I stood by my word. Yet for now, he shall keep his life. Are you sure? It is not prudent to leave a person who knows your secret alive. Hubert's voice was merely a cold whisper. How do you? He told me that he knew our secret. The arrogant bastard. We don't know how many other friends he has. I need to shatter his reputation first before he does the same thing to mine. Hubert gazed into Edelgard's eyes for quite some time. Until he finally dropped the matter. I will trust you for now. But there are limits, and should Akiran go too far, I will act. An inner sigh of relief escaped Edelgard's lips. But there is another matter I need to discuss with you. The dark magic Akiran used against you. So it was him. When Edelgard heard this, her eyes widened. I had my suspicions. Yes, I saw him cast the spell. I am surprised he managed to cast this spell. The only other person we know capable of such a spell. I thought you mastered casting such a spell. Edelgard questioned innocently. Not of this size. Either Akiran himself or the tome harnesses immense magic power. Hubert paused, and Edelgard could swear he sounded nervous. I don't know how immense the pain would have been were the spell to have hit you. There was a long pause between them. Neither of them spoke a word. For your own safety, you must not attend the duels Akiran forces upon you. I am aware of how tedious it may be to spend another set of lectures with this man, but... A strain of thought entered Edelgard's mind. And what if I let myself get hit by the spell? It can't be worse than what my uncle used to cast on me. You managed to pick up on that spell. What if more people were to see it? What we are dealing with here is vile sorcery, heathen craft that is structured differently from conventional spells. Only those who have come into contact with it can see the experienced ones of this caliber. I don't know a single person outside of us who has guaranteed experience with the magic those who slither in the dark employ. Edelgard's hand slowly moved to her chin while she spoke out her thoughts. Even when they don't see the spell itself, its effects would be plain for all to see. And this could be the final push we need to get rid of Akiran permanently. Were he to be caught with such a heathen craft and he turns this against his students. Apologies, Lady Edelgard, but I will take action should you decide not to decline the duel. I thought you'd say as much. Think about it once more. If we can prove this spell comes from his tome and that Akiran used it, he gets expelled in an instant, and we wouldn't have to go through with our plan to hire the Iron King bandits. A plan that solely hinges on Akiran retreating before he gives us the command to do the same. Hubert glared at her in a defiant manner. Regardless of what I do, there will always be risks. You need to allow me to take these risks. Without saying goodbye, Hubert walked away from her. This is uncharacteristic of him. Is he all right? Should I go after him? When Edelgard knocked on Hubert's door, she merely received a cold, "Your Highness, you should go to bed." With a heavy heart, Edelgard went back to her room. Determined to sleep. 16th of Great Tree Moon, 1180 dawn. Edelgard had barely closed an eye. Too many thoughts raced through her head. And she was afraid of the nightmares. Afraid to experience the horrors again. Her morning routine was the same as the 2 days before. She collected Bernadetta on her way to the classroom. The other classes were deep in sleep. Even when she knocked at Hubert's door 3 minutes prior, she received no sign from him. This monster can get away with anything. Everyone is still asleep while me and my peers are forced to stand up this early for his amusement. Lady Edelgard, how are you feeling? Petra spoke. Just like the days prior, the four of them reunited near the courtyard where the classrooms are located. Edelgard hesitated for a moment. They shouldn't worry about me. Everything is fine. You are not looking fine. Petra responded. You look as lifeless as a corpse, Edie. I simply haven't slept well. Lady Edelgard. Bernadetta went over to her. I am scared. I don't want to go inside the classroom. Dorothea and Petra looked as if their train of thought just disappeared at Bernie's frightened reaction. Please don't leave poor Bernie alone with that lunatic. Can I return to my room, please? Do I hear poor Bernadetta's voice? I need to hide. What are you doing standing around outside? Come in. Akiran ordered them to come inside. Professor, Edie, Edelgard puts one of her hands over Dorothea's mouth to silence her. The other hand gestured for her to keep quiet and not reveal anything to Akiran that he would use against them. What is it about Edelgard? Akiran's usual annoyed expression was on full display. As the girls entered the classroom, they noticed that Akiran only had half as many knights standing guard for him. Akiran noticed them gazing around. Today we are going on a little expedition. I already took care of the necessary paperwork. Everything is in order. Students, guards, follow me. He finished with a dramatic gesture that was supposed to say follow me. All of the girls sighed except for poor Bernadetta. She was mustering all of her strength to keep herself together. A few minutes passed as they went past the courtyard and entered a large tunnel network located between the training grounds and the commoner dormitories. Where are we, Professor? Help, it's so dark. Ignoring Edelgard and the rest of his students, Akiran lit 5 torches and passed them to his guards. The last torch he held onto for himself. They were told with a grin on his face. I need to be sure you don't leave. What Edelgard tried to think of an insult until she remembered Hubert's outburst. What a bastard. There was a noticeable difference between these passages and the ones Edelgard usually took to reach the underground room that houses her bath. Somehow, they were even more ancient. Professor, where are you taking us? Shut up, before he could finish, Edelgard slapped him. The guards attempted to draw their long swords, but it was nearly impossible in the narrow corridors. Don't you dare call my friend by that word ever again. Acheron didn't say a word as he stared down Edelgard. There was a look of unadulterated malice in his eyes. Half an hour passed with none of them speaking a word. As time passed, Edelgard thought about murdering Acheron here in cold blood and having it over with. But Acheron was unfortunately too clever to not account for this. If Acheron died, his subordinates would likely let all the pieces of information he gathered out into the wild. Unless he lost the good graces of her uncle, Edelgard was in serious danger should she kill him. We have arrived. Acheron looked proud of himself. A tower of a man greeted them at the entrance to what appeared to be an enormous underground cave. What is your business here? You're standing before the Abyss Colosseum. Yes, well, I bring you these strong participants. Acheron gestured at the girls. They are scheduled to battle today. I have made arrangements with your boss. We are not going to set foot inside. Edelgard protested, and Petra and Dorothea were taking positions to attack. Dorothea's hand was stretched out to zap Acheron with some of her lightning magic, and Petra was holding her hunting dagger. As you see, these are excellent fighters. But the fights aren't to the death. They are supposed to fight with training weapons. The colossal man looked over a large sheet of paper. Everything seems correct. You may enter. Acheron turned around to face the girls. You can try to find your way back or earn some valuable coin. It's your choice. As if a greedy, Dorothea corrected herself. As if someone like you were to share your profits. I share often enough. Acheron grinned. At any rate, you need combat experience, and this place can provide that better than I could. It's a win-win trade. What say you? Acheron looked around to find the girls not buying into his words. The other option is to stumble back through the tunnels to get to the surface, and once you're there, my friends will punish you for leaving your dear professor. Calm down, Edelgard. In just a few days, his reputation will be gone. Acheron smiled at his victory. If there aren't any more objections, then it's settled. Half of my men will show you around, I will take a seat and watch the show. Acheron, along with 2 of his men, disappeared through the large gate. Follow us. We will show you where you need to go. The voice of the knight sounded young. The knight sounded like them in terms of age. Where are you from? Edelgard inquired. The other knight looked at his partner whom Edelgard addressed. He shook his head, signaling him not to reveal anything. Edelgard smiled at this. I can't wait for you to make a mistake. Gronderfield is truly lovely in the summer. The knight nodded slightly. So you are from the Empire? Why do you follow a man such as this? I never said that I was from the Empire. The man brushed Edelgard aside. And the reason why I follow him is simple, he paid so that I could enter the Knights of Syros. Simple as that. When no one else saw potential in me, he saw my potential and paid for my education. I am merely paying him back. Edelgard, Petra, and Dorothea were shocked to hear his response. Are we talking about the same guy? I don't know if you were there yesterday, but he definitely tried to enslave us. To make us submissive to him. He still tries that. And you follow a man like that. Dorothea's frustrations finally erupted, and she nearly lost control. I am an orphan that lost his family. And Acheron was there for me. He gave me a roof over my head and paid for my education. I will always defend him from ignorant bystanders such as yourselves. He turned to Edelgard. Don't you dare think of striking him again in my presence. Edelgard let out a disappointed sigh. When I am emperor, I will topple his corruption. When you are emperor, you will be a tyrant. Stop spouting nonsensical things. Petra now entered the conversation. She was just as upset as the other 2. For the next 5 minutes, the 6 stalked silently through the blood-stained corridor beneath the arena, staring at each other with murderous intent. We are there. When you are called, you will enter the arena via the large gate. We will watch you. Edelgard looked around. They were beneath the Colosseum. And the sight was unpleasant. They heard people's screams, and everyone looked tense, as if the coming fight would be their last. I am scared. Bernadetta searched frantically for the next corner to hide in. The group followed her and stayed within a place quite distant from anyone else. A dark corner where they had plenty of time to think. So, Petra and Edie, Akiran told us we were going to fight with and against opponents with training weapons, but does this place look to you like a place where they allow such harmless battles? Could it be another one of his lies? Well, those people don't look like the types to fight with wooden weapons. Edelgard began to ponder some things. Dorothea, Petra, have you taken a life before? Petra nodded, but Dorothea looked into the distance as she whispered, no. Edelgard was a bit surprised to hear that. Not even the people who tried to. Not even them. I came close to taking a few lives once, but Hubert was there to aid me. So if we fight to the death today, I haven't had any experience with killing. The two of them gazed at Petra. And she merely responded with, I am a hunter. In Brigid, we are teaching even the little ones to fight and to kill at an early age. Killing a man isn't that different from hunting. We need to take care of Bernadetta regardless. She looks like she's about to freak out. Yes, this place is torture for the poor Bern. Dorothea faltered her hands into a little prayer. I hope we will make it out of this place soon. We will be making it out the place. Petra gave a confident nod. Trust me and Lady Edelgard, we have experience with fighting. A gang of rough-looking men approached them out of nowhere. You are up, kids. Step through the arena gate. They heard the massive crowd outside. A group calling themselves the Protectors of Fodlan appears to be their adversaries. Before the girls stepped through the enormous gate, they were handed a bunch of dusty old iron weapons. It appeared that these weapons would shatter after just a few blows. Here, this is what you will be fighting with. Your investor has insisted upon these rules, and so be it. One of the ruffians handed them the weapons. Edelgard quickly looked for anything useful. And I assume our opponents fight with the same equipment. This man gave no indication that he was listening. As soon as he handed them the weapons, he ran off. Hello, my friend is talking to you. Dorothea tried to keep the man from leaving, but he merely brushed her aside. A veteran fighter spoke up. You girls don't know how we people fight around here? Your investor can pay to get you better weapons, but the prize money will be reduced. You can count yourself lucky that you don't start with the wooden training weapons. These dusty old-timers, at least, will get a few blows off. An enormous sigh escaped Edelgard's lips. So this bastard lets us fight with terrible weapons, all to increase his reward. Dorothea had a look of complete disappointment on her face. By now we should count on that. While Edelgard and Dorothea had been locked in a conversation, Petra had searched the weapons they received. What do you think, Petra? Petra had armed herself with one short sword, a dagger, and 3 arrows. Yet they only had one bow. The bow had clearly seen better days, but Petra handed it to Bernie alongside a quiver with 10 arrows. Now we are left with another dagger and a short axe. Dorothea. Before she decided, Edelgard asked her friend. You are better with an axe than me. So I will take the dagger. All right. We can begin. Black Eagles, I know we shouldn't be here, but for now, let's see to it that we make it out alive. I promise you I will give my all to protect each and every one of you. Wow, Edie, that was really inspirational right now. Dorothea teased her. But you are right. We can't let ourselves be intimidated. We will show these ruffians what we are made of. Petra comforted Bernadetta, who was clearly scared, by tucking her under her arm and smiling at her. Put your chin high, Bernie. Petra. Bernadetta asked. I am scared. Edelgard patted Bernadetta. I believe in you, Bernadetta. A few minutes passed, and the girls entered the enormous arena. The entire crowd went wild at their appearance. The Black Eagles will battle against the Protectors of Fodlan. The announcer screamed, and the entire crowd looked with enormous anticipation. Flowers were thrown into the arena. Edelgard's eyes needed a second to adjust to the environment. They were standing in what used to be an underground cathedral, or so it seemed. There were 5 statues in the arena. Each one represents one of the saints. Edelgard had mixed feelings about seeing this place of worship be transformed into a battleground for the people's amusement. What are the people thinking? We are under Garag Mach. Why would the Archbishop and Church allow one of their holy sites to be desecrated in such a way? Edelgard eyed the crowd. By the looks of it, no church officials were present. However, Edelgard saw countless people whispering to each other and exchanging coins. There was a massive billboard with bets placed everywhere. By the looks of it, the majority of the crowd placed bets against them. Eventually, Edelgard found Akiran and his 2 bodyguards sitting around the crowd. There was only one fat, extremely wealthy man with whom he was conversing. That man seemed to be one of the leaders. And he was heavily guarded by multiple colossal brigands. Edelgard's arm pointed in Akiran's direction. Petra and Dorothea quickly recognized Akiran as well. It seems like Akiran wants to make an enormous amount of money with us, Edelgard said to her peers. Do you want to lose? Edie, I doubt they'd allow us to forfeit the game right away. We cannot be losing here. But winning means making him richer. And I'd like to avoid that. Before they could continue their conversation, a group of brigands, bandits, and ruffians entered the scene. The group was armed with steel weapons. The quality of the steel reminded Edelgard of the palace guards. So are you ready to lose? Among the group, someone who appeared to be the leader spoke. He was armed with steel bracelets and a helmet made of iron. Massive spikes covered the fingertips of those gloves. Here's what, Edelgard said in response. Do you object to our surrender? The man who set us up for this. She paused for a moment. There is no chance that we will fight for him. Edelgard shouted. The leader laughed right in front of her face. I like you. The announcer had heard Edelgard's words. We don't allow for matches to be forfeited. As soon as the bets are made, you need to fight. The only way you are leaving the arena is through this gate. His fingers pointed at a massive iron draw gate. And this gate is only accessible for the victor. As for the losers. He pointed at the blood stains. You get the idea. What is Akiran thinking? If we ended up dead, what would he do? I am just messing with you, Missy. Once you are disarmed you lose the march and are out. You are then free to leave. But you need to be disarmed for that. Edelgard saw how Dorothea and Bernadetta smiled at the prospect of letting themselves be disarmed so that they could leave this abysmal place. The announcer raised his hand and yelled, "The fight begins." Edelgard breathed as she saw the entire group, which was made up of 4 fighters, aim directly for her. Unlike them, they all wore some sort of armor and protection. Their leader and a man who appeared to be his bodyguard both wore iron plate armor, while the other 2 wore standard leather. One of the leather-clad warriors was armed with a bow and he was aiming directly at Bernadetta. Edelgard quickly rushed in the direction of the arrow. With all her finesse she managed to destroy the arrow midair. The entire crowd went wild after such a display. They yelled, "Princess, Princess, Princess." The announcer commented. It looks like the princess is protecting her subjects. The princess? Princess? Don't these guys have better things to do? Before Edelgard could think more she was flanked by 2 attackers. The padded bodyguard and one of the attackers with a long spear. The padded bodyguard was equipped with an enormous war hammer. The spearman aimed to cripple her legs while the fighter with a hammer prepared himself to shatter a few of Edelgard's bones. Fortunately she wasn't alone in this fight. Dorothea went ahead and zipped the bodyguard with her thunder spell. The man's armor slowly started to heat more and more. However, the enemy archer did not stand idly by. He fired a volley of arrows at Dorothea. This forced her to take cover near one of the statues. Dorothea leaned at the statue of Saint Selthleon while the enemy archer shot arrow after her. Edie, what do we do now? Edelgard did not respond as she tried to make the most of the opening her friend gave her. She rushed at the bodyguard and toppled him to the ground. With the power of her crest she tore open his helmet with one arm while the other tried to remove the warhammer from his grip. But the fighter was fiercely stubborn. He didn't budge at all. In the meantime, the spearman aimed at Edelgard who was occupied by the bodyguard. Edelgard was about to get hit by a spear as an arrow came hurling at the spearman. Don't touch my friends. It took Bernadetta all of her courage to say this. The spearman switched his target and started to harass Bernadetta instead. Bernadetta shot arrow after arrow, but in her panicked state many of them missed. As Bernadetta slowly ran out of arrows, she decided to drop her bow entirely. At that moment Edelgard was struggling to get the hammer of the bodyguard. As she cried out for someone of her friends to aid Bernadetta, she saw that Petra was fighting a losing battle against the group's leader. Just like her, he was fast, but unlike her, his equipment was far superior. Every strike Petra landed was deflected by the solid iron armor. In the meantime, Petra was bleeding from a few minor scratches. And Dorothea was still being pinned down by the archer. Whenever she would send a spell the archer's way, she would receive an arrow as an answer. Edelgard's entire being cried out for her to use the Crest of Flames and rescue Bernadetta. Use it. Save your friend. Another pair of voices entered her head. Don't do it. He will kill you if you reveal your secret. Don't let our deaths be in vain. Edelgard tried to focus. The voices in her head were merely hallucinations. In the meantime, the spearman stood before Bernadetta. Her hands faltered into a prayer. I am sorry, but those who throw away their weapons are worse than trash. The spearman went to strike at her. Edelgard watched in pure horror. Suddenly a dagger was thrown into the spearman's hand. In shock, he had nearly dropped his spear. A hooded man appeared from among the crowd. He jumped down into the arena and reached Bernadetta in time to block another strike. I am here for you. He gently patted her on the head, while he drew a steel sword from his hip. After a few quick strikes, he put the spearman on the defensive. The spearman's attacks grew more and more chaotic as blood streamed from hands where the dagger had hit him. The majority of the crowd booed at the hooded man's appearance. Everyone called them cheaters. The announcer looked for guidance to his boss, the fat man Akiran sat next to. But his boss merely watched the show. Unlike the rest of the crowd, he seemed amused while Akiran appeared terrified. Edelgard had finally removed the hammer from the bodyguard, and she was now faced with a tough decision. Petra was bleeding from even more places than before. She wouldn't hold on much longer, but Dorothea also seemed to require her help. As Edelgard turned to the hooded figure, he merely told her, I am fine. Go help one of your friends. Edelgard now had the enormous hammer in her hands. She decided to rush in and take the archer that pinned down Dorothea off guard and finish him with a single blow. Even when she was little, she was able to carry objects that many of her siblings and friends could not. Her speed was in no way limited by the hammer. She ran with the hammer in tow, and she quickly reached the archer's position. The archer was frozen in place as he grabbed for his final 5 arrows. When Edelgard ran up to him, he shot 3 arrows at her. All of them only narrowly missed their target. Despite the initial panic, he was still an incredible shot. These people must be among the best fighters in all of Fodlan. That they would squander their abilities in such a way. Edelgard softened the power of her strikes so as not to kill the bowman. He didn't deserve to die, although doubts crept up in her mind whenever or not these people would have shown her the same courtesy. Regardless, after one blow, the archer fell to his knees. He didn't beg for mercy, he merely gazed at Edelgard with anticipation. Is he asking for me to kill him? So Akiran truly intended for us, or is it just him who carries a death wish? Reminds me of a certain someone. Edelgard merely struck at him with the shaft of her hammer. This proved enough to knock her opponent out. From what Edelgard could see, Dorothea had moved in to assist a deeply wounded Petra. Dorothea was in the process of cursing herself for not knowing any white magic. Come on, Dorothea, just like Manuela taught you. Dorothea was speaking to herself while she aimed her hands at Petra in an attempt to cast some healing magic on her. Please, work. She started to beg. Here, use this. The hooded man from before threw a healing potion and Petra caught it. She quickly opened it and drank it. You have my thanks. Petra made a slight nod. Now you owe me. But first, we need to make it out of here alive. The hooded figure smirked. You defeated the rest of my band already? Well, you got spirit even when you needed help for it. The man gave them a confident look. I can take you on all at once or one by one. Your choice. He expects us to attack him all at once. The hooded figure ran forward and intercepted him. We need to coordinate our attacks with precision. The meaning of his words did not go over Edelgard's head. She gestured to Dorothea to take a few steps back. While Petra waited a bit for the potion to take effect and close her wounds, she, along with the mysterious stranger and Dorothea, would combine their attacks. Now that's the spirit. The enemy leader looked excited. Show me all you can do. As her dodged and parried blow for blow and strike for strike, he got more and more fired up. I'll take you all out. Suddenly Edelgard saw the same dark orb she had seen yesterday during her duel with Ferdinand. It can't be. Akiran decided to intervene. Once more it appears that I am the only one who can see the orb approach. Should I allow Akiran to cheat? Edelgard felt conflicted. The leader was a beast of a man. Whether they inflicted pain on him, he shrugged it off. His armor was thick and their weapons struggled to penetrate it. What should I do? The orb was directly targeted at the Colossus. Edelgard made a risky move, just like with Ferdinand yesterday. She dropped her hammer in order to catch the leader and use him as a shield. The colossal leader resisted with all his might. Go and get some distance. Edelgard screamed at her peers. The hooded figure appeared shocked. What are you? Suddenly, the armored Colossus went to his knees. He looked betrayed as he beheld Edelgard and the others while covered in a dark fluid substance. You can't beat me in a fight 5 against 1 and now you resort to blatant cheating. The man roared at them like a wounded bear. I will tear you to shreds. Edelgard picked up her hammer again and marched towards him. She decided to go all in. She prepared her smash technique and the Ciro's crest activated. Apologies, but this battle is over. The man tried to dodge and once he saw that spell wounded him too much he prepared to defend. But Edelgard's strike was far too powerful. His gauntlets and armor shattered upon impact and many of his bones were shattered. To think I'd die to some lousy brats. To some lousy cheating brats. The hooded man went closer to the fallen Colossus. I am willing to sacrifice this elixir under 2 conditions. He was holding up 2 fingers. First, you swear never to set foot in the abyss. And lastly, you reveal to me everything useful you know about a guy calling himself the bishop. The colossal man shook his head. I am as good as dead anyway. I don't want to die a traitor. Have it your way. The hooded figure aimed with his sword at the man's throat. Edelgard intervened at the last second. Do you consider lending your strength to the Empire? I need capable fighters for the future I am building. Edelgard reached out her hand to him. I'll buy the elixir for you. Edelgard addressed the hooded figure. You have no honor, miss. He spat blood into Edelgard's face. Even thieves such as ourselves possess that. Edelgard went to kneel beside him. That spell wasn't my doing, I merely took advantage of it. During a small fraction she mimicked her tormentors as she whispered someone here wanted to get rid of you. And now you die a pointless death in their name. With an icy voice Edelgard turned to her friends. We are leaving. Wait, the man spoke. I'll tell you what you need to know. All I want is a clean death and someone will have to look after my men. Edelgard nodded. The hooded figure placed his hand on Edelgard's shoulder. You did great. I wouldn't have expected this from you, princess. Just like Edelgard, he went closer to the dying man. The bishop is the one who organizes the Colosseum and not just that the entire underworld of Garag Mach is under his control. Some say he is a cardinal, others say he merely uses the alias to throw people off guard. What I can tell you is that he paid me and my group to do some jobs for him. We gathered a strange list of magical items for him. But for what purpose I can't say. He also. Suddenly the man's chest was pierced by a massive lightning spell. The fat man stood up from his seat and yelled Thoron. The magic had an incredible reach. While he was casting the 5 rings he was wearing all glowed. What the? Dorothea was left speechless. Did you see that? The hooded figure asked Edelgard. Yes, his rings. They seem to boost his magic power. I just haven't seen anyone wield so many rings at once. The hooded figure made a small pause. Normally you are forbidden from using more than 1 or 2 magic rings at a time, since the toll is too great. He used 5 rings at once. The fat guy started to speak. I hope you all enjoyed the show. Despite the unfortunate accident their leader suffered. The protectors of Fodlan were successful in taking the win and vanquishing their foe. The Black Eagles are hereby banned from the tournaments. Edelgard looked at her companions. Petra was barely able to stand. She kneeled in exhaustion. The hooded figure ran over to her and offered her some fresh water. Dorothea sat beside Petra. She was less fatigued but still looked exhausted. Her and Petra's clothes looked ragged. Bernie was cowering in fear. Edelgard went over to her, and embraced her. "Everything will be okay, Bernadetta. Lady Edelgard." Bernadetta started to cry. "I was so scared." Edelgard and Bernadetta remained like this for a while. After Petra had recovered, the hooded man approached Bernadetta. "It was a shock to see you again, Bern. But now I have to leave you." Before he left, he patted Bernadetta on the head and turned to face Edelgard. "First, who put you up to this? To participate in this arena battle. And second, never return to the Abyss again." "Abyss? It wasn't my intention to set foot in here. That was our professor's doing." "Your professor's doing? No teacher in Gareg Mach is brain dead enough to set foot in here. There is one such professor. And he goes by the name Akiran." "You are kidding me?" Edelgard let out a massive laugh. "Do you think I'm the kind of person to joke about such things?" Now the hooded figure started to laugh. "I guess you don't look the type." He made a brief pause before asking. "Was Akiran the one sitting next to that fat bastard?" Edelgard answered with a decisive yes. "Thank you." The hooded man bowed his head slightly. "Well, now it's time I take my leave. Don't think about hiring me, princess. I already got my little group to babysit. It was nice seeing her again." He pointed at Bernadetta. *, take good care of her." Bernadetta and Edelgard asked in unison. "Wait, you know me?" By then he already rushed through the massive gate onto the other side and inside the enormous crowd. Due to his appearance, he blended in perfectly. In a matter of precious seconds he was gone. "Ugh, what are we doing now? We aren't allowed to return without Akiran." "I will look for him." Edelgard volunteered. "Edie, you are the Imperial Princess and this place doesn't look safe." Edelgard laughed nervously but with a grin on her face. "We are both used to worse." "Then let me at least accompany you." Dorothea pressed the issue. "Petra and Bernadetta need you. And I don't mind taking a little stroll." Dorothea gave Edelgard a final pleading look before she dropped the matter. "Fine, we will wait for you here. Make sure you bring this asshole here." "I will." Edelgard led her through the massive iron gate. The hooded figure disappeared from. Regardless of where she looked, there was a gigantic crowd to her left and to her right. Every spectator was now trying to collect their coins and leave the arena. Edelgard started to slowly search for Akiran. "Whom do we have here?" Edelgard heard a voice. As she turned around, she saw the fat man who apparently led the arena. "The Princess of the Black Eagles. How may I be of service to, Your Highness? Have you seen Akiran?" Edelgard wanted to get this conversation over with as quickly as possible. "No, I have not." "Should I know where he is? After he paid his debts, I let him go. This guy gives me the creeps. In that case, if you would excuse me." "Wait." The fat man gestured to his bodyguards to stop Edelgard in her advance. "I have a question for you. How is your dear uncle doing? Did he send you?" Edelgard gave him a furious look. "I have not the slightest clue what you are talking about. Ask him yourself." The fat man went closer and carefully inspected Edelgard's eyes. "You lack his fire, little eagle. Your light is more akin to a small candle and I need a wildfire." Edelgard was speechless. "Let her go. I am done with her for now." He gestured to his guards to let her pass. While Edelgard walked away, he yelled, "Please greet your uncle from me. Tell him Dexter said hello." "Dexter? That is the fat man's name. I will make sure to remember that." 10 minutes passed and Edelgard had searched nearly every corner of the arena. Suddenly she spotted her hooded friend again. He was keeping his eye on someone. As Edelgard looked to see whom it was, she recognized that someone is Akiran. Could it be that he is furious that Akiran sent us into the arena? The hooded figure made a byline to Akiran. He rushed through the crowds with astonishing speed. Even with the physical enhancements of barring two crests, Edelgard struggled to keep up with the figure. When she caught up to him, the hooded figure had Akiran at his mercy. Name me one good reason why I shouldn't slice your throat. You risked the life of someone important to me, and I will be the last face you'll ever see. Wait. Edelgard's commanded the hooded figure to stop. If you kill him, his associates will expose Bernadetta and she will return to her abusive father's side. Her father tormented her throughout her entire life. You will bring that pain over her, and bring similar pain to me and the rest of my peers. Edelgard. Akiran looked surprised. You are beyond salvation. But for now I need you alive. The hooded man contemplated on what to do next. I have an idea. He went closer and with his dagger he carved a signal into Akiran's arm. This symbol makes you an outcast among the people of the abyss. Nobody who has a bit renown here will want to do business with you. Blood was flowing from Akiran's wound. Akiran snapped at the hooded figure. Who do you think you are, vermin? Akiran's tome opened itself and from the palm of hand Akiran prepared a massive spell. Now Edelgard intervened. Let him go. Edelgard put her knife at Akiran's ear. Stop bluffing, princess. Do you want to risk that? Edelgard asked. Yuri, Pel, are you all right? What are you doing here? A muscular man asked. He was so tall Edelgard struggled to glimpse at his face. Now is not the time. As soon as Akiran saw the backup he relented. Fine, have it your way. The two of you will regret this. Follow me. We are leaving. Akiran grabbed Edelgard's hand. Let go of me. Akiran looked at her with furious eyes before he let go of her hand. The next hour was spent returning to the surface. They gathered everyone at the Colosseum and then returned home. Nobody spoke a word during their way back. There was total silence. Edelgard held Bernadetta close to her as they walked through the thin tunnels. A friend of yours that goes through such lengths to protect you. He reminds me a bit of Hubert and... Somehow an image of Claude creeped into Edelgard's mind. Upon their arrival they were greeted by the same cardinal that tried to force them into accompanying him to the lecture. Mendoza was his name. A bizarre name for a cardinal. Thank the goddess, you are safe, Akiran. How were things on your end? Akiran asked. The archbishop's attempts to refuse the expedition failed. I kept my word. What am I to say about the girl's wounds? Akiran dismissed him. You already know the answer. They were wounded on official church business during an expedition with their professor. The cardinal bowed in front of Akiran and said, yes, of course, before he walked away. You heard the official story. Should anyone tell the truth about what happened? Akiran moved closer. I will tell everyone your dirty secrets. A collective sigh came from the girls. Edelgard, you are with me. After all, a duel with Ferdinand awaits you. Edie. Dorothea looked truly worried. Professor, in her current shape, this is not a fair fight. Life is never fair. Even a princess has to learn that. Edelgard recognized the words as Lord Arundel told her the exact same thing while he enjoyed torturing her. I will battle Ferdinand. Edelgard thought back at the spell Akiran used in the arena. If I allow myself to be hit by that, then the entire world will see Akiran for the fraud he is. I am Edelgard von Hresvelg and I have survived much worse than him. Edelgard entered the training grounds. Her retainer was there, locked in a dispute with Ferdinand. Lady Edelgard, the two of them addressed her. You look terrible. Duel me, Ferdinand. Hubert looked at Edelgard as if she lost her mind. Ignore her highness. She isn't in the right frame of mind. Ferdinand. I didn't take the son of Ludwig von Aguirre as a coward. But then again your father is a corrupt coward. Hubert looked at Ferdinand. Should you attack her, I will defend her. You will do no such thing, Hubert. Before he could blink, Edelgard aimed at her retainer. She hit him with enough strength to knock him out for a few minutes. I am sorry, Hubert. You should have seen it coming after you used that poison on me when we departed in Bear. This is necessary, not only for my future but for that of my peers. Edelgard. Everyone at the training grounds was in utter shock. One moment later, Akiran arrived. Just like Edelgard had predicted, he was done running after her and he instead slowly walked here. So Vestra fell asleep? No matter, are you ready? A quick yes left Edelgard's lips. Ferdinand hesitated. I. He turned to Edelgard. Do you truly want this fight? Edelgard made a nod as she responded with another yes. Then I won't hold back. Come at it. Before Ferdinand could finish, Edelgard was already on him. She had successfully closed the distance between them and was ready to end him. In truth, she was putting Ferdinand on the defensive in an attempt to provoke Akiran to intervene. Akiran looked bored. But then Edelgard started to provoke him. I see our professor has done a lousy job of teaching you. No wonder, since his skills are those of an amateur. Akiran slowly looked in Edelgard's direction. His tome was by his side. Ferdinand tried to gain the upper hand. Slowly but surely, Edelgard's strength left her. He was a skilled opponent, and she had a troublesome day behind her. Edelgard needed to push through the pain. She saw how Akiran looked around. Once he saw everyone watching their duel, he prepared his spell. The tome glowed in an ominous pink. Just as in the days prior, a massive purple orb manifested. What Edelgard did not see coming was a small student a few years younger and with the same silver hair attacking Akiran. She was furious. You are a disgrace to the Alliance. To use such an underhanded spell against your own students. Lysithea tried to counter the massive spell with one of her own, but Edelgard prevented that. With all her courage, Edelgard stepped into the massive spell. The pain was unimaginable. All the time she spent imprisoned came crashing down on her. Her entire body was soaked in dark pain. Every fiber of her being hurt. It felt like dark chains were tearing her apart. Her body smashed to the ground. Linhard immediately rushed to her side. Trying to heal her with his magic, but against the darkness that soaked her it was powerless. Hubert finally woke up. The first thing he saw was Edelgard's pain. She did not cry, as she lost the ability to do so a long time ago, but she still screamed in pure agony. Don't touch me! Edelgard gave a final order to her retainer. The world around her turned pitch black. As she closed her eyes she embraced the cold darkness. I am sorry. I wanted to honor your sacrifice. Chapter 9, Hubert's Birthday. 17th day of Great Tree Moon, 1180, Hubert's birthday. The room in which Edelgard was lying was utterly dark and without light. Where am I? When Edelgard turned around, she saw a group gathered around her. Everybody treated her with disdain. So you've decided to end your life with nothing to show? That's a letdown. An older man looked at her. His gaze was one of disappointment. After Edelgard attempted to rise to her feet, she immediately collapsed. Unidentified figures swooped in and grabbed her quickly. Why, El? A girl next to her shouted. You promised. Another voice screamed in her ears. You vowed to create a world where such things would never happen. Edelgard felt drained, she had been having blackouts and a raging fever. When she put her hand to her forehead, she felt a sudden, intense heat. The sweltering conditions were killing her. She dropped to the floor, and as she did, she discovered she was completely undressed. Someone had removed her clothes, and that person had now touched her. Their hands were as icy as winter itself. She saw a motherly figure. The person spoke to her in a soft tone. Let me help you. My, what has, the person stared at her naked flesh. What? Another person approached. His entire being left a cold trail in his wake as he spoke. I asked for your discretion on the matter. Hubert. On the spur of the moment, Edelgard called out for her retainer. But the person did not seem to recognize her. Instead, all she saw were empty eyes gazing back at her. In an effort to converse, Edelgard tried to respond to the person that was talking. Suddenly, the person's face went through a change. One moment, Edelgard was staring at one of her older sisters when, in the next moment, the look she was seeing changed and resembled one of her recent companions. The person standing next to her changed into Dorothea, Petra, and even Manuela. With nothing covering her, the sensation of being on fire was replaced by a chill. The temperature was freezing, and she felt like she would die. No one reacted to Edelgard's attempts to reach out with her hands. The end seemed to be here. She would die all because of what? In her last moments before succumbing to the darkness, she heard a voice reaching out to her. "You won't die today, child," a soft voice whispered, and someone with emerald hair stood before them. Edelgard couldn't see the person's face. Her clothes and demeanor reminded her of the Archbishop, yet something was different. It was the last thought racing through her head as she finally closed her eyes. The room was suddenly bathed in bright light. Edelgard's face was the recipient of the light's gentle illumination. She tried to look around, but it was blocking her view. "Where am I?" Edelgard pondered. She cast her gaze both to the left and right. It was an effort, but she was too tired to open her eyes. For her, the effort required to stay awake was enormous. While initially closed in pain, her eyes eventually opened after a minute. She was lying in a king-sized bed. Her retainer was seated to her right, and he was dozing off at the moment. The dark circles under his eyes were a dead giveaway that he hadn't slept in days. In the end, Edelgard decided not to wake him up. She was startled to find herself dressed in the nightgown Rhea had given her. Edelgard tried to make out where she was. This wasn't her room, nor was it the infirmary. Manuela's office, perhaps. No, there wasn't a gigantic bed there. Edelgard shifted her weight to the left side of the humongous pillow. Its texture was as gentle as a cloud. It took her all her strength not to fall asleep again. Suddenly, a small emerald green hair caught her full attention. "Am I in the Archbishop's bed?" There was a silver bathtub inside the room and countless pods. Some of the water looked clean, while the rest was full of the same dark fluid that was all over her at the time she passed out from her pain. Edelgard had many important questions to ask Hubert, so she stopped hesitating. With one motion of her arm, she tugged at him. Given the person that he is, Hubert is immediately awake. "Lady Edelgard." Immediately, he began to inspect her carefully. "You're awake. Happy birthday, Hubert." She smiled at him in such a way that he had never seen anything like it. Hubert's stoic facade crumbled. Even though he made an effort, his attempt to appear cold and calculated fell flat. His eyes met Edelgard's, and they conveyed a profound sense of shame. "I have failed you, Lady Edelgard. It was my responsibility as your servant to stop this duel, but instead, I stood by and watched as that pig came dangerously close to taking your life." Hubert paused for a moment. He was completely at a loss for words. It appeared as though he was both overcome with joy and completely taken aback. "How could you be so reckless? You attacked me and nearly got yourself killed. Our future." He stopped as he seemed to triple-check for noises. After a moment, his eyes showed that everything was fine and that the noise he heard was gone. Edelgard displayed a brief moment of reluctance before she spoke again. "It was my decision, and you did all you could." Hubert and Edelgard shared a similar burden of guilt and shame. A burden that forced Edelgard to avoid meeting his gaze. However, Hubert moved closer and took her hands while bowing to look her in the eyes. "I should have seen your attack on me coming. I did nothing while that spell." Hubert wanted to say something, but he held back. Instead, he averted his gaze for a brief moment before continuing. "Lady Edelgard, allow me to update." Edelgard interrupted her retainer. "I'd say we are pretty used to this. I mean, finding ourselves in this kind of predicament during our birthdays." She sighed a small, worn-out laugh. "I sometimes find it difficult to recall a birthday when you didn't look after me in such a manner." Hubert stared at the ground. "This is not the best place to discuss this." "You are right." Edelgard moved closer to him as she gave him a gentle embrace. She whispered into his ears. "Without you at my side, Lord Arundel might have succeeded in breaking me." Hubert's eyes shot wide. He didn't say anything back, but instead, let Edelgard hug him for a few precious seconds. When he was ready, he whispered into her ears. "Professor Manuela arrived shortly after you passed out. She was primarily responsible for your care. Her knowledge and spells may have helped, but it wasn't enough to save you. So, the Archbishop stepped in. I requested to be there during the proceedings and insisted that your body was not to be shown to anyone. We had feared that this particular section would be more challenging, but to our relief, it turned out to be much simpler. The Archbishop granted us the request. She also wasn't present when Professor Manuela changed you into your current clothing. Manuela has seen your scars, but I ensured Manuela's silence on the matter. Hubert, what did you do? Edelgard fought to maintain her composure. A malicious grin formed on Hubert's face. He dramatically paused and answered right before Edelgard had a heart attack. I asked Dorothea for help, and she asked Manuela for me to keep this a tight secret. Given how we aren't yet thrown out of the academy or in chains. He lowered his voice again. I think we are fine. Your secret is safe with her. Suffice it to say I don't fully trust either Dorothea and Manuela, but as long as we pay them should they try to blackmail us. Knowing you, I imagine you requested to be the one to change me into my nightgown. Edelgard got closer and started teasing Hubert a little bit. I did. Hubert answered in the most monotone voice she had ever heard. It resulted in a giggle from Edelgard, which exploded into full laughter. Lady Edelgard? Does my answer amuse you? Hubert attempted to look sinister. Edelgard gave him the brightest smile she could muster as she responded with a simple yes. Lady Edelgard. This behavior is not befitting of the crown. He was met with even more laughter. Please, just stop this foolishness. The next 5 minutes went like that. During this time, Hubert's face curled up into a tiny smile a few times. So at least he's happy to see me alive. Suddenly, someone knocked at the door. May I come in? Edelgard quickly recognized the voice. It belonged to the Archbishop. Edelgard paused for a moment before she answered with a yes. Rhea stepped inside her spacious bedroom. She was holding a huge dinner plate. I'm glad to see you're awake. It seems the goddess listened in on my prayer. Rhea looked down before she locked eyes with Edelgard. As Archbishop and head mistress of the Officers' Academy, I give you my sincere apology. Our investigation into Akiran was fruitless. He has far more friends among the cardinals than I had anticipated. I underestimated him, and you, alongside your peers, paid a high price for my folly. As Edelgard remained silent. She had a few pressing questions to ask. What are you doing about Akiran? Lysathea von Ordelia claims to have witnessed how he attacked with the help of a magic tome. As you may know, these ancient magic books store a lot of magic power and let their users cast spells that are far beyond their capabilities. The problem is that once a tome loses its pent-up energy, it disintegrates. I assume this fate befell Akiran's tome. Rhea paused as she filled in 3 cups of tea. She gave both Edelgard and Hubert a cup. Edelgard recognized the tea by its rich and familiar smell. It was the Hresvelg blend. After Rhea took a sip from her cup, she continued. In any event, without the tome, there's no evidence of Akiran's evil deeds. And now, Edelgard, the entire monastery is on a wild goose chase for a mysterious dark mage that doesn't exist. Rhea sounded annoyed and frustrated. Edelgard's expression mirrored hers as she vented her frustration. So this was all pointless. I risked nearly everything for nothing. Edelgard turned to Rhea. First, you allowed this villain to become our professor, and yesterday he took us beneath the monastery to fight for his amusement in some underground coliseum. Lady Rhea, Bernadetta, and Petra nearly died there. And now Akiran nearly assassinated me right in front of everyone's eyes, and you did nothing. Lady Edelgard. Hubert gave her a concerned look. A gaze that told her to stop. He took you to see Abyss? Students from the monastery are prohibited from setting foot inside. Are you willing to testify against him? Rhea's emerald eyes pierced through her flesh. Edelgard felt nervous. She said too much. I am afraid I cannot testify against him. Rhea's gaze was broken by Edelgard. For a brief moment, no words came out of Rhea's mouth. So even a scion of House Hresvelg is intimidated by him. So my closest allies are all rendered powerless once someone has enough coins to spare. Hubert spoke up. Akiran runs a vast network and he has deep ties to everyone in the criminal underworld. He's a rat, but he's part of a horde. No house, no country, and no organization are without flaws. People like Akiran know the flaws, the little loopholes, every nook and cranny of your house because they fear the hungry cat watching out for them. People like Akiran play a dangerous game, and sooner or later he will slip up. Hubert made a slight pause while he drank a bit of hot tea. He's already made one such mistake. Attacking Her Highness. I request that Instructor Jaritsa will accompany Edelgard from now on. Her Highness's life was nearly taken. Surely you, as the Archbishop, don't object? If so, as a member of House Vestra, I'd have to take the princess home to Inver, where she would be safe. Hubert, you little genius. I have no objections. Instructor Jaritsa will follow you from now on. Ria looked at the two of them. Given your industrious nature, I'd welcome it greatly if you were to eat, Edelgard. You need to recover your strength. In the meantime, I'll tell you all that your heart wishes to know. Edelgard pondered a little. Before she took her first bite, she asked. What kind of spell was cast on me? Ria's friendly demeanor changed as she looked far more serious. I wasn't sure at first myself. But everything leads me to the conclusion that this is a higher tier version of the Meyer spell. If it weren't for the knowledge passed down from the previous archbishops, you might not have survived this night. The standard version of the Meyer spell is called Meyer B. This spell was officially banned alongside the rest of the dark magic spells. The archbishop at the time made a holy decree to ban them after Faergus made use of them during Lug's rebellion. Hubert and Edelgard looked at each other with surprise. So the first king of Faergus had mages that specialized in this kind of magic? None of our history books mentioned that. Edelgard elaborated. I am surprised that they don't mention it. This is the reason why the Fhirdiad's school of sorcery exists. Ria looked deeply into the eyes before she dropped the matter. But alas, not every historian paid close attention. Hubert and Edelgard merely nodded. As they looked at each other, they saw that they were on the same page in regard to who might be responsible for this. Without saying it, they both thought of Lord Arundel. Edelgard took a few more sips from the cup of tea. Little one, it's a miracle you're even conscious. If it were up to me, you would sleep for the entire day. I hope you don't mind that I have given your class this free day. Due to the investigation with Akiran, he was unable to attend, which means your peers all enjoyed this day off. You could join them, or I would leave it all to you. It's your choice. Edelgard tried to move her body. She slowly pulled herself up and out of the warm and comfortable bed. Every fiber of her being was hurt as she tried to stand. She suddenly felt a cold hand touch her. The hand was cold yet surprisingly soft. Hubert, Edelgard was happy to see her retainer. As long as I am by your side, you will never be alone. Lady Edelgard, please accept my help. His hands supported her on both her hips and shoulders. As they had done so often, he kept her weight so that she could move when she shouldn't normally. Thank you, Hubert. A slight blush formed on Edelgard's face when she noticed Ria giving her an impressed look. My child, you have found yourself a loyal companion. Edelgard's entire body was still drained of much of its energy. So she lacked the strength to respond right away. She told Ria that after the initial pain subsided a bit, Hubert is invaluable to me. Lady Edelgard, there is no need to compliment me on such a trivial matter. Hubert started to get flustered a bit as well. To distract himself, he made sure Edelgard could stand in a position that was the most comfortable to her. He shifted her weight a bit and Edelgard quickly felt much better. It's no shame to get some more rest, child. Yesterday, a miracle from the goddess saved you. My own magic was nearly at its limits. When suddenly, the goddess herself lent me the strength I required. Ria faltered her hands into a long prayer while her body faced the water pods lying on the ground. You were utterly drenched in the darkness. Purifying you was no longer an option. I had to extract the dark fluid. Hubert told me that Professor Manuela, Dorothea, and Petra were quite worried about me. I need to let them know that I am better. Ria's lips curled into a genuine smile as she asked, do you feel ready to talk to them? In the way he always did when he agreed with Edelgard, Hubert nodded slightly, indicating to her that regardless of her decision, Hubert would agree with it. Edelgard, who had nothing preventing her from moving forward, declared, I am ready to meet them, and I need to meet them. So shall it be? Rhea took a step toward the door, and Manuela, Petra, and Dorothea came in shortly after. All three of them appeared to be in a very exhausted state. Edie. Dorothea jumped into her friend's arms. None of them saw that coming. Hubert was completely shocked when he forgot to hold his mistress up and she fell back onto the huge bed with Dorothea in her arms. Petra gazed around naively, observing everything that was going on. Edelgard was held captive while Hubert tried to get Edelgard out of Dorothea's firm grip. "Dorothea, it's nice to see you be so overjoyed at my recovery," but Edelgard's face was as crimson as the flower she rescued from the palace garden. "Edie, Dorothea did her best to get up quickly. "I am surprised you." Dorothea's tone quickly changed from her typical happy demeanor to a somber one. "She is only this way for a limited amount of time. The Meyer spell's effect isn't permanent. Normally, this spell loses its effect after 2 hours." "But," Rhea stopped. "But what?" Dorothea asked. Her voice was filled with concern. "We don't know how powerful the after effects of this version are. Lady Edelgard has already slept through the normal recovery period and she is still quite frail and weak." Hubert responded to her question before Rhea could. "That is correct, Scion of House Vestra. That said, Edelgard, your strength should gradually return. You just need to promise me to take things at a slower pace than what you are used to." Rhea's voice cracked, and she spoke in an even more motherly tone. "Please child, take it easy. You are Ionius and Anselma's daughter. I remember it as if it were yesterday when I saw the two of them together." Rhea made a long pause. "I already feel bad enough having to write to your father about your accident." A sudden shock overcame Edelgard. The image of Duke Aegir, or that monster torturing her father with the news of her pain, was too much. "Please Lady Rhea, this incident can't be allowed to reach my father's ears," Edelgard protested with all her might. "It's part of my duties as Archbishop to inform your relatives about such events. I have to admit that I do not intend to hurt you or your family with this news." Hubert was cutting in. Emperor Ionius lost all of his children due to a series of unsolved accidents. Many within the palace, including Her Highness and I, now know him as a grief-stricken man. Should he learn about Acheron and his reprehensible actions, in addition to how the church failed to punish him? Hubert made a few steps towards Rhea and looked her directly in her emerald eyes before continuing. "He might do something unwise, something we all could have prevented if we hadn't acted by protocol." Hubert saw the shift in Rhea's expressions. His words cut deeply into her flesh and soul. Emperor Ionius has sent his own, last remaining daughter to study at a place sacred to him, and the holy church in which he placed so much faith nearly gets his last child killed. Hubert had raised his voice. Afterwards, he made a small, humble bow. "Forgive my outburst. Her Highness matters to me. Back to the topic at hand. A letter reporting Acheron's misdeeds and the attack on Lady Edelgard's life are enough for some within the Empire to justify war. Your words convince me. It seems Adrestia should count itself fortunate to have such an excellent future Marquis Vestra." Rhea gave a small, tired smile. "You humble me, Lady Rhea." Hubert bowed before her as he cracked a small sinister smile in response. "He really is enjoying this. Hubert, since when have you become so gifted with your speechcraft?" Edelgard was astonished that her retainer managed to find such convincing words in such a short period. "Without him, by my side, the conversation could have gotten rather tricky. Then again, intimation, politics, and loyalty are Hubert's elements." Dorothea and Petra looked in awe at Hubert's talent. All the while, Edelgard was once again standing next to him. Hubert helped her go a few steps, after which Edelgard slowly felt the strength return to her feet. "One more thing." Rhea stopped them as they were trying to leave. "I instructed the chef at the dining hall to make you whatever you desire. At least for today, he will answer your every wish from your lips. This should be your next destination, child. I'd be happy to accompany you if you want. I already owe you so much and asked so much of you." Edelgard made a slight bow before Rhea. "Please give me some privacy. The future Marquis Vestra's words have given me much clarity about the severity of my failure. I risked the life of the last child of a dear friend, and my ineptitude nearly led to the deaths of 2 princesses and 2 of her friends." Petra and Dorothea, who had been observing the conversation in silence as they supported Edelgard on her way outside, now looked at the whole scene in surprise. "How do you have knowing of this?" Petra asked. Her voice betrayed her uncertainty. "Lady Rhea," Dorothea wanted to say something but stopped in her tracks. "I told her by accident. It wasn't my intention." Edelgard quickly cleared up the confusion. Afterwards, her tone became much quieter as she continued to speak. "It's imperative Acheron doesn't know of this, Lady Rhea, you need to promise us to keep your silence." Edelgard paused for a small moment to collect her thoughts as a genius idea crossed her mind. "Lady Rhea, should you accompany us, Acheron might act rash and release the secrets he has against my peers and House Hresvelg. It pains me to say this, but his knowledge endangers the future of my realm. Assassination is not the answer." For a brief moment, Rhea looked Edelgard in the eyes. "The day we planned for soon comes. We must make the most of this opportunity to rid ourselves of Acheron's evil." Rhea paused for a moment. "The coming mission will be the perfect opportunity for Instructor Juritsah to prove himself and for Acheron to reveal his true colors." Rhea moved her hands to her chin as she spoke. "Now, when I come to think of it, with his tome in hand, the bandits would have been no match for the vile heathen craft Acheron would have unleashed on them. Yet, with his tome gone, I assume that the bandits will suffice in dealing with Acheron. These tomes are quite valuable, and even someone like him won't get his hands on another one in time. I will position my knights in such a way that Acheron is supposed to take the brunt of their assault. Meanwhile, Juritsah is going to be the one who fights off the bandits in case of Acheron's inevitable retreat." Edelgard bit an eyebrow in surprise at how similar Rhea's plan was to her own. "Juritsah together with the knights will fight off the remaining bandits and Acheron will be cast out because of his cowardice," Edelgard finished for her. "I agree with this plan, and it is welcoming to have your blessings, Lady Rhea." Rhea added, "And one more thing, should our plan succeed, will Juritsah be allowed to choose his class? The same goes for Manuela and Hanuman. I have faith that our plan will work. After all, the goddess is with the faithful, and the Archbishop and Scion of House Hresvelg crafted this plan together. The Scion of House Hresvelg, faithful, the goddess is with us, watches over us." All these words rang inside Edelgard's head. She was fed up with them. They were all lies. The goddess had abandoned her long ago. "Lady Edelgard?" Hubert asked while she was standing beside herself, trying not to think about the palace dungeon. "Let's eat something proper." "Yes, Edie, you need to eat if you want to get her incredible strength back." "Thank you, Archbishop, we will be taking our leave now." Her companion's words snapped her back to reality. "Yes, I believe it's our destiny that has brought us all together." Edelgard's voice was filled with a burning passion. The same passion with which she fought all her battles. "Yes, child, it was destiny that brought you here." And so the group was on their way to the dining room. While they were on the staircase, a knight passed them by carrying a sealed letter. Hubert gestured to Edelgard and the others to wait for a moment as he wanted to listen in on them. "Lady Rhea, the information you requested has arrived." Rhea looked a bit confused at the knight's arrival, but once she saw the seal on the letter she smiled. "Ah, so it seems you have a clue as to their location. The employer claims that Geralt and his mercenaries will be in a village for the span of a single night before they depart. My sources don't know the exact date nor where this village is precisely located. Remire isn't located on our maps. It's a small hamlet of people, too insignificant for our cartographers. But my sources did give me a rough location." Hubert and Edelgard's eyes fixated on a map. Fortunately for them, Rhea had already assumed they were gone, but in her excitement, she had forgotten to shut the massive door to her chambers. "Please go and find Alois for me and bring him here. There's something I need to discuss with him." Rhea dismissed the knight while Hubert and the group carefully moved away. "Why did you?" Dorothea wanted to ask. "You can ask me anything in private, but this is not the place for it," Edelgard said as they stealthily descended the stairs, just in time to avoid the messenger. A few minutes passed until they reached the dining hall. Much to their surprise, there was nobody there, with the exception of one large individual. His height rivaled that of Hubert and Dmitri. Next to him was a student. She appeared to be older and wore a modified academy uniform with a scarf. Her blue color scheme and the fact that Hubert's reports didn't mention her gave Edelgard the impression that she was likely a commoner from the Blue Lion house. "How may I help you, poor thing?" the girl said in a very motherly voice. Her tone reminded her of Rhea. However, her concern sounded somehow. Edelgard was looking for the correct word to describe her feelings. Genuine. That was the word. "It's an honor to formally meet you, Your Highness." The giant bowed before Edelgard. While he bowed his head, his white chef hat nearly dropped to the floor. Yet Petra caught it, and with a swift gesture, she placed it back on his head. Here Petra smiled while the chef experienced inner turmoil in the form of massive shame. "There is no need to feel ashamed. I am certain you will make us something splendid." Edelgard calmed him down with her words. All the while, her attention turned to the student assisting him. "Apologies, but I am afraid we haven't been introduced yet." The girl introduced herself with a small, humble bow before Edelgard could. "My name is Mercedes von Martritz, and I am from a merchant family. My father paid to have me enroll here. My name is Edelgard von Hresvleg. Please just call me Edelgard. I am just an ordinary student here." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Edelgard. Annie told me that she met you. But she didn't want to tell me why she ran away from you the other day." "Annie?" Edelgard asked. "It's her nickname. She calls me Merci and I call her Annie." Mercedes quickly changed the topic. "You look hungry, what would like to eat?" "I am merely helping the chef cook." Edelgard was unsure what to choose. "I'll have one onion gratin soup." "I'll take the same as Edie. This soup is not to my personal liking. I'll be having the beast meat teppanyaki instead." "Petra, you and your meat. A little soup from time to time would do you some good," Mercedes interjected. "And you have chosen an excellent soup. My mother taught me her special recipe. You are fortunate since this will be the most delicious onion gratin soup. I am sure you will love it. I am looking forward to it." Edelgard beamed ear to ear with happiness. During their conversation, her retainer did not speak a word. He remained silent, focused on her well-being. As time went on, Edelgard noticed her strength returning. "Hubert, is there something you want? It's strange how quiet you are." "Yes, I'd like to borrow the kitchen. There's something I need to do." With a look in her eyes, she asked. "Hubert, why must you be so evasive?" And much to her surprise, he showed her a small bag of black beans. "I need a special beverage." "Don't worry, Lady Edelgard, I will be the one to drink it." A sigh escaped Edelgard's lips. "Fine, Hubert, but you should really select something to eat. If you don't mind, I'd like some sautéed jerky." "We can do that," the cook said. "Then it's decided," Edelgard said this as she sat down in the same corner where she and her friends always did. Not only did someone like Bernadetta enjoy sitting in a more distant corner, yet, to be completely honest, the primary reason for my affection for this table is the feeling of being able to talk without any invited visitors. Edelgard looked around and saw a few fresh flowers next to the window. "These smell lovely," she commented. "You think so, too?" Mercedes asked. "We." She gently pointed her fingers at the cook. "We took them from the gardening house." "Yes, we grow all kinds of flowers and herbs there," the cook said while he was preparing the meal. In one swift motion, he flipped Petra's steak around and it landed right in the pan. This small move caught everyone by surprise. "Have you not visited the greenhouse yet?" Mercedes innocently inquires. "Well." Edelgard paused for a small moment. "We were rather busy keeping up with our professor's antics," Dorothea answered for her. Petra and Hubert hit her with their elbows in a sneaky way, while Edelgard put her hand over her mouth. "Apologies? I don't understand." Edelgard released her hand, Dorothea made a small comment to explain something, and Mercedes turned around, completely focused on her soup. "Is it possible for you to lead the way for us once we've finished? I am afraid my friends and I haven't had a lot of time to explore the monastery." "Gladly. Just leave it to me." She turned her eyes away from the soup, and everyone saw the happy expression she carried. "Someone is in a good mood today." Edelgard gently teased her. "Did you say something?" Dear? Mercedes asked. I am nearly done with the soup. It's nothing. Edelgard felt a bit embarrassed by her comment. She noticed Dorothea was grinning at her. While this was going on, Petra and Hubert gave off the impression that they were starving. Given their industrious nature, they were masters of working up an appetite. Hubert, in regards to yesterday. When did you fall asleep? When I woke up you were sleeping, but the bags under your eyes tell me a different story. Hubert yawned at her. I was fighting off the sleep for as long as possible. It was around dawn that I fell asleep. A few hours after midnight, the Archbishop told me that your life was no longer in danger and that you would recover. While he spoke his face betrayed genuine concern for her. Dorothea caught these subtle changes in Hubert's expressions, and she teased him. Oh, Hubie, you really love her. Don't you? I care about her. But it's not in the way you are suggesting. We walk. We walk the same path together. Edelgard finished instead of her retainer. It is difficult to explain, Dorothea, but I hope one day you will experience the same with someone you trust more than anyone else in the world. I'm not sure I follow. Dorothea looked confused. What is this about following a path? Mercedes asked while she held a wonderful dish in her hands and slowly placed it where Edelgard sat. I am sure you will like this. My mother's recipe is special. I remember fondly how my little brother used to smile whenever we served him this dish. Edelgard smelled the dish. What a delightful aroma. Just wait until you taste it. I hope you don't mind if I join you. I'll just. Allow me. Hubert stood up from his seat, and he went to the kitchen to grab the 2 soups Mercedes had prepared. He carefully placed them on the table. These are quite hot. Eat with caution. I am sure Manuela and the Archbishop are quite exhausted after yesterday's incident. The Archbishop helped heal you in person. Mercedes' eyes shot wide. Yes, she did. Please don't tell me she's a devout believer in the church. I should keep things calm on the praise. Ria performed a small miracle. You should have seen the dark fluids all over Edie. They nearly killed her. Manuela and I were at a loss for words. And usually there's no one better than Manuela to save someone's life. Dorothea. Why did you tell her that? Edie, she deserves to know. It seems the goddess wants you alive. Mercedes told Edelgard with a bright and genuine smile. I don't know about that. And with that Edelgard had killed the conversation until. This is delicious. No, it's extraordinary. Upon making her sip, she smiled like she was still the young Elle that chased after her siblings. I told you my mother's recipe is just the best. Just now, you remind me of my little brother. He used to smile in the same way. Your little brother? Edelgard inquired. Does he also live in the kingdom alongside your mother? Throughout the conversation, Hubert was awfully quiet. If you excuse myself. I will try to make myself some coffee. What's coffee? Petra asked. It's something I have imported from Dada. I see. By waving her hand in front of her retainer, Edelgard told him he could go. Meanwhile, she was paying close attention to Mercedes. Unfortunately he doesn't. I haven't seen or heard from him in years. Sadness and depression could be heard in Mercedes's voice. How come? Edie, can't you see this subject is bothering her? We are eating and there's plenty of time to get to know one another throughout the year. Edelgard stopped dead in her tracks and began to apologize. I am sorry for delving too deep on the subject. Oh no, please your highness. It's just that usually I like talking about my brother, but I also miss him a lot. Presumably, he died in a massive fire and I never had the chance to properly say goodbye. There's just some part of me that knows that the goddess will reunite our paths. When I look at Mercedes, I see part of myself in her. Yet the only way I see my siblings again is through nightmares or by dying. Edelgard's soup was almost finished eating her soup when the cook arrived alongside Hubert, carrying an absurdly large chunk of meat. Petra's eyes were like those of a hunter, eyeing her prey. This is looking far too delicious. Petra grinned at her meal while she took out her hunting knife from her garments and took the fork from the table. Armed with both of these tools, she made quick and efficient work of her meal. Does anyone want a bit of this? Petra offered them a bit of meat. Edelgard and Dorothea were a bit reluctant at first, but they tasted a bit from her meal. "This is delicious, Petra." The two of them complimented her on her fine choice. "It's a bit much," Dorothea stated, and Edelgard nodded in agreement. Petra tasted the meat herself. "It's different from how we and Brigid cook the meat, but it's nonetheless tasty. I suppose the herbs that are used in the cooking process give it a special." Petra was searching for the word flavor. Edelgard suggested. "Yes, flavor." In the meantime, Hubert rushed back to the kitchen, and he came back with a teacup. Only that the cup was filled with a black beverage. "This is coffee, and it serves as my substitute for tea." Dorothea further engaged with Hubert on the topic, while Edelgard had a rather interesting discussion about meat. Though she was a terrible conversation partner on the subject due to her complete ignorance of kitchen equipment and procedures. This is when Mercedes stepped in to lend a hand and some sound advice. A long conversation had left Edelgard feeling exhausted and downhearted. This was Hubert's birthday, and she had nothing to show him except a sword that would fill him with even more worries. "What is it, Edelgard?" questioned Mercedes. After a moment of consideration, Edelgard gestured to Mercedes to come a bit closer. "Do you mind preparing a cake?" Mercedes's face curled up into a small grin. "Oh sweetie, I already prepared a cake. Today is Hubert's birthday." "Correct." "Certainly, but how did you discover that?" The calendar on the bulletin board displays our birthdays. "And so I prepared this chocolate cake for him. As his longtime friend, I should have made something for him, but I am afraid I lack the talent." Edelgard's lips escaped a depressed sigh. "Nonsense. You merely lack a good teacher." "But I am afraid I am not much of a good teacher. When I tried to teach Annie, we nearly destroyed the kitchen if it weren't for an older orange-haired knight coming to our rescue." "An older orange-haired knight, you say?" "Annette told me she was looking for him." "Did she find him?" "He seems to strictly avoid her. But he did save us during our crisis, and he forbade Annie from cooking. But Annette is relentless, and she refused to listen to him." "Yes, that does sound like my Annie." "How do you know this?" "I cooked with Flayn on the day I arrived here, and some of the knights talked about a previous incident in the kitchen. I merely connected the dots. Anyhow, I am not much better than her. The results of what Flayn and I created were almost unsavory. But Bernadetta somehow saved us and made something incredible out of it. Annie, I told you not to practice without me. At any rate, it seems the Black Eagles have a fantastic cook on their side." "Yes, I am quite proud of her. And it seems the Blue Lions have an absolute sweetheart on their side that cares about everyone's birthdays." Edelgard blushed a little bit while she spoke that last sentence. "You are too kind." Mercedes moved closer to Edelgard's ear and whispered. "Will you accompany me to get cake? If you have any other presents for him, you may want to." Before she could finish, Edelgard had risen from her seat. "Please just wait for us, we'll be back shortly." Hubert and Dorothea shortly ended their conversation to give them a small nod. Apparently, their discussion had switched from coffee to nobles. And now the two of them unloaded all of their hatred. Dorothea von Vestra. Now that would be quite something. The fury inside of her definitely matches Hubert's fire. It's nice to see them enjoying themselves so much. Petra was still enjoying her meat. Her behavior reminded Edelgard of a cat. When no one was watching, she toyed with her meal a little. Before Mercedes and Edelgard exited the dining hall, she gave a small but important order to Hubert and Dorothea. "I am sorry to interrupt you two lovebirds, but I need you to gather the rest of the Black Eagles here in the dining room. And avoid Akiran at all costs. You needn't tell us twice to avoid Akiran, Edie. We were almost getting to him in our little heartfelt discussion about the rotten nobility." "It will be done." Hubert stood up and bowed before Edelgard. He offered Dorothea his hand, and she gently took it. "Let us depart on a little journey, Hubie." "A little journey?" Hubert looked a little bewildered. "We are merely running a small errand." "That we are, but who says we can't have a little fun together?" she whispered softly into his ears. But Hubert remained unfazed by her attempt. "Oh, I didn't manage to make you blush, Hubie. More bewilderment appeared on Hubert's face. He changed the subject right away. Let us depart at once. Sure, Hubie. When Hubert and Dorothea were walking through the monastery, Dorothea decided to playfully cling to him like a cat in order to tease Edelgard. It made Edelgard's heart ache a little. A part of her desired this playful life. The easy life of being a simple girl with far simpler dreams. A few minutes had passed. During this time, Mercedes had directed Edelgard towards the Blue Lion common room. She wasn't entirely sure where she had stored the cake, and so she went there first to look. On their way, they overheard someone shouting. The person appeared beside themselves with rage. How dare he? She spoke. To think he has the audacity to call my parents to the monastery to answer for his crimes. It couldn't be. Edelgard quickly remembered to whom the voice belonged. Lysithea, she called out to her. Are you all right? Edelgard. She looked in utter amazement. You are alive. Lysithea was overjoyed, but then she switched back and yelled at her. I told you Akiran is nothing but trouble and you nearly let yourself get killed by him. Lysithea. Edelgard was at a loss for words. I saw his magic. I saw him cast that massive spell on you. How it nearly devoured you. How you screamed in pain. Recalling it more clearly pained her, so she stopped. Edelgard approached her and gave her a brief hug. And now Akiran plans to blame all of it on me. His friends are forcing my parents to attend a formal hearing. The Archbishop and her cardinals will personally decide on this case. I could lose my standing here at the Academy. In that case, my future goals will be far harder to accomplish. I'm sorry, Lysithea. Please accept my apologies. Her immediate response was but a whisper, yet Edelgard heard everything, and it hurt her more than she ever imagined. It always needs to be a Hresvelg that makes things worse for us. While quickly concentrating on what transpired between her and Akiran, Edelgard pretended she hadn't heard anything. I am so thankful that you stood up for me. I will return the favor. Did you see that it was Akiran who cast that magic on you? I need a witness to testify against him. Edelgard paused. A monotone voice spoke up. I saw how he did this. Instructor Jurit saw? For how long have you been standing here? Long enough to hear your shouting. I witnessed him using his magic, too, Juritsa yawned. Juritsa went closer to Edelgard. A certain someone paid him a visit. I couldn't resist the temptation. His voice was the tiniest of whispers. Edelgard had so many questions. But she limited herself to one. Is he still alive? Yes, but now he understands what it means to be afraid. Lysithea and Mercedes looked surprised at Juritsa's actions. It was Lysithea who inquired. Are you two acquainted? It's a long story. Edelgard answered while Juritsa turned away from her and silently leaned against a pillar. His expression was one of pure boredom. Say, Instructor Juritsa. You claimed you saw him use the spell. Juritsa looked to Edelgard as for how to respond. He refers to me in these situations. His loyalty is remarkable, but I don't know what to say. When Akiran knows about me, how come he seems oblivious to Emil? If the Death Knight can slip past him, perhaps his network is not as powerful as he made it out to be. From a distance, they heard someone shouting. How come you haven't found the intruder? A professor of the Officers' Academy nearly died by his hands, and you pretend to have seen nothing. Does the church not pay you enough for my protection? Everyone present quickly realized to whom the voice belonged, the man that nearly sent Edelgard to an early, untimely death. Juritsa's face switched ever so slightly, but she could read between his two emotions. On the one hand, his untamable hatred for this man and his desire to finish the job, while on the other side, he looked proud of how he scared him. Juritsa grinned ever so slightly. Throughout the entire ordeal, Mercedes remained quiet. Her posture made it clear that she simply wanted to get into the Blue Lion's common room and grab the cake. But she was also too kind to ask Edelgard to hurry along. So she waited. Unlike Edelgard, she was unable to read Juritsa's emotions through his mask. And yet her eyes were fixated on him. Ever since Juritsa had appeared, she had gazed at him. Before Edelgard could comment on Mercedes' behavior, She was interrupted by a large pair of footsteps coming her way. "Oh hello, Edelgard. I see you are conversing with the woman that nearly sent you to your grave." Akiran's breath was like that of a poisonous snake as he spouted his toxin. "You keep dangerous company, especially at this time. Can you believe that a black-armored lunatic made an attempt on my life? On me? Can you believe it? You're certainly one to talk. I am no assassin." Lysithea looked as if she was ready to attack Akiran at any moment. "Yet you raised your hand against a professor of the academy. How is the punishment Professor Manuela gave you coming along?" "It's coming along nicely," Lysithea said defiantly. Edelgard couldn't watch anymore. She decided to take Lysithea's side. Lysithea lacks the power to cast such a large spell. She is a mere student, an estimated professor of the Officers' Academy. On the other hand, she teased Akiran, in the hopes of him falling for this provocation. Akiran looked unfazed. "There have been no witnesses to support your claims. You two should know better than to accuse me, your fellow noble, of such a crime." Lysithea looked to Edelgard and Jaritsa for support. Akiran caught her glimpses and she went to Edelgard's ear. "Don't you dare. If I go down, you will fall into the abyss with me." Edelgard reluctantly grabbed Lysithea and they went inside the Blue Lion's classroom before the conversation could continue. Fortunately for them, the room was empty. Mercedes followed them inside and focused her attention on finding the cake while Edelgard was locked in a conversation with Lysithea. "What are you doing, Edelgard? We can get him together." Lysithea struggled until Edelgard whispered into her ears. "He has dirt on me and my family." Lysithea's eyes widened with surprise. "It all makes sense now, but how come he can get his dirty hands on secrets of House Hresvelg?" "My uncle." Edelgard's voice cracked ever so slightly. "He betrayed my family more than once and I presume he is in league with Akiran." "That's awful. Thank you for trusting me with this. However, this means that you can't help me, doesn't it?" Edelgard shook her head. "It means that my help has to be different from how you expect it to be." "What do you mean?" "I have a plan, Lysithea, and I need you to remain calm and level-headed for now. Don't let Akiran provoke you. I swear to you that I will make him and all who succumbed to his depravity pay." The expression on Lysithea's face slowly relaxed. She still looked somewhat anxious, but Edelgard's presence and words gave her the feeling that she was not alone. Even though Jaritsa and Hubert were both cold-hearted, emotionally damaged and distant, Edelgard knew better than anyone how much she needed them. How they helped her survive the horrors. "I found it." Mercedes looked happy until she gave it a closer inspection. "Or rather, what's left of the cake. It seems someone got really hungry." "Wait, this is the cake Annette and I." Lysithea stood there in pure shock. "I am so sorry. Annette told me it was okay to take a few bites. There's a tiny part of cake still left. Compared to his previous birthdays, this is a significant improvement." Edelgard stated. "That won't do. Where have you two been living?" Suddenly, Mercedes looked rather furious. "He deserves to have a proper cake." "But how? How do we quickly make one?" Edelgard and Mercedes put their hands on their chins while they started to think. In the meantime, Lysithea went to her knees, begging Mercedes for mercy. "I sincerely apologize." In her own world, Mercedes paid her no mind. Edelgard subtly picked up on the existential crisis that Lysithea was going through and tenderly directed Mercedes toward Lysithea. "Oh my, I was lost in thought. We need to get to the kitchen. And I need quite a few experienced helping hands. Hubert is not allowed to help, after all we are doing this for him. Do you know anyone with experience in baking?" Suddenly, the memory of how Bernadetta saved Edelgard and Flayn in the kitchen entered her mind again. Bernadetta is an amazing cook, but I haven't seen or asked her how talented she is in regards to baking. I have a little bit of experience. Please allow me to help. Lysithea offered her help in the fleeting hope of redemption. Mercedes, who gave Lysithea the cold shoulder throughout the entire conversation, whether or not this was willing or unwillingly, Edelgard could not tell, finally looked at her and broke her awkward silence. "Yes, then this makes 4 of us." Lysithea cautiously posed the question. Do you forgive me for eating the cake without your permission? Mercedes gave Lysithea the brightest smile she had ever seen. There's nothing to forgive. You were merely hungry. I am not angry with you, but now I need your help to make a new cake, so hang in there, Lysithea. We will make the greatest birthday cake the monastery has ever seen. Edelgard enjoyed Mercedes' enthusiasm. For a split second, she saw the last 3 Hubert birthdays come and go. She remembered his cold expressions. How he clenched his fists when he visited her on her bed. Bedridden for the day because of the overly excessive punishments or training, as Lord Arundel liked to call it. In the last 3 years, especially on his birthdays, she couldn't give Hubert the happiness he deserved. She remembered his worried expressions and his hatred. Well, she did worry him today, and Acheron caused them all much grief, but so far this was a massive improvement and Edelgard hoped she could finish the day with a genuine smile on her retainer's face. Yes, let's make this the most wonderful birthday cake Hubert has ever seen. Edelgard took Mercedes and Lysithea by the hand, and they rushed back to the dining hall. Ferdinand was already there and he comforted Bernadetta, who appeared to want nothing more than to return to her room. Please leave Bernie out of this. The screams that came from her mouth were terrifying. Please Bernadetta, it's just for Hubert's birthday. Ferdinand exerted his greatest efforts in an effort to reassure and comfort her. However, this did not prove to be successful. When he carefully moved her hand to pat her on the head, she bit him. Ow! Just bring me back to my room. She used all of her strength to run away from Ferdinand and she bumpered straight into Mercedes' chest. Can I help you? Mercedes asked as he quickly helped Bernadetta get up. You smell nice. Bernadetta stated, while her overall demeanor seemed occupied with taking in Mercedes' scent. Could it be that you're Bernadetta? Who wants to know? Bernadetta was still intoxicated by Mercedes' smell. You smell like home. Like the carnivorous plants, my mother and I used to take care of them in the garden. Instead of panicking, Bernadetta allowed Mercedes to help her get up. Bernadetta, we need your help. We want to bake a wonderful cake, and we need your expertise. As soon as Edelgard finished her request, Bernadetta once again fell back into panic mode. Would you just leave me alone? She sank to the ground and held her hands above her head. If the rumors are true, then someone nearly killed Lady Edelgard. They're going to come for us all. I need to hide from the Black Knight. Upon seeing Bernadetta's reaction, Edelgard's heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Bernadetta, it's me, Edelgard. She went closer and hugged her. For some reason, Mercedes also went in to hug Bernadetta, and her scent made Bernie calm. Lady Edelgard. Yes, Bernadetta, it's me. I am alive and well. You don't need to live in fear. Are you going to help us bake this cake? Mercedes asked. Yes, I'd love to. Bernadetta's heart jumped for joy as she rushed into the kitchen and quickly grabbed everything she needed. Lysithea, Mercedes, and Edelgard rushed after her. What followed was a massive project in which the girls all worked together. After 10 minutes, Dorothea and the rest of the Eagles arrived alongside Hubert. Edelgard rushed to the dining hall entrance and blocked the way before Hubert and the rest could enter. She allowed Caspar and Linhard inside, but she blocked the way for Dorothea and Hubert. Edelgard addressed her retainer. Hubert, I have a task for you. Her face flushed with crimson as she looked at Dorothea. I order you to accompany Dorothea to a date. Lysithea and Mercedes, who watched the scene from a distance, quickly brought a tea party set and gave it to Hubert. Did you hear that, Hubie? The former songstress gave a wink to both him and Edelgard before saying, we are going on a little date. Her expression told Edelgard that she got this. Are you feeling well, Lady Edelgard? That flushed complexion of yours. You have a tea set. And after a brief pause, she lowered her voice and murmured, I want you to be happy. Dorothea snatched Hubert's arm and they ran off together, leaving him speechless. During their hasty retreat, Edelgard was sure she saw a similar reddening of Hubert's face. Have fun, too. When Edelgard returned to the dining hall, she found the kitchen in shambles. Both Bernadetta and Mercedes were exerting tremendous effort. While this was going on, Lysithea was having a hard time making any headway on her end of the situation. With each passing minute there was more and more problems that arose. She quickly ordered Casper and Linhard to clean up after them. "Casper, Ferdinand, would you please grab something to help clean up after us?" "Linhard, the same goes for you. Just leave it to us," Casper and Ferdinand shouted with confidence. "Ugh, I am not good at this," Linhard complained. Edelgard gave the two a wink. "I am counting on you." The next 10 minutes were total chaos. Outside of Casper's splendid work, nothing seemed to work. They made the cake size too big and now the four of them struggled to bake it. Occasionally Linhard would chime in and offer some good advice when he was getting bored. A genius stroke hit Edelgard. "Linhard, we require your talents." She took his broom and effectively switched places with him. After a minute, she heard how Linhard started to give the girls orders as to how to proceed with such an enormous cake. The time flew by, and after an hour, the massive cake was finished. "The size fits a wedding cake," Lysithea commented. "Are you sure we were allowed to use so many resources?" But Edelgard quickly reassured them. "Rhea told me that I could have anything I wanted today. After nearly passing away in her care, I'm reasonably confident that everything will turn out fine, though I was unprepared for how large the cake would be." The cake rivaled Edelgard's and Bernie's height. And it was heavy. All of them carried the cake together onto the central table. They all marveled at what they had achieved. "This cake is easily befitting a wedding, one worthy of the noblest of nobles." Ferdinand spoke in awe. "We should be proud of ourselves." Mercedes echoed Ferdinand. "This is an excellent accomplishment. Nevertheless, I believe that we can all agree that we went a bit overboard with the size. I had hoped it wouldn't grow too large. But here we are. It would be best if you went and got the two sweethearts." Lysithea turned to Edelgard for confirmation and got a nod in return. "I'm going to go get these two. First, though, let's finish tidying up and make things look a little better. This is our first birthday celebration as part of the Black Eagles." Edelgard's voice was all serious and the determination she carried was unmatched even by Casper and Ferdinand. "Please leave me out of the tidying up part. I am no good at that." Linhard yawned directly into Edelgard's face, which resulted in him getting the broom handed back to him. In the span of a few minutes, the kitchen, which used to be covered in dirt, was starting to look clean. The perfect place for a large birthday celebration. Apparently, the noises that they were making caused quite the scene. Ignatz, followed by Raphael, and a pink-haired student came inside to watch, closely followed by Sylvain, who made big eyes for the pink-haired student. She, however, mostly ignored him. Edelgard was unsure whether to send them all away. After a minute of them admiring the enormous cake, she spoke up. "Today is Hubert's birthday and we made this cake for him. I'd like to ask his feelings on the matter first before I make a decision for him about whether or not we celebrate with so many." "This is reasonable," Sylvain responded as he turned his attention away from her back to the pink-haired lady. "Would you care for a drink in town, Hilda?" he asked. "No thanks," she uttered while she walked away. "I wish Hubert a wonderful birthday." Ignatz looked at Edelgard. He looked like a frightened animal that was just trying to get away from her as fast as possible. "Yes, tell Hubert happy birthday from me," Raphael stated. Edelgard quickly seized the moment. "We may need 2 additional hands." She faced Raphael directly. "Would you like a bit of training? Ignatz could use a bit of exercise." Ignatz turned to Raphael, his eyes pleading with him. But this game was something Edelgard was also quite adept at. She turned to Raphael with the same pleading eyes. In the end, Raphael gave in and stayed to help. "Come Ignatz, this will be fun. And we will probably get something from this nice cake. Not that I care too much about that. Cake isn't really my style, but still, this looks tasty." Raphael, Ignatz pleaded one final time with his friend, but it was to no avail. And so they stayed and decorated the dining hall a bit. Ferdinand handed them fresh candles to replace the old ones. "I can depart now." Mercedes and Lysithea silently approved. And so she was on her merry way. Now when Edelgard started to think about, she hadn't seen Petra among them. Where could this little Brigid princess be? Somehow she wasn't there after Edelgard and Mercedes returned from their search for the cake. Suddenly, she heard two voices chatting with each other. That is not a wise move, Petra. When you want to become better at, say, rank, then you need to have a better strategy. You should take advantage of every opportunity. When your opponent is the most vulnerable, you need to strike. Say rank. Petra asked in her usual innocent manner. It is the Amirayan word for chess. Edelgard spotted how a small young boy answered. Thank you, Cyril. Edelgard rushed to see what was happening. When she arrived, she was greeted by Claude, who seemed to have taught Petra a few things. Oh hello, Edelgard. Claude. I can't believe you would stoop so low. We could have used Petra's help in the dining hall and she was looking for the right word. You know what you did. A touch of anger could be heard in her tone. Well, at least I am not calling you princess anymore. So this has to count for something. Claude was lying on the ground while Petra sat on the ground and observed the board game. Claude, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't have asked Petra to join you. Today is Hubert's birthday and we want to celebrate it together. Ah, so that's why he was here in the garden drinking tea with Dorothea. Did you pay her to go out with him? Edelgard went to her knees and slapped Claude. Ow, that hurts, I was just joking. You've seen Hubert, so you know how he is. Scarecrow is the perfect description for him. I haven't paid Dorothea to do anything. She agreed willingly to this. And no, she doesn't see him as a massive scarecrow, and neither do I. Claude was clearly getting a rise out of her. Were you not supposed to be sick, near death and bedridden? Claude inspected her. You're gorgeous right now in comparison. I nearly died if it weren't for the Archbishop and Professor Manuela. So Lady Rhea herself healed you. Interestingly, the people around here refused to mention that. Well, the books here mention that the archbishops of the church are usually quite skilled at white magic. A handy blessing by the goddess. Is there a hint of sarcasm in your voice? And here I thought you were intrigued by the church and its doctrines. Claude's eyes pierced through her as he responded. Only because I am interested in the church doesn't mean I see eye to eye with everything they do. That said, Fodlan is a beautiful place. Especially when it has two princesses like you two studying here. So you can be charming if you want to be. Edelgard teased him a little. You wounded me, I thought I was always charming. My pure noble heart. Claude was putting his hand on his heart and pretended to die. Upon seeing Edelgard's dismissive reaction, he changed topics again. Beautiful, yet also so very harsh where monsters like Akiran are allowed to do as they please. Claude won Edelgard's attention back. How do you? Her gaze was drawn to Petra, but she shook her head, signaling non-verbally that she had told him nothing. I read through my grandfather's study and his reports about Akiran painting a grim picture. Do you have any strategies to rid yourself of him? Because once a parasite like him has infected you, he's nearly impossible to remove without a full surgery. This seemed to be one of the first times she had witnessed Claude being serious. I have a plan in place to rid myself of him. Claude let out a small sigh of relief. That's good. Do you mind sharing your plan with me? After all, they call me the master tactician. And Hubert told me that you fancy yourself the embodiment of distrust. Tell me, Claude, why should I trust someone who fancies himself that? Edelgard focused on him with the eyes of an eagle. Me? I'm dishonest, and a dishonest man you can always trust to be dishonest. Honestly. It's the honest ones you want to watch out for because you can never predict when they're going to do something incredibly stupid. Something tells me that is your usual response to this question. What gave it away? Ugh, we are leaving, Petra. Wait, Edelgard. She stopped at Claude's behest for a brief moment. I am glad you are alive and give the scarecrow. Edelgard gave him a harsh look. Wish Hubert a happy birthday for me. I will. You are having my thanks, Claude, for this little lecture. Petra smiled at Claude. It's always a pleasure to chat with an intellectual equal. Upon gaining some distance from him, Edelgard asked Petra, what do you think of him? She put her fingers on her chin while she appeared to be thinking. He reminds me of a deer. A deer? Yes, a deer. He is a shy animal. Someone that doesn't trust others. But he has something elegant about him. I can say with absolute certainty that he is the most marvelous creature in the forest. Interesting. Well, who am I to criticize if you have such high regard for him, but I do have my doubts about him. You should never drop your guard around him, Petra. A few minutes passed, and they finally found Dorothea and Hubert relaxing near the small pavilion. I told you not to laugh about this. Sorry, Hubie, but how can I not? For the record, I was 6 years old at the time and I was up against a wild boar. Yes, but did you really think you could win? My father just taught me a bit of offensive magic. And I was so full of myself. I was desperate to prove myself. So when Lady Edelgard was accompanying her uncle into the nearby forest, I subconsciously targeted a boar. When the beast came storming at me, I lost my balance and the spell missed, and the boar trampled right past you in the direction of Lady Edelgard. Dorothea mimicked Hubert's deep and cold voice. To her surprise, he found this both insulting and charming. As impressions go, yours was quite good. And yes, you are correct, the boar nearly took Her Highness's life because of my arrogance. Hubert made a small pause. If it weren't for Volkhard stepping in at the last second to protect her. Hubie. Dorothea's voice cracked, in the same manner, as Hubert's voice had cracked. I feel miserable to have asked you after your worst defeat. I am surprised you entertained my own hubris. I wouldn't consider that day to be the worst defeat I have suffered, but it was one defeat I have suffered through my arrogance, which is why I'll never allow myself to forget it. Hubie, for a moment, Dorothea remained silent. She looked around and was searching for a way to break the silence. For a way to put a smile on his face. Edelgard felt guilty at hearing her retainer's thoughts. She was also not innocent in this story. She was also young, foolish, and arrogant, as she had encouraged Hubert to seek out a worthy opponent. Her childhood self wanted Hubert to make his father proud and she too failed to consider the risks. Against her wishes, Petra intentionally made a few noises to signal their presence. Have you? Dorothea asked. We just arrived. Edelgard quickly cut her off while she suppressed the red on her cheeks. Her words left the two unfazed. Understood, Your Highness. So do you have a new order for me? Hubert's behavior suggested that had looked through Edelgard's lie. And Dorothea seemed to feel the same. Edelgard paused for a brief moment before dropping the facade. Fine, Petra and I listened in while you were talking about the boar incident. The guilt she had carried with her manifested in a small outburst. I was the one who ordered you to hunt something big. I told you to hunt that boar. The fault is mine. As is what transpired yesterday. Lady Edelgard. Hubert took one large step toward her. I was the one who chose to follow your order, and I failed to see the bigger picture. In my stubbornness, I refused to account for the consequences of my mistakes. You were 6 and I was 4. My goal is to transform the world into a place where no one is trapped by their air stage or their past. This includes us, Hubert. I want you to look forward to the future with a smile on your face. Edie, do you really think you can do that? I will usher in this era. Trust me. Dorothea had trouble finding the right words to express her feelings. You seem confident, but that's precisely why I want to have faith in you. After a long pause between them, Petra was the first to raise her voice. We should be going. I am sure everyone is waiting for us. Yes, Petra, you are right. Lead the way. Hubert signaled to Petra to go ahead. She did so, and they followed a few steps behind. Edelgard was too curious for her own good, so she went and whispered in Dorothea's ear a question. How was the date? Quite fun actually. Outside of the final question, I'd say we enjoyed ourselves. Hubie is a bit different from most nobles, and unlike so many, he doesn't boast about his so-called accomplishments or heroic deeds. Dorothea paused for a moment, while she averted her eyes from Hubert to the cold floor. I wish he wasn't super serious all the time and... Edelgard followed up. You are his favorite conversation subject. At least when speaking about people, his mind for strategy is quite something. Oh, and he helped me with my magic too, by giving me some great advice. It's nice to hear that you had a great time. That we had. Lady Edelgard, is something the matter? Hubert, who had obviously overheard some of it, gave her a puzzled expression. I am just proud of you. Edelgard's lips formed into a smile. She turned to Dorothea. I have one last favor. Could you follow my lead? Edie, what scheme are you going to employ? Your Highness, would you kindly step away and respect my... Edelgard had taken his right arm, and she now clung to it. Dorothea, meanwhile, clung to his left arm. Both of them giggled while Hubert's face finally displayed a crimson shade. Your Highness. Edelgard did not respond. Instead, she and Dorothea used their weight to push Hubert forward. Lady Edelgard, I must insist that you stop this improper behavior at once. Oh, come on, Hubie. Allow us this fun just for today. The way Dorothea and Edelgard clung to him was reminiscent of two cats that showed their affection. Since you are not used to these kinds of affection, I think that this is the most appropriate gift I can offer you. It is not my gift as the imperial princess or future emperor, but rather as your dear friend. When they entered the dining hall, everyone present looked in awe at Hubert. There were many flushed faces in the crowd, particularly among the male students, once they saw Edelgard and Dorothea cling to Hubert in such a way. Well, I guess Dorothea and I are quite popular. Once Edelgard's eyes darted around, she saw that many students from different houses were present. She saw Annette standing right next to Mercedes. Apparently, she looked a bit down. Has Mercedes given her a small scolding, because she and Lysithea ate the previous cake? Caspar and Linhard didn't seem to notice their arrival because they were talking about how to attack from different directions. From what Edelgard could gather, nobody had vanished. Petra, who went ahead, positioned herself next to Ferdinand, who apparently had protected the cake from all who wanted to taste it. The biggest surprise for Edelgard was to see Claude and Dimitri standing next to Ignatz while they were deep in a discussion. Did you know that Edelgard is interested in our Ignatz over here? She's not. Ignatz tried to refute it. Watch everyone. Dimitri directed their attention to the entrances of the Edelgard, Hubert, and Dorothea. I am sorry, Ignatz. You never stood a chance. Claude teased him one final time before smiling at the trio. Meanwhile, Dimitri's face showed a trace of embarrassment before he averted his gaze. She felt uneasy as a result of the actions of her two competitors. From another side entrance, Edelgard saw how the pink-haired student from earlier entered, and she headed straight for Claude. Although she did stop for a moment to admire Hubert and the enormous cake. My, her face flushed with crimson. As much as Edelgard and Dorothea tried to keep it together, their faces now matched the color. They had hoped that it would be mostly the Black Eagles, but as things stood now, the dining hall had become quite lively. Outside of a handful of students, most realized the romantic undertone. And yet this gesture that Edelgard saw Manuela perform in the opera house was the only way Edelgard knew to publicly display her affection. Well, that and a kiss. But she and Hubert weren't that close. Her heart bummed for joy that Dorothea was present and helped her too. If she were alone, she probably would have stopped already, on the account of things being too embarrassing for her. Hubert's arms were released from Edelgard and Dorothea's tight grip once they reached the cake. Throughout their entrance, Hubert was left speechless. He had experienced many emotions at once, and now he seemed unable to comprehend them all. His red cheeks spoke of embarrassment, and he looked like he had sunk to the ground in shame. But there was also a tiny part of him that felt happy. After a minute, he needed to cool down. He addressed the present company in his usual monotone way. As you may know, today is my birthday. He anxiously made a brief pause. I was not expecting. It was Edelgard's idea. Mercedes spoke. She was heartbroken that we didn't have a cake for you, and she showed at the Eagles minus Petra and at Lysithea. Only thought it right to help her in that endeavor. It was Mercedes' idea. Edelgard answered truthfully. Mercedes tried to deny this, but Hubert trusted Edelgard's words more than Mercedes. That, and he knew how little experience Edelgard had inside the kitchen. Hubert closed the distance between them and humbly bowed before her. It is truly rare to find another student, especially one from a different house, that cares so much about this day. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now Mercedes' cheeks were also burning. She quickly changed the topic as she handed him a plate and one very large knife, or was it a short sword? By that cake size, Edelgard could not tell. Hubert aimed at the cake. Everyone looked at him with bated breath. How would he try to cut a piece? With a few strikes, Hubert felt like he had it in his hand and carefully removed the piece. Afterwards, he tasted it, and a small but genuine smile formed around Hubert's lips. He handed the knife to the next person who wanted a piece. That person was Raffle, and he looked more than ready. From there, everyone cut themselves a piece of the cake. The Black Eagles, alongside the new faces, all sat on the massive table in the center of the room. Everyone simply looked happy. There was no other word to describe the warm, laughter-filled atmosphere. From her seat, she saw how Ignatz seemed desperate to get away from Dimitri and Claude. No, he will serve House Regan. The kingdom needs qualified knights, especially those from the common folk. Ignatz would, alongside Raphael, serve as a beacon that Faerghus can and will change. Dimitri sounded honest and determined. But Ignatz felt pressured, and he looked like he wanted nothing more than to run away. "Excuse me," Edelgard said, nodding to Dorothea to handle things on her end. "I must take care of something." "You can count on me, Edie." A few seconds later, Edelgard rushed to Ignatz's aid. "Do you fancy a dance?" she asked while she offered him her hand. She went closer and whispered in his ear. "I promise, we won't talk about your future if you don't want to, but I fear this is your best chance to get away." Ignatz merely nodded while he took Edelgard's hand. They looked for a bit of empty space, and she carefully danced with him. She picked up on his lack of confidence almost immediately. "I'll be the one to lead," she said softly. And his words clearly had a positive effect on Ignatz. "Right," he replied, after a moment's reflection. 1, 2, 3. Edelgard demonstrated. 1, 2, 3. Now it was Ignatz's turn. 1, 2. Edelgard suppressed a small grimace as she helped him stay on the right course. 3. Without noticing it, quite a few couples had gathered around them now, dancing in response. Petra and Claude shared a dance together, and it was an impressive performance. Something you'd never see in Fodlan. It was almost like a battle between them, and Claude seemed to be losing this battle. Next to Claude was Dim-to-Try, and he seemed to be dancing with the purple-haired student. Much like Edelgard did with Ignatz, she seemed to have taken the lead while he somewhat competently followed. Suddenly, Ignatz and she bumped into Dorothea, who had somehow persuaded Hubert to join her for a dance. Hubert looked so uncomfortable and out of his element. But Edelgard had taught him the bare minimum about dancing, so he somewhat managed. As far as Edelgard could tell, Raffle and Casper were competing in a little arm wrestling game, while Bernadetta and Lysathea were still eating the cake together. In the meantime, a blue-haired student offered Mercedes her hand for a little dance. He looked quite embarrassed by having to ask her. "I think I know that student from somewhere." He was at the training grounds with Dimitri. Everyone seemed to enjoy themselves. Even Ignatz gained a little more confidence. After 10 minutes, Edelgard tried a risky maneuver and he caught her. Ignatz held her in his embrace and so she avoided hitting the ground. "What was that?" he asked. "I was merely testing you, and I can see that you have made significant progress." Edelgard smiled at Ignatz as she saw a little flame in his eyes. A sparkle that reminded her of her younger brother, of dancing in the palace with her siblings. Of the joy she felt when her younger brother caught her and of his confidence. "Do I view Ignatz as a younger sibling? In any case, he reminds me of Eric." A minute had passed and Edelgard helped Ignatz to help her get back into the correct starting position. Even though she wanted to dance more, she saw that everyone she could dance with seemed to be exhausted. Even Petra, who had won her competition with Claude, now drank fresh water with him. Wherever Edelgard looked, all she saw were smiles. So many smiles. Just walking around the dining hall made her heart race. For the tiniest of moments, she stood at the palace while Hubert's birthday party of the past was unfolding. She saw her father smiling while he chatted with Marquis Vestra, her uncle, and a far more healthy-looking Duke Agir. While she stood there on the dance floor, she saw how her fellow peers transformed into her siblings for just a split second. When she looked into Hubert's eyes for a moment, she saw not the tall protector he was now, but her foolish young friend. "Edie, are you all right?" Without noticing it, she had bumped into Dorothea and Hubert. "Yes," her response was but a small whisper. "That's good. Now how do you feel about another dance?" She winked at Edelgard. "Just the two of us." After a tiny bit of consideration. "That sounds fine." Dorothea took her hand and they entered the dance floor again. "So, you have taken a liking to Higgins," she teased Edelgard a bit. But she didn't get the reaction she was hoping for. "No, I merely see him as a friend," Dorothea suggested. But Edelgard instead answered. "He reminds me of one of my younger siblings." "Edie," a sad sigh escaped Dorothea's lips. "I am sorry for the loss. Actually he is alive, but he isn't the same anymore." "He?" Dorothea grabbed Edelgard's hand. "You don't need to say any more. I am sorry to have asked you this." "No, it's all right. Ignatz just reminds me of how Eric used to be." Dorothea quickly changed the gears. "Allow me to show you a dance Manuela and I perfected." "Dorothea, hold on," was the last thing Edelgard could utter before she found herself part of a dozen risky and flashy dance moves. They were elegant, the entire beauty of Fodlan was in her performance, and Edelgard was desperately trying to catch up with her. Eventually she started to sweat, but Dorothea looked to be inexhaustible in this. Their dance captured the entire dining hall, including some newcomers who had just arrived, like Flane. "You are doing great to keep up so far. If ruling Adrestia becomes too boring for you, you will always have a place at the Middle Frank Opera Company." "You flatter me, Dorothea. But I am afraid I will not be able to keep up with you for much longer. Can we soon call it quits?" "Fine by me." After 10 minutes, Edelgard was desperately struggling to get some fresh air. Hubert helped her get outside. The stars and the moon were shining above them. Dorothea was truly unstoppable on the dance floor, as she now danced with Ferdinand, who seemed desperate to hold out longer than she did. "To that end, Lady Edelgard, how would you characterize today?" "It was lovely." She smiled, "but this is not my special day." "It's yours." Hubert looked around, and once he was certain that nobody was following them or overhearing their conversation, he spoke. "I am happy with everything that brings you happiness. From the deepest depths of my heart, I wish there was a better path ahead for you." "Hubert, She took a few steps closer and softly whispered into his ears. "You were always there for me. My guardian, this world is a better place because you are in it." An instant redness had spread across Edelgard's entire face. Hubert said nothing. But Edelgard still felt how much her words mattered to him. And when she looked him in the eyes, she saw a smile on his face. Suddenly, both shrieked as they heard a familiar voice. "Good, I was getting worried you two might have run off." We all wanted to sing a little birthday song for Hubie, before we slowly departed from the festivities. Also, Edie, can you give me a brief moment with Hubie alone? Edelgard gave a small nod before taking a few steps away to hide behind a nearby pillar. "What am I doing? I should spy on them. But I can't help it with my curiosity. Hubie, I want you to close your eyes. Just for a brief moment." What could Dorothea be doing? In a split second, she had closed the distance between them and kissed him on the cheeks. "What was that for?" Hubert asked. "For saving me on the day we met," Dorothea answered softly. "So shall we now be off?" "Yes, we shall." Hubert allowed Dorothea to cling to her arm and they marched together into the dining hall. Edelgard had stealthily rushed there to arrive before them. Once they were there, everyone started to sing for Hubert. It was a children's melody, and so nobody had issues singing the happy birthday song for him. A completely unscripted and yet surprisingly beautiful moment was a solo Dorothea performed during one of the refrains. In her song, she expressed her wish for his good health and happiness up until his next birthday. As a result of this performance, Hubert broke out in a genuine grin. He usually gave out evil smirks, but that grin was completely different. As a matter of fact, it was pure and incredibly lovely. And so his birthday concluded. What started with him watching over her for an entire night ended with a genuine smile. Chapter 10, A new companion. 17th day of Great Tree Moon, 1180, Hubert's birthday. Countless thoughts raced through Edelgard's head as she entered the underground bath chamber. Seeing Hubert smile on his birthday for the first time in forever made her happy. There was so much that she still had to process. The entire party reminded her of how they used to celebrate birthdays when she was a child. Despite her fears of the water, Edelgard hastily removed her clothes and rushed inside the large pool. The water had the same perfect warmth she was now used to. As she relaxed on the corner, she remembered the countless dances she used to partake in. I have to admit, Dorothea is a very fearsome dancer. She is passionate about her profession, and even Ignatz was quite good at adapting to my moves. I had so much fun today. Perhaps a bit too much fun, given how a certain someone is still causing massive trouble. The next mission will be where I finally rid myself of Acheron. I swear not only to my peers but also to Lysithea. At least now, I know one of his weaknesses. He fears the Death Knight, and as long as Juritzai is by my side, he won't try anything stupid. It seems tomorrow afternoon is the day when all classes depart on the same mission. To rout the Iron King bandits and to kill their leader, Costus. Tomorrow is going to be the first time where I am going to wear this mask. The mask of the Flame Emperor. A disgusting little gift from this monster, but it should be my real identity. I need to manipulate Costus to focus all of his attention on Acheron, but I want him captured alive. He needs to experience genuine fear, enough so that he will never try to harm my friends or me in the future. I don't know how deep his bond with these people is. Speaking from my own experience, as soon as they see him for the pathetic worm he is, they will abandon him. For now, I need to show them my superiority, but I will never forget how Lord Arundel backed this swine and what he aimed to do with him. Naturally, should I ask him, he will respond with empty lies, but I know that for him, Acheron and I are just pawns in a bigger game. If he desires this war so much, then he's only going to get it on my terms. I will not allow the victims of the coming conflict to die for nothing. All these thoughts increased Edelgard's pulse and blood pressure. Acheron's audacity enraged her. She had clenched her fists in anger and kept her mind on her one goal, which was to get rid of pests like Acheron from the monastery. After a few minutes, her mind slowly drifted away from Acheron. At first, it lingered on Lysithea, and then it went to Mercedes. What a kind young soul, Edelgard commented, while the massive chocolate cake manifested before her eyes. The last thing she did before she departed for her bath was clean up, and even though so many students had participated, there was still so much left of the cake. And Lysithea truly gave her best. Poor girl, she really has too much of a sweet tooth. She ate so much of the cake I overheard her having stomach pains. To her genuine surprise, Edelgard's thoughts eventually found their way to Petra, and then to Claude. She was simply surprised at how Claude was able to steal her away from a private hangout. It was rather strange of someone as industrious as Petra to merely go along with his antics. They also played chess again, and by the looks of it, Petra's defeat had made her quite furious. Oh, Petra, you are quite good at hiding your emotions when you want to. But that must be why you were so passionate about your dance competition with him. For a brief moment, I started to pity Claude. He challenged the future queen of Brigid and got crushed. Edelgard looked at herself in the mirror and thought about how embarrassed she had been when she and Dorothea clung to Hubert and walked into the dining hall. It was such an embarrassing moment for the three of them. Honestly, I am amazed that Dorothea went along with so much of what I asked of her. I assume she did a fair amount because of our friendship, but she also seems to take quite kindly to Hubert, and who can blame her? For the tiniest moment, Edelgard imagined how someone saved her from certain death and how that person helped and nurtured her. She desired nothing more than to be held in that person's arms. While she thought about the last part, she realized that her eyes had become fixated on the romantic statues next to her. What are you doing? She scolded herself. And yet she caught herself fantasizing a little more. Her heart raced at the prospect of finding herself in a very similar position to that in which Dorothea had found herself tonight. She saw the wonderful, fleeting moment she had shared with Hubert. Lady Edelgard, these thoughts are improper for a lady of your station. Suddenly, her inner Hubert decided to scold her when she herself wanted nothing more but to give in to these improper thoughts. But Edelgard quickly realized that she could not daydream any longer. Hubert, and her inner Hubert, were always right when it came to her duties, and she had so many of them. Before her thoughts returned to what lay ahead, she allowed herself this one discretion as she started to think about Ignatz and how much he reminded her of her youngest brother, Eric. She remembered how painful her last visit to his chambers was. Eric was now only a shell of his former self. When he last saw her, he merely screamed at her, and his hair was completely white as the silver snow. He had completely lost himself in his madness. As an heir with the major crest of Siros, he would have inherited the throne instead of me. A mournful sigh escaped her lips, and Edelgard's heart weighed so heavily. She knew better than anyone that she wasn't worthy of ascending the throne. Instead, she was merely chosen because she was the last person in the whole world that could inherit the throne, and now, one misstep could end everything. The dance she shared with Ignatz reminded her of when she taught him to dance. We were the happiest siblings in all of Inver during their dance. Eric used to be so shy, even though everyone had such high hopes for him due to his major crest. His mother preached to us how those with a major crest are personally chosen by the goddess. But Eric. Edelgard clenched her fist. He wasn't chosen by the goddess. Or if that is the fate the goddess bestows upon her believers, then I will never again pray to her. Thinking about her past was too painful. The only solace she found was in the present, here in the bath. The comfort of knowing that, despite everything, Hubert had the best birthday party in recent years. It was an event that gave her strength, and she would fight tooth and nail to make the brighter future she dreamed of a reality. With that, Edelgard left the bath, and upon changing into a fresh set of academy clothes, she began her way back to the nobles' dormitories. On her way, she spotted a small black cat that seemed to be on the lookout for something. It took Edelgard a brief moment until she saw that this cat was hunting a mouse that was right next to her in the grass. She shrieked in fear upon seeing the mouse. What's worse, she felt a hand touch her shoulder. "Hi, princess," upon not getting a response, he asked in a concerned voice, "Edelgard, are you all right?" Suddenly, the mouse ran away from the bushes in between Edelgard's legs. It caused her to panic. "Oh, I see," the person said with a mischievous grin, "you are afraid of rats." Before the person next to her could take advantage of Edelgard's compromised state, the cat intervened and quickly dispatched the mouse. With one elegant jump, she saw how a proud Hresvelgen came to her aid. A few seconds later, Edelgard realized she was no longer in danger. She quickly turned around to see who was standing next to her. "Ugh, Claude. What are you doing here?" "Evening to you too, Edelgard. I thought of taking a small stroll after all the action we just had. And I was surprised to see you." "What is it, Claude? You are not afraid of rats, are you?" While in his presence, Edelgard avoided revealing any information. "What gives you that idea?" Claude gave her a smirk. "Nothing." Just like that, he walked away from her. Once there was enough distance between them, Edelgard congratulated her little friend. She double-checked that no one around was listening. "Oh, who's a good kitty? Are you a good kitty?" She patted the cat. "You are so beautiful, a Hresvelgen. I remember my sister had one like you." She called him Mr. Meow. When Edelgard finally admitted that she had no idea what gender her rescuer had, she felt a slight flush rise to her face. "I should probably hold off on the naming for now. She is a female, and her name is Adrestia." A young man spoke to her. Arg, Edelgard quickly turned around to see the young boy who was with Claude as he played chess with Petra. "You are Cyril, correct? I am surprised you remember, but yes, my name is Cyril, and I had the pleasure of assisting Lady Rhea when she took care of you. Those were loads of pots of that dark liquid that I had to carry. I am sorry for putting you in this position." "Don't be. I insisted on helping Lady Rhea with this. And it was good training. Anyhow, is there some way I can help you?" The first question that left her lips was, "Can I take this cat to my room?" "I don't think students are allowed to." Cyril paused dead in his tracks as he saw how Edelgard took the little Adrestia into her arms and went on her way. "You are not allowed to do this. These stray cats are part of the monastery. If Lady Rhea has a problem with me taking her to my room, then she can come and say that to me in person." To me, the heir of the Adrestian Empire that nearly died under her care. Edelgard hissed back at him. I will report this to her. Cyril paused, but you must know that there is no way you can take care of the cat while you are on a mission. I am not unreasonable, Cyril. Adrestia will stay at my side whenever she wants to. I will let her out, and she will not stay in my room while I am on missions. Cyril looked at Edelgard. Do you have something to feed her? She has just eaten a mouse. For the future, you will need to have something prepared for her. And don't ask me to do it. I warned you. Hubert will think of something. Ugh, you are really unlike Lady Rhea. When I was hungry, she cooked something delicious for me. Cyril, you are comparing yourself to a cat. More precisely, you refer to yourself as her pet if you word it like that. He stopped for a brief moment. I just don't have that much in common with cats. Edelgard ignored him as she went with Adrestia on her arm to her room. She looked so happy. Meow, Adrestia seemed happy. So you are a good girl. Who's a good girl? The pure black cat with her lilac eyes began snoring. This gave Edelgard a feeling of excitement she hadn't felt in a long time. Once she was alone in her room, she put Adrestia on her bed and spent the night cuddling up to her. Over time, she dozed off with Adrestia nestled against her stomach. 18th day of the Great Tree Moon, Mission Day. Meow. She felt Adrestia's warmth as the black Hresvelgen was still pressed against her chest. Adrestia was delighted to see Edelgard awake. She quickly rose to her tiny feet and started meowing for happiness. It's all right, Adrestia. Edelgard quickly patted the cat, but Adrestia seemed to insist on something. Is she chirping? Before Edelgard could say anything, Adrestia scratched at her wardrobe. Her claws were leaving a mark. No, Adrestia, I must insist that you stop. By order of the Adrestian princess. Edelgard had rushed to pick Adrestia up. But Adrestia was insistent that Edelgard drop her. Once Edelgard had carefully dropped her, Adrestia began to rub against the wardrobe, followed by a tender meow. Do you want me to open the wardrobe for you? At first, Adrestia did not respond, however, after a moment, she began rubbing her head against Edelgard and then the wardrobe once more. A sigh escaped Edelgard's lips. Fine, is there something you want from my wardrobe? Most of my clothes are custom-made to fit my personal style. Before Edelgard opened her wardrobe, her eyes gazed at Adrestia's profound beauty. All she needs is a beautiful collar. A black collar for her neck would be perfect. When Edelgard opened the wardrobe, she heard a small squeak. Her entire being stood there in shock as a tiny rat tried to flee from Adrestia's might. Adrestia jumped at the little rat and proceeded to play with her. Meanwhile, Edelgard was in a slight panic. She quickly jumped into her bed and waited for Adrestia to finish off the tiny rat, but Adrestia continued to play with the little mouse, or was it a rat? In any event, Edelgard didn't care. She quickly covered her body with her blank white bedsheets to protect herself against the long-tailed rodents. It took Edelgard a while to take hold of herself and her fear. Whenever she looked at the rodent, she experienced a cold shower. A feeling of dread that was indescribable. For a brief moment, it felt like she was back in the Imperial dungeon, gasping for a glimmer of light. After what felt like an eternity, Adrestia finally went ahead and killed the rat. Even though she grew weary of the games, she occasionally glanced at Edelgard while playing with the rodent. Proud of her victory, Adrestia decided to celebrate it by showing off her accomplishments to her new mistress. And much to her mistress's dismay, Adrestia was unshaken by Edelgard's ensuing panic attack. Stop it, Adrestia, I don't want to play with rats. Edelgard commanded. But her every command was promptly ignored. Adrestia's snoring followed a meow. After putting the dead rat next to Edelgard, the proud Hresvelgen began to ask for payment for her hard work. Something like Adrestia's new owner was more than happy to oblige. Deep down, Edelgard's biggest wish was to get rid of the corpse. It took all of her strength to carefully take the dead mouse, and she quickly opened the window and decided to throw the corpse out until Adrestia blocked her path. She chose to be the final roadblock. PFFTCH. The shape of her tail had changed and her face and body language showed that she looked completely unhappy with what Edelgard attempted. I see you are defiant. PFFTCH. Don't dare raise your claws against me. I am your princess. PFFTCH. Ah. When Edelgard reached for the window handle, Adrestia pounced on her. Due to the state of her injuries, she had unintentionally lost control of the rat and dropped its corpse to the floor. Adrestia raced after the corpse at a rate that was unmatched by any other creature. Adrestia! Edelgard yelled after her cat. Lady Edelgard, are you all right? Her retainer now knocked at the door. Are you hurt? He insisted. It is nothing. Lady Edelgard, I must insist that you open the door. Fine. She let out a sigh while she opened the door. Hubert was already on the verge of casting a spell but stopped once he saw the mysterious attacker's true identity. It's a cat. Hubert pierced deep into Adrestia's eyes. Adrestia, meanwhile, had taken the dead rodent in her mouth and was eager to bring it to Edelgard. I see in your eyes that you are willing to serve, Lady Edelgard, even if your service brings her discomfort. Hubert placed himself between Adrestia and Edelgard. You can hand the rodent to me. I have great plans for you. Together, we will make sure no more such incidents occur. Hubert's voice was both menacing and soft as he began to pat the cat, and it made Adrestia snore so much that she dropped the rat. Good, cat. Does she have a name? Her name is Adrestia. Is that not a touch excessive, Your Highness? As if you were more adept at naming. Edelgard proclaimed defensively. Hubert's gaze shifted away from her to the cat. Do you have something for the cat to eat? She will require nourishment, and we require someone to care for her while we are on missions. Adrestia marked Hubert with her head, and Edelgard immensely enjoyed his happiness. I do have a few treats, but they are mostly meant for us humans. I don't have any specific cat food, nor do I know how to make one. I do know how to cook meat. So we could serve her that. Hubert put his hand on his chin. Perhaps the peers who baked that huge cake for us yesterday will feel compelled to aid us in our mission. From what I hear, Mercedes and Bernadetta are quite adept at cooking. We could ask them for help. I could use a portion of my funds to purchase her something at the market. My father left me with a bit of coin. If the cat, Adrestia's claws went deep into Hubert's flesh. If Adrestia proves useful to you, Lady Edelgard, then I will support her. Her claws went even deeper into Hubert's flesh. Ugh. A small giggle left Edelgard's lips. It seems you might have offended her. It seems someone is rather prideful, Hubert commented. There's no doubt that my feline relatives, the Hresvelgians, would take great pride in their namesake. Adrestia's meow broke the momentary silence between them. Lady Edelgard, we should go. All professors are supposed to give us a small briefing for our mission, and even though more than half our class is well informed, we are still forced to attend. Although this time it's all of us together. Upon hearing this, Edelgard nodded. While Hubert was talking, she kept herself busy by gently rocking Adrestia. Have you been listening, Lady Edelgard? She affirmed with a brief yes. Then we must depart. Nevertheless, this does not solve the problem with our small companion. How should we proceed with her? I will find someone to take care of her while we are gone and someone who cooks for her from time to time. As for now. Meow. She looks like she wants to follow us. Can I? Edelgard asked innocently. However, she was shut down by Hubert immediately. No, Your Highness, you can't take her with you to our classes. A tiny glimpse of Akiran tormenting young Adrestia manifested before Edelgard's eyes. In an instant, she shook her head to dismiss the possibility from her mind. You are right, it was a foolish thing to request. I am starting to worry that our four-legged companion might distract you too much from your duty. Hubert. Edelgard was furious with her retainer. Adopting a cat won't change my stance on my duties. He remained silent. The silent treatment again. Honestly, Hubert? A sigh escaped her lips again. I can't just leave poor Adrestia here locked in my room. That's exactly what we should do, Hubert commanded. Our lecture won't keep us occupied for long, and then we'll be able to look for and request assistance. Silence reigned between them until Edelgard finally broke it with a resigned fine. After another minute of Edelgard and Adrestia cuddling, Edelgard closed the door to her room, locking Adrestia inside. I'm sorry, Adrestia, I wish I could have taken you with me, but I can't let anything happen to you while this monster is in charge of my class. Together with Hubert, she set out to find Bernadetta. This time, however, it wasn't the crack of dawn, but rather a couple of hours later, so Edelgard didn't have to rouse her. Bernadetta! Repeatedly, Edelgard pounded on her door. But no one answered. Bernadetta! Edelgard issued the order. Please, you can come out now. There was silence once more. For a brief second, Edelgard's heart had stopped beating. Her mind was racing with 1,000 different scenarios. It was excruciatingly painful. She tried several times, but the door remained closed. Are you looking for Bernadetta? A female voice asked. When Edelgard turned around, she saw Ingrid. Yes, have you seen her? An hour ago she was dining hall. Apparently, she wanted to eat breakfast before everyone else. I met her before I went to the training grounds, although I must admit that I have never seen Bernadetta visit the training grounds. Do you think that is? No, it is not the time to discuss her training habits. Have you seen Professor Akiran? Ingrid shook her head. No, I have not. Every class is supposed to meet in half an hour for our meeting with our teachers. I already gathered Sylvain and now I am looking for Mercedes. She is probably just in her room. Edelgard made a small bow. I wish you good luck with that. When you meet her, please give her my renewed thanks. She did so much for us. Yesterday would be what it was if it weren't for her. I heard from His Highness that yesterday was quite special. It was just my birthday, Hubert chimed in. However, this one was better than the previous 3 put together, and in great part thanks to your fellow classmate. Please give her my thanks as well. Ingrid seemed a little taken aback by Hubert's kind words. Is it something I said? Hubert asked. He was just as puzzled as Ingrid. No, it's nothing. Out with it, Ingrid. He doesn't look the part to say things. Edelgard demanded. Fine, Felix and Claude told me you are like a scarecrow. Hubert laughed at this in his own nefarious fashion. In the meantime, Edelgard appeared worried. Hubert, this is not something you should laugh at. It means people run away from you. And I see this as something to be proud of, he countered. Hubert. Now Edelgard's lavender eyes displayed the full extent of her worries. Why is it that you can't grasp this? Please find joy in life, it is my sincere wish for you. And nobody is happier when they scare away everyone. We will discuss this topic later. For now, I am worried about Bernadetta. If she is not in her room, then we need to find her. Agreed, he bowed and quickly went in the direction of the dining hall. We should split up. Edelgard nodded while she began to check the garden and the pavilions. She encountered the same pavilion where Dorothea and Hubert had their romantic getaway. Bernadetta! Edelgard screamed for her, but she still received no response. Suddenly she heard a voice cry out for her. Edie! Dorothea, I am here. Ah, here you are. A minute had passed, and now Dorothea stood next to her. This certainly is a lovely spot. She teased Edelgard by whispering that into her ears. And much to Edelgard's own annoyance, it worked, and her head flushed red with crimson for a brief moment. So what can I do for you, Edie? Are you looking for Bernadetta? Yes, she is not in her room. Have you searched other places? Hubert is currently searching the dining hall. Do you want us to keep searching for her or meet up with him? She asked. Now it was Edelgard's turn to tease her a bit. Do you already miss my retainer? But Dorothea remained unfazed by the question as she did not answer it at first. Only to giggle a bit, and then she answered. It might be more efficient if we coordinate, and perhaps Hubie has already found her, which is a good possibility knowing him. The crimson color was still all over Edelgard's face as she nodded to Dorothea that this was indeed their best option and an excellent next move. It took them 3 minutes, but once at the dining hall, they saw Hubert talk with Petra. No, I have not been seeing her. I've been trying to track you down because we have a meeting with Akiran coming up. Yes, Petra, I am aware that we only have around 20 minutes to find her. Which is why I enlist your help. Hubert spoke to her in a hurry. Nobody here could tell me anything substantial. A disappointed Edelgard remarked, "That's a shame," as she entered the room. "Lady Edelgard and Dorothea, it is a pleasure to see you." Petra greeted her. The feeling of pleasure is mutual. Dorothea hugged Petra. Meanwhile, Edelgard was far too busy thinking about where Bernadetta could have gone. "I am sorry to speed things along, but we need to hurry. Much to my discomfort, I am worried something could have happened to her." "So what do we do?" Dorothea asked. "Splitting up would be our best option. I offer to search the training grounds and the classrooms," Hubert informed them. Petra volunteered, "I'll be taking care of the stables then." "I can search the marketplace," Dorothea offered. Edelgard counted her fingers, and now she only held 2 fingers up. "This leaves me with only the Knights' Hall and the Cathedral. Great, my least favorite places. I'll be taking my leave." And with that, Petra disappeared as swiftly as the wind itself. "Sorry, Edie, but we are in a hurry," Dorothea stormed after her. While Dorothea ran, Edelgard's eyes were fixated on whether or not to stop her and ask her to switch. She now turned to face Hubert, only to realize that her retainer had already left without saying a word. "Ugh, why? Now I am forced to go to the 2 places I hate the most." After a bit of internal bickering and her fear for Bernadetta's safety, Edelgard went on her way to the Knights' Hall. "Your Highness, it's time to move. Come, Dor. Professor Hanneman wants to speak with you before the lecture begins." When Edelgard stepped inside the large and magnificent hall, she was surprised at how cozy the Knights' Hall looked. There was a fireplace, a decently filled library and a bit of training space. The locale was distinct in its own right. While the training grounds reminded her of a tournament field, this was, strangely enough, a smaller, far less sinister version of Lord Arundel's office. By all means, this is a training ground and also a place of knowledge. In his office, Lord Arundel had packed away so many important books, and he removed most of the books from the Hresvelg library. Every time Edelgard wanted to read a book, she had to ask permission from him first. Dmitri sat on a comfortable chair while he read through countless documents. "Apologies, Edelgard, but I need to go." "Didu, Felix, would you take care of her in my stead?" "Naturally, Your Highness," bowed the gigant with white hair. "I don't want to stick around for this. Unless you show me what you're capable of." "Excuse me? I don't have time for this. If you would kindly tell me whether or not you have seen Bernadetta, that would be all." "You are in luck. I have seen her." "Bernadetta, was she the shy one?" "Yes, and now please tell me where she is." "Tell her," the gigantic man from Dusker insisted. "No." A defiant tone infused his words. "Unless you offer me a demonstration of why the boar respects you so much." He does," escaped Edelgard's lips. But Felix only threw a wooden sword at her feet. "Pick it up and let's see what you are made of. I'm assuming you're ready to lose." Edelgard picked up the wooden sword and stepped inside the small arena. "This is childish, you should go and tell her," the man from Dusker said. "I don't care what you think, lapdog," Felix hissed at him. "Time is of the essence." "I couldn't agree more. So I will make this quick." Felix launched at Edelgard with his crest activated. A major crest. Edelgard was surprised to see one again. She immediately focused on the battle again to avoid thinking about her younger brother. Fortunately for her, she quickly reacted to the attack and blocked it. Her hands were trembling because his blow was so powerful. "Eyes are up here." Felix attacked with a flurry of strikes. All of them put Edelgard on defense, and throughout his attack barrage, his major crest activated. "I've got you." He looked proud of himself as Edelgard found herself pushed to the edge of the small arena. Felix's fighting style was unlike anything Edelgard had seen. She witnessed her opponents rely on brute strength and finesse, but rarely did she witness someone embody all 3 deadly qualities at once. His strength was ferocious, but there was also a fine finesse to each of his moves and strikes. From his body language and form, very few moves were wasted, and his crest enhanced the power of his strikes. His mind was also quite strategic. He carefully predicted the strikes he would need to get Edelgard into the corner. Yet if there is one thing Felix might not know, it is that not every opponent will fight fairly. Edelgard dodged Felix's last strike, grabbed him, and smashed him against the floor. He tasted the sand of the small arena and was furious when he tried to get up only to find the wooden sword pushed against his neck. You lose, Felix. I didn't know the people of Adrestia fight dirty. I can't afford to hold back. Not against an opponent such as you. Will you tell me now where my friend is? Only if you offer me a rematch one of these days. Felix, you lost to her, and while I disagree with her tactics, you need to keep up your end of the bargain. Felix sighed, his eyes burned with fire. He appeared desperate for a rematch. But as Edelgard drove her wooden sword closer to his throat, he eventually relented, saying, "Fine, I saw her at the cathedral." "Thank you. You are quite the adept fighter, Felix. Now you are pitying me. You are unlike the boar. He would have relied on his brute strength to win the day. I am nothing like him. I can see that. See you at our inevitable rematch, princess." In the last few minutes, Edelgard quickly rushed to the cathedral. On her way, she saw a group of monks gathered, and they seemed to mumble to each other. As soon as they saw Edelgard pass by, they became silent. They started to eye Edelgard, and when she got away, they continued to mumble as if nothing had happened. As Edelgard stood in front of the substantial stone bridge, she raised her head to take in the enormous structure in front of her. The cathedral's size was comparable to that of the main school building. There was a vast multitude of people waiting to get inside, but a closed gate blocked them. In a hurry to get inside, Edelgard pushed her way through the crowd. "I am the house leader of the Black Eagles, and one of my classmates is inside." The knight looked at her, but once he saw her red cape, he quickly changed his posture and gestured for her to enter. "You may enter. What's going on today?" A few pilgrims and refugees had arrived from the Hevering region. They fled their villages in fear of the Iron King bandits. We allowed the pilgrims inside but not the refugees. Many of the refugees desired to be heard by the Archbishop herself. She was currently inside to greet the pilgrims, but the refugees were supposed to wait in the monastery town. And now we await her orders on what to do. Many of the refugees unfortunately left inside alongside the pilgrims. I see as Edelgard stepped inside, she heard a loud protest from the refugee crowd behind her. "Why do you let her inside and not us?" A woman shouted, "My children and I, we fled our homes. When is the Archbishop going to do something about this?" A child begged. With a heavy heart, Edelgard stepped inside. Once there, she spotted Rhea standing at a massive podium as she preached to the faithful. "Fear not, as the goddess will send her knights to drive off those who she has forsaken. I want you to all carry this message and let this be a warning to all manner of thieves that..." Rhea was interrupted in her speech by the knight, who let Edelgard inside. He yelled, "There's a riot happening outside." Rhea's eyes caught a glimpse of Edelgard. She whispered something to one of the knights standing next to her and then turned to talk to the knight. "Let the refugees inside. And protect the princess." The knight nodded, and he grabbed Edelgard's hand. Uneasy at first, she soon realized the necessity of Rhea's order when she realized the knight was all that stood between her and the overwhelming onslaught of refugees. There were so many people that Edelgard was truly worried about Bernadetta. Was Felix lying? I don't see how Bernadetta could ever wind up here willingly. But I can't rule out the possibility that Akiran and his people might try something. She scanned the cathedral, and much to her dismay, the massive building was entirely filled. From her position and given her own infuriatingly small height, she could barely make out the person next to her. Then, all of a sudden, a brown-haired knight with a suit or armor that stood out from the rest of his group appeared. He appeared older than most knights, and with a smile, he stated, "I'll take things from here. You did a fine job shielding the princess." "I only did what I had to." Edelgard made a small, humble bow. "Thank you for shielding me." The knight nodded as his comrade took over. "My name is Eloise, and I must insist that you accompany me to Lady Rhea's side. As you can see, the church has become rather filled with everything that's going on. You are the knight who will accompany us on our next mission." "How do you know that?" "I thought you're..." Eloise stopped as he looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. "How come you are here, princess?" I thought the lecture to inform you would start any second now. Bernadetta, one of my classmates has gone missing, and I am trying to find her. In that case, let me think. He stopped for a few seconds in his tracks. Ah yes, I think I saw 2 students around here. Follow me. Eloise took her outside the cathedral to around the building's sites that had been closed off to the public. It's a shame we can't enter the goddess tower, Bernadetta. I know, look at all these people. I need a place to hide. The door is unfortunately locked. I am so sorry for dragging you into all of this. Oh no, don't be sad. You were nice to me, Marianne, and I wanted to see this place with my own eyes. There are so many stories about this place. My favorite is that when a man in a, Bernadetta stopped in her tracks as she saw Edelgard approach. Lady Edelgard. But without saying a word, Edelgard briefing hugged Bernadetta. I was so worried about you. Lady Edelgard, why are you so nice to me? Bernadetta dried out. Bernadetta. Edelgard looked at her friend, surprise was written all over her face. We are going to die. She yelled. Professor Akiran probably sent you. Didn't he? Poor Bernie is going to die. That mind of yours. No, you are not going to die while I am here. Please, Bernadetta. I think it's best if you stay here. Eloise chimed in. The Archbishop ordered me to protect you, Princess. He went closer and whispered in her ears. And your peers look quite frightened by all that's going on. The Archbishop and I will talk later with your professor, but for now. I just want you to stay here. Edelgard nodded as she turned to Bernadetta. What are you 2 doing here? We are doing nothing illegal. Bernadetta stated. In response, Edelgard put her hands against her forehead. Poor girl, I won't get anything substantial out of her. I wanted to see the goddess tower and see it with my own eyes. The blue-haired girl next to Bernadetta spoke, but we have become trapped before its door. Unfortunately, we heard it's closed off from the public. That's true, Eloise spoke. Only on a select few days of the year is the goddess tower accessible to the general public. One such day is the night of the Academy Ball. And this place has a legend if a man and woman meet. Perhaps another time, Eloise. Edelgard wanted to cut him off, but Eloise continued. And should they happen to make a vow, the goddess will make sure their wish is fulfilled. Nobody knows how old this tale is. There are rumors that it's 20 or 30 years old, some say it goes back to the foundation of Garreg Mach. All 3 girls listened to Eloise. His words grabbed their attention more than Ria's speeches. The 2 young ladies gave each other a few shy smiles. It can't be that we all pictured the same event. Edelgard had pictured the moment where she would stand at the goddess tower, and she would be in her mother's stead. She would meet the love of her life there and find a little bit of happiness. Perhaps the love of her life would help her escape the darkness that she was trapped in. Edelgard's eyes wandered to Bernadetta and Marianne, who seemed to have similar feelings on the matter. The idea of finding someone who will love them seems comforting to them. I heard tales of the depressed daughter of House Edmund, and she seems to fit the description. A part of me doubts her father is as horrible as Count Varley, but from what Hubert's reports told me, she still wound up almost as shy as poor Bernadetta. You are Marianne von Edmund. She whispered a yes in response, and the next sentence almost escaped Edelgard's ears. Who wants to know? I have not yet introduced you to my house leader. This is Lady Edelgard. Bernadetta spoke. Somehow she managed to muster enough confidence to speak normally again. Thank you, Bernadetta. That's nothing. She stated this proudly. Arg. Your Highness, don't be angry with me. We are going to miss our classes because of me. Bernadetta, I already told. Professor Akiran is going to kill us. Drag us some remote corner where nobody can see and he will do no such things. Not as long as I, Eloise, draw breath. I guess you are right, Bernadetta spoke. Her entire demeanor shifted as Eloise's presence managed to calm her down. I have never seen Bernadetta react like this to someone's presence. Or perhaps Edelgard remembered that Ria seemed to have a similar effect on her. Yes, Bernadetta said it was because Ria reminded her of Countess Varley, her mother. So does that mean Eloise reminds her of one of her other relatives? Bernadetta, does Eloise remind you of your relatives? I never thought of this. But now that you mention it, he does remind me of my uncle. Your uncle? Yes, Bernadetta paused. I remembered something, I need to go now. Eloise and Edelgard tried to stop her, but Bernadetta ran as quickly as she could. Seconds later, she bumped into the last person Edelgard had expected. Lady Rhea. Bernadetta was lying on the ground in Rhea's embrace. Yes, child. My knights are escorting the refugees back to the town, and as for the pilgrims, they will continue their pilgrimage to the Holy Kingdom of Taugus until we have dealt with the problem in northern Adrestia. Rhea softly stroked Bernadetta's hair, while Eloise rushed to help them get back up. Yet she gestured to him to wait for a few moments and to not make any sudden movements. For a moment, Rhea looked like a mother who took care of her child. Fortunately for them, the massive crowd was too occupied by getting outside that they missed their archbishop, who was lying just outside the cathedral on the bridge that connected it to the goddess tower. In one soft motion, Rhea embraced Bernadetta while she skillfully got up with her. The way she got up reminded Edelgard of herself, only Rhea managed to do this quicker and with even more elegance. She is a warrior. Rhea focused on Bernadetta before she looked at Edelgard to catch up. So I take it Miss Varley and Miss Edmund brought you here. Edelgard gave her a tiny nod. My, the Black Eagles can't count themselves quite fortunate to have a house leader that would search every corner for her peers. I wish the heir to House Regan took more after you. A small giggle escaped Edelgard's lips. Honestly, I am surprised he did not come looking for her. Professor Manuela is probably scolding him right now on the account of Marianne going missing. He will need to take his duties more seriously, or I fear he might one day prove a lacking ruler. I am glad the... Marianne, are you safe? Claude had emerged from the crowd. He looked like he had a rough time dealing with all these people. Ugh, I feel exhausted. I went looking for you as soon as I heard you had gone missing. I, an idiot, had to volunteer to search the cathedral. I merely guessed that this might have been the best bet, and it looks like my money was on the mark. He winked at Edelgard. I see your introvert has gone missing as well. Claude. Before Edelgard could say more, Rhea interrupted him. I take it the crowd has kept you busy. Claude subtly showed a bruise he received while venturing through it. In this event, please allow me to bring you all safely to your classes. Eloise, would you kindly accompany us? I think it's best if the classes get to meet the senior knight who will lead the upcoming mission. Of course, Lady Rhea. Eloise bowed deeply before her as he placed himself at the front. You can leave it to me. We will all arrive safely. Eloise has you all covered. As they walked, Bernadetta clung to his leg. The crowd had thinned out, which was a good thing. They were now likely to emerge from the ordeal unscathed. Is this the Archbishop? One of the refugees noticed Rhea walking past them. Rhea gave the person a faint smile while she put her index finger against her mouth. I'd appreciate your silence, child. But it was too late for that, as the crowd's attention turned to Rhea. Eloise did his best to shield Rhea, but there were too many. Bernadetta cried out in panic while Marianne experienced a similar fear. Claude and Edelgard nodded at each other. They knew what they needed to do. With a swift motion, Edelgard grabbed Bernadetta and broke her grip against Eloise's leg. She quickly carried her out of there. And Claude was right behind her with Maren in his arms, although he seemed exhausted by how much strain this physical activity put on him. They heard how Rhea talked to the masses. Would you kindly let the Archbishop pass? Please everyone, Lady Rhea already told you that she would take care of the situation. Eloise did everything in his power to defuse the crowd, but to no avail. Suddenly, there was a massive light that blended the entire crowd. Rhea took Eloise by the hand, and together they rushed after Edelgard and Claude. Arg, it's so bright. The crowd spoke. Is this a message from the goddess? A woman in the crowd asked. After roughly a minute, the light vanished. And the group nearly arrived at the classrooms. Apologies, Lady Rhea, for failing to defuse the situation. I am used to such incidents. The goddess blessed me with unfathomable beauty, and if I were to punish every believer for such disobedience, I'd be seen as nothing but a tyrant. The archbishops are not tyrants, they are guardians of order. When Rhea spoke, Edelgard listened attentively, but her hands were clenched in a subtle show of frustration at Rhea's lack of understanding of the situation. As to how desperate people were to believe in a false goddess simply because she looked beautiful. Is something amiss, Edelgard? Rhea questioned. It's nothing. Edelgard denied. So it would seem we've finally reached the classrooms. Eloise grinned. Both the Eagle and the Deer classrooms had their doors open, but no students appeared to be present. In contrast, they were able to pick up conversations from the Blue Lion classroom. This must be Professor Hanneman, Claude remarked. With one strong push, Rhea opened the door to the Blue Lion's common room, and everyone was there with the exception of Manuela and Acheron. Dorothea and Petra waved as soon as they saw Edelgard standing next to Rhea at the entrance. A smile escaped Edelgard at seeing everyone safe. Lady Rhea, you honor us with your appearance. Hanneman performed a small bow. Many people started to whisper. Edelgard could hear Sylvain whisper to Felix standing next to him, so this Lady Rhea. We were almost finished with regard to the mission details. If you don't mind, I will repeat what the newcomers missed after the lecture. Rhea nodded. I am just here to reassure everyone that those who only just arrived are not to be punished. There was a series of unfortunate incidents today, and they were trapped with me in the cathedral until the matters were resolved. I understand. This is the first time, so even if they had gone missing without a warning, I would have shown leniency. Although Professor Manuela and Acheron might disagree with my antics. Hanneman began to smile. I am just glad everyone is safe. This would be one of the few occasions Manuela and I would agree upon. I would agree on what? Manuela had appeared, sweat was all over her face as she appeared to have been sprinting all around the monastery. Good, Claude, you have found her. Manuela patted him on the head. I am sorry for yelling at you earlier. Don't sweat it, I am used to far worse treatment. Eloise found it humorous and joined in. A chuckle escaped his lips. Don't sweat it. This makes me think of an excellent new joke. Don't, Eloise. Hanneman and Manuela spoke with one voice. You can tell us this joke later. Ugh, but I promise it will be a good one. I am sure it will be, Eloise, Rhea spoke to him in a very gentle tone. I am glad to see you, Manuela. Has anyone seen Professor Acheron? Manuela gave a report. He was behind me until I started to rush through the monastery. I am here. The schoolroom was shaken by Acheron's slithering voice. His anger reached a boiling point. What a useless house leader I have. She can't even get to her classmates in time. This was beyond Edelgard's control, and she did everything in her power as house leader to make sure everyone arrived on time, and to protect her classmates. She deserves to be praised for her efforts, not scolded. Rhea's soft voice had turned as cold as winter itself. Acheron went to her ear and whispered something. For the tiniest of moments, Rhea's expression changed ever so slightly, yet despite this, her anger remained consistent. I wonder what he whispered into her ears. Acheron then bowed and apologized. I should have chosen my words more carefully. My sincere apologies. One last thing before I go. I'm sure you've heard that Instructor Juritsa will now be with the Black Eagles, and he will be there on the next mission. You have my utmost confidence, Jurista. Acheron was left speechless when he heard the noise Juritsa made when he got up from his seat. He had been sitting next to Hubert, and now everyone looked at him and his mysterious mask. Felix, Caspar, and Dimitri's eyes lit up at the thought of fighting him later. Juritsa walked to Lady Rhea, and he bowed before her and Edelgard. I look forward to working with you. He spoke in his usual monotone voice. After Rhea indicated for him to rise, he looked at Acheron, and Edelgard saw the eyes of the Death Knight. The monster inside Emil had picked his next target, and when he was on the hunt, he would slay his prey. I need to talk with Juritsa about this later. There is one more matter. Miss Hresvelg, there is something we need to discuss. Rhea pulled Edelgard away from the class. Together, they descended into the underground passages that Rhea had previously shown her. However, this time they went in a different direction than Edelgard was accustomed to. To find something, Rhea looked around the walls. Was it a crest? Although it was difficult to make out, Edelgard spotted the macule crest on the wall, and as with the Cero's crest, Rhea pressed at its center. The legends say Saint Macule was a talented tactician, and one of his secrets is a tiny library that he made and kept hidden from most trespassers. Edelgard's eyes widened with eager curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. The books here are ancient, and I trust you will be confidential about them. Some of them are written in a bygone language. There are a few books that are written in ancient Adrestian, and from what I have heard you were taught a little bit of it. I am actually quite well versed in it. Oh well, that's a shame. I had hoped to impart additional knowledge upon you. Rhea's eyes widened in puppyish adoration as she gazed at Edelgard. Edelgard resisted at first. Why have you brought me here? Has it something to do with what Akiran said? I hope this doesn't change our plans regarding the next mission. Juritsa is supposed to shine where Akiran fails, and you are supposed to hold back the knights. Oh no, this has nothing to do with what Akiran whispered, although I have gained a better understanding of the power he wields, she exclaimed. I sincerely hope that we can all quickly deprive him of his authority. Rhea paused before releasing a heavy sigh. Nevertheless, I don't see him as a serious threat to my person. You don't see him as a serious threat? Edelgard protested. The things he told me were inconsequential. I believe his power is a ruse. Rhea stated confidently. A fantasy he concocted to force people to follow him. She made a long pause. Power resides where people think it resides. If we cast Akiran out, his associates will think of him as the weak worm he is, and whatever he spouts, true or false, will have little meaning. He is not the first worm to oppose me in the Holy Church. Despite her best efforts, Edelgard's eyes betrayed a tiny hint of admiration. Rhea will one day be my worthiest advisory. Rhea clapped her hands and switched to a cheerful demeanor. I am here for something else. What could that be? Cyril told me about the incident yesterday. Rhea beamed at Edelgard with a warm smile. So you wish to adopt a cat? Edelgard's face flushed a bit while she answered with a yes. This is nothing to feel embarrassed about. The monastery takes in stray cats from all across Fodlan. Cats are, in a way, blessed by the goddess. Faithful companions that bring happiness to all, which is why the cats living at Garagmok are free to do as they please, and we generally forbid adoptions of the stray cats unless they themselves agree. Should the cat you want wish to live with you, then you can consider her yours. Edelgard was at a loss for words. How do I know a cat wants to be with me? Child, you will see the bond. And after the school year, I will permit you to take her with you, should your bond remain strong. You always refer to the cat we are talking about as her. Do you already know that the cat I took with me is the Hresvelgen Adrestia? Cyril mentioned that. But it wasn't difficult for me to guess. Hresvelgens are drawn to us, drawn to those with the Cero's crest. They are my favorite species of cats. But due to the incidents in Adrestia, I have seen fewer and fewer of them in the last 2 decades. Rhea feinted a smile. I am sure now that the cloud of misfortune that plagued your house has passed that they too will see brighter days ahead. A small ember started to burn in Edelgard's eyes when she heard Rhea's last sentence. Every fiber of Edelgard's being had to fight against suppressing this fire. She instead quickly focused on Rhea's previous words. I agree that cats are wonderful companions. She stated in a suppressed monotonous voice. Rhea ignored Edelgard and pressed on. Our monks are tasked with taking care of them. So when you are on missions, simply leave Adrestia outside your door. We will make sure she is fed and has a place to stay. However, when you take care of her, make sure to have proper food and a place for her to elevate herself should she be in your room. Rhea now was a bit embarrassed. She needs her own toilet, food, and water when she's with you. All these things are mandatory and unnegotiable. Then we have an agreement, Edelgard stated. It would seem so. If you desire, we could study a few books together. I am curious as to how much you were taught. Edelgard just wanted to reunite with her classmates. Rhea saw this as she went to the bookcases and searched for a book. She seemed to know its rough location, and after a few seconds, she opened it and started to read. There are 3 ways in which a ruler can bring misfortune upon his army. 1. By commanding the army to advance or to retreat, being ignorant of the fact that it cannot obey. This is called hobbling the army. 2. by attempting to govern an army in the same way as he administers a kingdom, being ignorant of the conditions which are obtained in an army. This causes restlessness in the soldiers' minds. 3. By employing the officers of his army without discrimination, through ignorance of the military principle of adaptation to circumstances. This shakes the confidence of the soldiers. Tactics Manual of Saint Mikhail. The text is translated slightly differently in Adrestia. Edelgard went and pointed out the exact difference. Her index finger landed on point 3. By employing the officers of his army without merit. Now that is a key difference, Rhea responded. That, fortunately, doesn't change this particular sentence. The difference in meaning is important. Edelgard insisted. It means everyone can be a commander as long as they have worked hard enough for it. Everyone can earn leadership through merit. While your version only states that, not everyone is equal, nor is equality suited to take leadership. Rhea looked quite shocked, as she wasn't expecting such a discussion with Edelgard. My, you are a genius, young princess. But then again, your mother was much like you. I miss conversing with her. This piqued Edelgard's interest even more. When we first met, you offered to tell me about her. Would you kindly do so? Rhea's lips formed into a big smile. Is there something, in particular, you wish to know? Edelgard's eyes darted back and forth. She had so many questions and didn't know where to begin. But then she asked the first question, which she also asked her uncle. What was she like? Anselma von Arundel, although she wasn't a house leader, most certainly acted more like a house leader than the lordling that was selected to be house leader. She was ambitious. Her dream was to change the entire empire. Something gives me the feeling that you are quite like her in this regard. Her dream was to be useful to the empire. To recover knowledge that was lost to the sands of time. Edelgard listened to every word Rhea spoke. So this is new. He never used to tell me this side of her. Rhea continued. Anselma stumbled across this small library by pure accident. She adored exploring. When everyone was looking for her the next morning, she was comfortably sitting here and she soaked in all these books. She was trapped here for half a day, yet she came out of this room with a bright smile on her face. So my mother loved studying. Upon hearing this, Rhea nodded. How much of this library was she able to read? Edelgard inquired. Rhea showed her the rough area of books her mother used to read. Most of these books are in Old Adrestian. Their dialects vary depending on the time period and region, but they should not pose a problem to you just as they were not a problem for her. Rhea now pointed with her index finger at the adjacent bookcase. These books, however, remained indecipherable. Let me guess, they are written in Nabatean, and you never intended to share this knowledge with her. Edelgard managed a weak grin. However, I do intend to return here eventually. A question was posted by Edelgard. Lady Rhea, I'd love to return to my friends. A small sigh escaped Rhea's lips. I had hoped to spend more time with you. But I fully understand. The lever for the mechanism that opens the door is right there. She pointed at a gap between two books on the shelf. The lever had the crest of Mikhail engraved on it. A few seconds later, Edelgard pressed the button, and the stone door started to open. Both Rhea and Edelgard carried a grin as they went back to the surface. When Edelgard reached the classrooms, she saw that nobody was there. Rhea looked closely at Edelgard. She witnessed the worried expression on her face, but Rhea remained calm. Don't worry, child. They are probably just in their rooms, packing for the upcoming mission. You all are supposed to march at sunset. I am sure under Alois' leadership you are going to find the Iron King bandits soon. Edelgard gradually relaxed. After some time, her pulse returned to normal. You are correct. I am surprised time just flew by. There is one final matter. You can bring your cat Adrestia to me. If you want. I'd like to watch over her, while you are on missions. I will consider it. All of a sudden, they heard the sound of footsteps heading in their direction. Lady Edelgard, Lady Rhea. In deference to his mistress, Hubert bowed. Can I borrow Her Highness? We were just finished, Rhea stated. As Edelgard and Hubert walked away to their rooms, she winked at them both. When they were out of sight, Hubert started to talk. Lady Edelgard, why were you summoned by the Archbishop? She wanted to show me an underground library about St. Mikul. And we discussed St. Mikul's tactics manual. It wasn't such a bad time. She also offered to personally take care of Adrestia while we are on missions. And, she hesitated for a moment. And? Hubert repeated. And I am inclined to take her up on the offer. At least until we have a better alternative. Adrestia is just a cat. I am sure the Archbishop won't mistreat her. So I will refer to your judgment. And I thought you would show more resistance to the idea, Hubert. For a while, he said nothing, as if he had not heard her. Then he continued, in any event, I already made sure that the most important items are with you on our journey. The special chest will accompany us on our journey, so you can always rely on it when you need it. Edelgard knew instantly what chest he was referring to. Reliable work as always, Hubert. Together, they reached their rooms in no time. Everywhere they looked, they saw their packing. Or at the very least, most of the peers did so. The pink-haired golden deer had Casper all in her hands, and he did pretty much everything for her. Claude merely laughed the whole situation off while Ferdinand and Lawrence were more than happy to mindlessly obey her. When Edelgard saw that she used other people for no other reason than to satisfy her own laziness, a part of her was filled with rage. What kind of person does this? Lady Edelgard. For some reason, Hubert was taken aback by her ferocity. What's gotten into you? Need I remind you that we have lost precious time? We can spare a moment, Hubert. Ferdinand, Lawrence, are you truly going to lower yourselves and mindlessly obey her every whim? Edelgard. Both of them looked at her with surprise. Meanwhile, Hilda gave her an annoyed look. May we exchange a word in private? She asked. And every fiber of Edelgard is being told to reject her proposal. She shook her head as she spoke a clear no. You need to relax more from time to time. We are in my room, so it's only fair that you show me yours one day. I'd love to chat with you about so many things. Your hair, for example, is so beautiful. Are all Adrestian women like this? I mean, so pretty. Hilda, don't try to change the subject. You can pack and carry your things yourself. You are born with the minor crest of Goneril. Those with crests can carry heavy objects, and that includes someone as lazy as you. From a corner, she heard Claude burst out in laughter. Can I steal that one for when I need to motivate Hilda to put in an effort? That's not funny, Claude. Hilda and Edelgard spoke with one voice. He laughed for a bit until he finally calmed down. Just wait until Hilda tells you her story. Claude, you are supposed to back me on this. Hilda begged him. But he merely shook his head, took a few bags from his room, and appeared ready to depart. See you two on the mission. This is going to be a fun one. Hilda wanted to open her mouth but Edelgard put her hand before it. Whatever you have to say, I don't want to hear it. Stop letting other people do mundane tasks for you. Now she heard a small giggle from Hubert. So you fancy yourself rivals, or the true house leaders, but easily do someone's bidding without much thought. How pathetic. You will never rival Claude, and you can never hope to surpass Lady Edelgard. Excuse us. Ferdinand and Lawrence spoke with one voice. We are the heirs to House Gloucester and Aegir. We are manipulated by no one. We chose to help a fellow peer. By packing her laundry because she doesn't have the time for it. Hubert's eyes were as cold as Fimbul winter. You make me sick. Edelgard continued to press her thumbs against Hilda's mouth to keep her from talking. Lawrence and Ferdinand had stopped dead in their tracks as Hubert's words had infuriated them. You think you are better than us? Everything is better than being a noble like you. Ferdinand shouted. It's nobles like you why our country is in such a poor state, you degenerate. Lawrence and Ferdinand appeared ready to strike at Hubert at any given moment. Hubert, allow me to handle things from here. As you wish, Lady Edelgard. What good does it do you, Ferdinand or Lawrence, to pack Hilda's laundry when she's clearly capable of doing all of this on her own? Your spirits are admirable, but you help no one here by doing everything for them. Hilda needs to stand on her own 2 feet. You are mistaken, Edelgard, she merely asked us to pack things we deemed useful for her travels. Ferdinand stated. Which is the task she needs to perform herself. Suddenly, Edelgard felt pain shoot through her left hand. Arg! When she looked up, her hand was bleeding, and the white fabric of her gloves was torn in a few places. She quickly retracted her hand to not reveal the scars. Hilda was in pure shock as well. She couldn't fathom with what kind of strength and courage she had just bit Edelgard. It was the strength of a warrior. "I'm sorry, I just wanted to speak." Her breathing was heavier than she expected. Edelgard's hand was bleeding, but she didn't want anyone to see the scars. Suddenly Marianne appeared, and she gently took Edelgard's hand and healed the wound. "Here you go. I am sure that Hilda didn't mean to hurt you like this." Lorenz and Ferdinand were shocked. They both gathered around Edelgard and completely ignored Hilda's task. Edelgard spotted how the door to Hubert's room was open. A few moments later, her retainer held a fresh new glove ready for her. "Would you buffoons please get away from her?" Hubert took all their attention while Edelgard quickly replaced the glove. She gently touched his leg to let him know she was finished. All the while, Marianne was thoroughly focused on healing Edelgard. "Please remain still for a moment." A few moments later, Marianne gave Edelgard a faint smile. "There, this should be everything. I hope you feel better now." "Yes, thank you." Edelgard returned the smile. "Ferdinand, Lorenz, would you please let us handle this?" Hilda asked them. Ferdinand tapped at Lorenz's shoulder. "It seems this is probably for the best. We will see each other when we depart for the next mission." "See you, too." Their time together came to an end as they parted ways. Hilda went inside her room, and she seemed to pack the final things she needed herself. Edelgard allowed her to go. She did not feel angry toward her anymore. Although she was surprised to get this emotional about someone. "I won't stand it when someone manipulates others. I hate this about myself, but I don't do it all the time, and never for something this petty. Hilda can be worse than my tormentors." As soon as Marianne had finished tending to Edelgard, she hurried back to her room and started packing the final items she would need, following Hilda's lead. "It seems I got my work cut out for me." Edelgard quickly unlocked the door to her room and went inside. Her room was in terrible shape. While Adrestia slept on her bed, the rest of the room was total chaos, and it smelled horrible. Edelgard quickly saw what was amiss. There was a tiny black hill on the floor. "Poor Adrestia, I left you here for far too long." When Edelgard stepped inside and started to grab for a tiny broom to clean up the mess, she heard an eager moo leave Adrestia's beautiful mouth. She was now fully awake, and she started to meow non-stop. "Please give me a second to remove this." Edelgard carefully removed the black hill in her room. "Ugh, this smells awful." For a brief second, Edelgard considered calling Hubert for assistance, but after recalling how carelessly Ferdinand and Lorenz had carried out Hilda's instructions, she decided to clean up her room on her own. She put the dung inside an unimportant bag, then rushed outside and buried it near some flowers. She was certain Adrestia would have done the same in her stead. Being a cat owner is tougher than it looks. When Edelgard returned to her room, Adrestia jumped at her out of happiness. She meowed and clearly seemed to demand something, this something being food. Edelgard searched her stash, which was mostly filled with sweets. But lucky for Edelgard, there was one fresh piece of bacon among her stash. She quickly grabbed her dagger and cut a few pieces for the proud little Hresvelgen. The pieces Edelgard cut were rapidly devoured by Adrestia. It took quite some time to satiate her hunger. "Good girl," Edelgard patted her. Adrestia finally finished her meal after some time had passed. She purred proudly one last time before settling into Edelgard's lap. There was still so much for her to finish and pack, but right now she was helpless. "I may rely on Hubert after all." Edelgard tried to shake off Adrestia, but she refused. She was too stubborn to be shaken off easily. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Edelgard, are you inside?" The voice belonged to Hilda. While Adrestia was still resting on Edelgard's lap, she offered her response. "Yes, I'm in here. Can I come inside? There is something I have to tell you." She sounded embarrassed. "Give me a second." Adrestia was taken into Edelgard's arms, while she used the other hand to open the door. "Thank you, that's sweet of you. I thought you might never want to speak with me ever." Before Hilda could say more, her eyes came to a standstill as she inspected Adrestia. She made a careful attempt to cuddle Adrestia, but Adrestia was just as tense as her caretaker. "What do you want, Hilda?" Edelgard was on edge, and her tone still carried some residual hostility. Hilda looked at her with a bit of remorse. "I want to apologize for biting your hand." Edelgard's eyes began to pierce Hilda's soul. She was curious about what kind of person was underneath it all. A part of her knew she wasn't hiding something as terrifying beneath her as those people or Dimitri and Claude were. Meanwhile, Hilda became more and more nervous. It made Edelgard even more suspicious of her. There was certainly someone crafty hiding under the facade of the beautiful girl with. Edelgard stopped herself from dwelling more on the topic. Although Edelgard acknowledged her beauty, she couldn't stomach the way she exploited it. "I'm not mad at you, but you owe it to Ferdinand and Lawrence to apologize to them. You tricked them into doing all of your duties. I warn you, don't treat them like your toys." For a long moment, Hilda remained silent. She did not say anything. Instead, she focused on Adrestia, who was laying in Edelgard's arms. "Now who's a good kitty?" "Ah, I am surprised you have one of these. How old is she?" A frustrated sigh escaped Edelgard's lips. Hilda, stop trying to divert the conversation. Adrestia could tell that her owner was getting nervous, so she hissed at Hilda and jumped off Edelgard's lap to check her out more. "That's new, cats aren't known for their loyalty." "Well done, Adrestia." Edelgard patted her for her little show of strength. "You are mean. Do you know that?" Hilda now looked at Edelgard with set eyes. "What is she trying to do?" "Ferdinand and Lawrence offered to help me on their own, and you bump in and ruin everything." She paused before she continued. "I am not like you. I don't have experience with all this war stuff." Edelgard's eyes started to shine. "But you are the daughter of House Goneril. How come you don't know what to take with you on missions? Your family practically thrives on the profits it makes from fending off Almira." Now Hilda was furious. "Well, excuse me, speak about ignorance, you have no idea how much my father and brother are suffering from them. Suffering to keep Fodlan safe from these barbarians." "I know. You know nothing. Nothing about the times I saw my brother, Holst, lying in a pool of his own blood. About the time we lost our mother." She wanted to say more. She attempted to adopt her usual upbeat demeanor, but Edelgard could tell it wasn't working. Edelgard wanted to say something, with the intent of expressing sympathy. After all, she had experienced nightmares that many others would have succumbed to. In the end, it was Adrestia who comforted Hilda when she was unable to do so. "Meow." Adrestia jugged her head against Hilda, comforting her as she gradually shifted back into her cheerful persona. "I just want you to leave me alone. I am not a fighter like my father and brother, and I don't want to be. My goal is to be happy, and what is it to you if I ask for help from time to time? You need to grow as a person, Hilda, or else you will become trapped by who you are now." Edelgard's words were sincere. "What will you do when there is no one who can help you?" Hilda wanted to respond, but Edelgard cut her off. "You will need to do it yourself. To rely on your own strength. I am a delicate flower. Strong enough to bite me when the moment calls for it." Now there was a slight smirk on Edelgard's face. "That's not funny." Hilda protested again. "Apologies. As you can see, you are plenty strong." She paused. "You just need to put it to good use. Do that, and I believe that you can be a great asset to Fodlan." Hilda now cracked a small smile. "I don't believe it's as simple as that, but, thank you for the words of encouragement. So you can be nice when you try." She winked at Edelgard. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Ah, it's nothing. You are just always so tense. You're like the last person I would want to hang up with." "So that is how you see me? Well, I am grateful your perception of me has changed a little bit." "You can say that. Although, I'd rather not hang out with you," she said. "We have an entire school year ahead of us. We will see each other plenty of times. Just promise me to leave my classmates out of your schemes. Upon hearing that, Hilda left. Goodbye, princess. Wait, we are not done talking. Edelgard let out a small scream. Hilda! Lady Edelgard! Hubert stood next to her and blocked her path. There is someone I need to talk with. Would you kindly step aside? Her retainer made no sign of moving. Have you taken a closer look at your room? It's, quite frankly, a mess. And that smell? Is our feline friend responsible? He looked around, and his eyes scanned every corner. We have much work to do, and I am afraid you will have to postpone your socializing attempts for later. Socializing attempts? I am not you, Hubert. Edelgard wanted nothing more than to finish her conversation properly. But Hubert was having none of it. He quickly grabbed the door, closed it, and took the key. So if you are done with such childish antics, we have a room to clean. Hubert, you are dismissed. I can't complain to Hilda about how she used Ferdinand and Lawrence when I allow you to help. Are you that worried about her feelings? We are nearly out of time. Have you not seen the hour? We are supposed to depart in an hour. Hubert, Edelgard wanted to protest, but she stopped. Fine, you can help me. I admit my room has become quite the mess. So where do we start? Edelgard opened the windows. First we need fresh air and then we will start from top to bottom. It took them an entire hour to clean this little of a room. Adrestia had made quite a mess, and they cleaned everything. Every pillow, every nook and cranny, while they also packed everything she needed for her journey. She had taken a few sweets with her, despite Hubert's insistence on the opposite, and she was well equipped. The blue dagger was among her belongings. It would make for a great secondary weapon should she have need of it. Adrestia, in the meantime, showered them with affection, and even Hubert petted her from time to time. Overall, she was surprised it had taken them a whole hour for just one room, but now when she looked at the clean end result she was proud. A long and proud meow left Adrestia's mouth. Yes, I agree. We did splendid work. Truly, Your Highness, but I am afraid we are nearly out of time. We are supposed to meet up with the professors in half an hour. So, what are we doing about her? Edelgard took Adrestia into her arms. She looked at the mirror inside her room, and the two of them looked so happy. There was no other word to describe it. Lady Edelgard. Hubert looked unsure as to what to say. He carefully broached the subject. What are we going to do with her? The limited number of options raced through Edelgard's head. She sighed, knowing the best option was to leave her in the Archbishop's care. The students and teachers were going to be with her on the journey, so she was unable to count on them, and Adrestia all alone with only the knights and monks to keep her company wasn't a welcoming prospect. She let out a deep sigh. I'll bring her to Rhea. Are you certain of this? Hubert looked at her with surprise. We are talking about the Archbishop. What is she going to do to a cat? If she wanted to harm us, she would have done so. And I don't know a safer place for Adrestia to stay. At least for now. Then I will refer to judgment. To show respect, he bowed. In the meantime, I will try to carry the rest. We'll see each other at the entrance, Hubert. Edelgard, with Adrestia on her arm, rushed outside and through the monastery. She saw so many of her peers ready to depart. Petra, Dorothea, and Ferdinand were talking from Bernadetta's room. Apparently, they were cleaning up inside, while Bernie stood at the entrance, completely lost in her own panic. Bernadetta's eyes shined once she saw Adrestia on Edelgard's arm. Ah, is that a cat? Yes, Bernadetta. Meet Adrestia. You named her after our country? Can I give her a new name? Adrestia's gaze was pure as she observed Bernadetta. I don't think this will be necessary. See you Bernadetta, I have to go now. Lady Edelgard, please don't leave me behind with these psychopaths. They knocked down my door. Please you must save poor Bernie. You can come along if you like. But I warn you, we are going to visit the Archbishop. Oh. Bernadetta gave Edelgard an empty stare until her eyes started to shine again. I don't mind. Lady Rhea has been nice to us, and she smells good. Edelgard gave in. Fine, give me a moment. She stepped inside Bernie's room. Hello, Edie. Poor Bern didn't want to come out and now her room is a bit messy and we are nearly done cleaning up and packing for her. Dorothea had a faint smile as she recounted everything that had transpired. Are you having need of us? Petra asked. Yes, I need you to take care of Bernadetta's things at the entrance. I will be there with her when we depart. I am taking her with me on a short. Is that a Hresvelgen? My mother used to have one. Ferdinand went to carefully pat Adrestia. But Edelgard was feeling somewhat tense and Adrestia reflected her anxiety. Her paws struck at Ferdinand as he approached. Arg, that hurt. Apologies, Ferdinand. Edelgard held Adrestia a little tighter as she turned to face Bernadetta. Follow me. The hint of a yes slipped out of her mouth. Together, they went on their way to the Archbishop's quarters. Edelgard was taken aback by the fact that Bernadetta had been completely silent. Throughout their entire journey through the monastery, she maintained her silence. Admittedly, the monastery was rather empty, outside of a few knights that passed them by. Edelgard assumed most knights were in the city beneath the monastery to take care of the refugees, while the students with a handful of knights would take care of this. The group of knights that passed them by was blabbering about taking care of the refugees and accompanying them back to their homes once they had taken care of the Iron King's thieves. Eventually they reached the massive iron door to the Archbishop's chambers. Edelgard carefully knocked at the door, but she stopped when she heard voices from the other side. You can count on me. I am not going to allow him to continue his practices. Regardless of how things turn out, my knights will tell a tale that Akiran fled. You are allowed any force necessary to ensure Akiran won't defile the title of professor any longer. This includes permanently silencing him. What is that? The two voices turned to the door. Edelgard took multiple small steps backwards. It's me, Lady Rhea. I brought you my cat, Adrestia. So your heart has made its choice then. Rhea greeted Edelgard with a smile. And is that the young Miss Varley behind you? Bernadetta insisted on accompanying me. A mere whisper was heard. Hello. There is no need to be afraid, little one. Rhea embraced Bernadetta. After a long embrace, she gave a saddened expression. I fear we don't have much time anymore. Well, we can always postpone the departure by a few minutes. I am certain that without me, the students and teachers won't just disappear into thin air. Eloise spoke with her usual cheerful attitude. As long as I am here the departure can wait a few minutes. That's kind of you, Eloise. Both Rhea and Edelgard thanked Eloise. Think nothing of it. Back to the topic at hand. You offered to take care of Adrestia. She is a rather proud companion of mine, and although I only know her for a day, she means a lot to me. I feel honored that you allow me to take care of her. I am sure that with your standing as a princess, you have plenty of servants who would be willing to accomplish this task. Rhea now made a small bow as she turned closer to inspect Adrestia. But Adrestia felt uneasy about Rhea. The tiniest of hisses was heard as they faced each other. That's unusual. She carefully petted Adrestia and only once Edelgard started to relax did Adrestia slowly relax. Edelgard carefully placed her down, and Adrestia stood close to her owner. Without making a sound, Adrestia communicated that she would rather stay by Edelgard's side. I can't take you with me, Edelgard whispered. Trust me, you are safer here. She let out a heartfelt meow. Edelgard petted her a few times before she said her goodbyes. I am certain Adrestia will enjoy it here. I promise you, I will take excellent care of her. Rhea tried to take Adrestia into her arms but she refused. Rhea responded with a smile that was clearly forced. Well, it seems I still have to develop a bond with her, but I am looking forward to it. Edelgard's only response was thank you. Well then, if that's all, then we shouldn't keep the students waiting any longer, or what say you, Bernadetta? You are coming with me, are you not? The words of Eloise brought her comfort. With you. At first glance, she seemed confused but then a smile curled around her lips. I think I can do that. Eloise was thrilled. Perfect. As long as I keep an eye on you, you won't have to worry about anything. I, Eloise, swear to protect the students under my care with my life. A little bit of dang, as if on cue, Edelgard covered Ria's mouth with her hand. Ria's ears pricked up as Edelgard whispered something in her ear. The last thing we need is for Bernadetta to freak out, so please don't. She indicated her agreement with a subtle nod. I am certain all will be well. With me on the job, everything will turn out fine. Alois gave him a bright smile. As he gently took one of Bernadetta's hands and turned to face the staircase. Edelgard followed them closely behind. The last thing they heard from Ria was a small prayer. I am certain everything will be fine. The goddess watches over us. Does she? That was the last thing Edelgard had on her mind until she reached the gate and saw her class stand before her. When she took in the company of everyone there, she felt a warmth and safety that not even the monster who called himself her professor was able to destroy. Check the description for the links to the author.